Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 11:51 Darkness. Chapter 11:51 Darkness 8. Damien encountered a strange problem as his time in isolation continued. He didn't have enough arms. It was fine when he could eliminate tens of millions of knocks in a swing of his arm, but it was different now. More and more challengers were appearing. Against the higher knocks who had the nerve to challenge him, Damien had to focus on the battle more, and that left gaps for the lesser species to make their way past him. If he had backup, he could use them to hold the line while he focused on bigger enemies, but he didn't have anything of the sort. So why didn't he just make some? Most demigods had avatars they used to take care of things disallowed to them by the universal restrictions. Damien wasn't at their level yet, but he was confident he could do it if he tried. The main method people used to create avatars was simple, but a bit cruel. Essentially, they placed a piece of their soul in the body of a being without a developed consciousness and took the priority position. This was the only way for those without the ability to create the fundamentals of life to have avatars that were made of flesh and blood. There were others who could use mana to make avatars indistinguishable from flesh and blood beings, but they were highly specialized and used methods that couldn't be copied by the average demigod. In Damien's case, the former wasn't possible with his current situation, while the latter was above his power level. It's too early for an avatar. Avatars were more significant than Damien originally thought. The reason people only had one was because an avatar was one's lifeblood. It was an extension of their body, not something that could be constantly replicated. After all, one soul couldn't be recovered easily. To invest in an avatar was like having a child. Then clones. Damien wanted to find a way to create an infinite number of himself that could fight properly without causing severe backlash if they were destroyed. Sentience was not a requirement. He just needed beings he could control like body parts and maneuver flexibly. That would allow him to create an army of cannon fodder he didn't have to worry about. Not wanting to see death in his allies was part of the reason Damien didn't just use the Sanctuarians to help him here. It should be possible. His ambition was one of fantasy, but he believed he could bring it into reality. With the Void's assistance, the bounds of reality were whatever he wished them to be. Where do I start? The first step was to create a preliminary model for the first clone. The process could be broken into 3 stages: giving form, adjusting power, and granting spirituality. The last step should be the easiest. Damien had no access to his soul, but he had experience in splitting his mind from when he had to put it back together in the primordial Undying Realms trial world. The solution for the backlash problem was to use his mind instead of his soul to connect him to the clone. The hard part was the second step. With Damien's mana control, creating a human figure out of his mana was easy. Putting his consciousness into it wasn't as simple, but he was able to understand the fundamentals with a few days of effort. But granting it power was something else. This is why people use their souls. Since the soul was the basis of everything, it held records of one's strength that would migrate into the secondary body. When it was just mana and mind, there was no such record. Can I solve this problem with the Void? Could the Void hold his legend? I have to try. This portion of the process was intuitive. Damien didn't actually understand how it worked, because he didn't understand how to access his legend and edit it. Was it even possible? Likely not. Therefore, he made a wish. In the same way he's saved by Yuma, he willed the Void to accomplish his desire without understanding how it could do so. And it obviously didn't work. Even if he wanted to wish something from the Void, he needed to know what he was wishing. He needed to understand where his legends were so the Void could connect those 2 points. He'd been trying for over a week now, but the Void and his legend couldn't find a point of connection. If that point of connection existed, it would be possible, but it was logically impossible to create it. However, logic only applies to those weak enough to succumb to it. He could surpass the bounds of logic. He'd done it already. It was just a matter of figuring out the way to do it here. Year 2 in No Return Pass was progressing steadily. By the time it was over, he would have this problem solved. From the 3rd year onward, he wouldn't be bogged down by the endless and monotonous battle environment of this place. That was his resolution. The giant domain's deterioration didn't end with the first 10,000 worlds. In batches of the same amount, worlds disappeared every month, creating a situation that could no longer be ignored by the higher-ups of Heaven's army. Forces were properly allocated for the first time, and a deep investigation began. However, a little more than 60,000 worlds already disappeared. Of those inhabitable, this was almost half. And of those that were taken, 25,000 ended up in Damien's possession. The rest were taken by the Soul Emperor and transferred to an unknown location for unknown reasons that only Damien had a hint of. The problem was, no matter how much investigation was done, nothing came out of it. The signs of disappearance were non-existent, and even with excessive scanning through various means, no signs of Nox's presence were detected. Was there any way to describe this aside from a demonic miracle? There was no way for formations or lesser beings to understand what was happening. So the only option left was to send a divinity. Director Alucard was chosen after much deliberation due to his openly neutral stance. He took the 11 remaining zodiacs of Hidden Death Valley and launched a full-scale sweep of the giant domain. The awareness of a demigod was magical. In a similar fashion to Damien's eyes, they could see the universe through a completely different lens, bringing all things hidden into the light. This was the only ability of demigods that could be used properly without the restrictions interference. And with it, the results of their search were astonishing. There truly were no Nox in the giant domain, nor were there signs of outside intervention on the surfaces of those worlds. However, there was something hidden deep within the world cores, almost hidden from even their powerful gazes. There was something like a virus. It rewired their base functions. And no matter what the consciousnesses of the world cores desired, they would automatically be transported to the abyss against their will. A scramble to find a solution began immediately. However, the response was simply too late. There was no time left for the giant domain. Chapter 1152 Darkness. Chapter 1152 Darkness 9. Within a week's time, the remaining Judgment Order members in the Shadow Army appeared in the hidden safe house. Their number had been reduced to half of what they started with. Every team suffered losses without fail. Luckily, the leaders all survived. They were the main fighting force. Therefore, their survival was imperative. A week was a decent amount of time. Rose used it to strategize an exit, understanding that the enemy would know their position by the time the week ended. It was a risk assuming they wouldn't find it earlier, but she didn't let this stop her. She refused to leave her people behind. Of the group who visited Commander Hua, all except Shimin Wuhan were team leaders. Since she had a support power, she was put into Su Ren's squad to provide aid from the backline. The leader of the 10th Squadron was a man without a name. He wore a demon mask and never revealed his identity, insisting that others merely called him Beast. His entrance into the Judgment Order was definitely the strangest since he had no connection to its members or cause, but he approached them on his own and even willingly signed a variety of mana oaths that kept him loyal, so Rose and the rest didn't mind trusting him. He was the last to arrive, and the only one who returned alone. They killed everyone, he said solemnly, sitting down heavily and removing his shirt. The others instantly saw the terrifying gash lining the entirety of his torso. It was so deep one could glimpse his rib cage through the bloody folds. They've gotten stronger, or they've been hiding their strength. It's impossible for us to leave this cave. What do you mean impossible? Aishia asked. She joined this group to meet Damien again after so long, but she realized later that such a thing would be impossible for a long time. That was impossible because the man she wanted to see was trapped in a place surrounded by billions or even more enemies. Was this situation the same? They're done sending grunts after us. The enemies outside are all powerful enough to wipe us out alone, but there are hundreds of them prowling the area. The second we leave, we're done. No, even if we do not leave, we will not be safe, Surin added, his eyes piercing the cave protections. Have they already come? Rose asked, entering the conversation. They should be arriving in 5 minutes or less. Strength level. It is as Beast said, at least high commanders. I cannot sense signs of a supreme, but I do see at least 3 executioners. 6th, 7th, and 8th Revolution Masters. This kind of force was hunting down a group of young geniuses whose strongest member was still in the 4th Revolution. So run. Can you handle it? No. I can fight against high commanders, but if the executioners come, I will not be able to save anyone. Any word from Hera? Dead. Her life crystal shattered, Long Chun sighed. All communications to the outside world have been cut completely. I can't contact my Holy Land for support either. We're on our own, Atticus added. It was an extremely dire situation. However, are you afraid of death? Rose had been preparing for this situation for a week, and she never expected help from others. If we were afraid of death, would we have joined you in this madness? Fang grinned as he spoke, and the rest joined him happily. They might have been insane, but they were insane for a cause. They wouldn't return to sanity at this point. They were way too far. Then let's do something insane. The path of escape was cut off. Clinging to it was just lunacy. I have a plan. As Rose continued to speak, everyone realized one thing. They weren't nearly crazy enough, because this plan was probably the craziest possible thing they could do in this situation. Yet wasn't it also the most probable? No, even thinking like that was madness. It was utterly improbable and downright stupid, but it was so enticing none of them could say no. Even if we make it, we can only call one person. Are you confident in your choice? Aisha asked for the group. Rose's eyes twinkled with a strange light. What about you? Are all of you confident in my choice? They were a team. Rose never planned to decide things unilaterally, but her leadership skills were really something. In the past few months, the reason the Judgment Order was able to achieve so much acclaim was mainly due to her presence. It was an organization created by the younger generation, but it couldn't exist with them alone. Naturally, they had a variety of sponsors. Elena roped in Commanded Hua. Atticus roped in the Fallen Star Holy Master, and even Su Run convinced his master to help them one time. But Rose didn't have these kinds of connections. She used her power and political ability to convince several tens of demigods to sponsor their cause, including those friendly with Damien, like Lucille. Without her interference, they wouldn't have had many options if they needed help. Now that the situation arose, demigods weren't an option. So where could they find a person who could save them? Or rather, they needed to find the perfect assistance for the current situation, not some savior. Rose, Ryue, and Elena jointly made a decision, and while others wouldn't understand it, they were confident beyond measure that their plan would work. If they were confident, was there a reason for anyone else to hesitate? I think I can speak for everyone when I say this, Shueyu said, standing up firmly. She'd lost the immaturity she held in the cloud plane, including her inferiority complex and doubt. Standing here as a respectable woman and warrior in her own right, she only had one thing to say. If we're going to die anyway, make sure we can go out in a blaze of glory. Rose's eyes widened. A smile formed on her face. I don't want us to go into this expecting death, but I can't guarantee our collective survival. However, none of us will die pointlessly. This much was guaranteed by the heavens the second we stepped onto this path. Blazing determination filled the room as the 50 survivors prepared themselves for what came next. The Judgment Order. To those on the outside, it was a group of youths rebelling against the cruelty of society. However, how could their intention be so naive? Rose had something else in mind upon the creation of this group, a promise those outside their order took as a joke. They were going to eradicate the enemy. At a time like this, when escape was no longer possible, there was only one option remaining. It was time to kill. Our first target is the Jackal, otherwise known as the Hound Lord, the demigod who managed this section of a shadow army, a member of the Inhuman faction. He was the first target. The Judgment Order, a faction that did not discriminate by status when punishing evil. It was time for them to kill their first divinity. Chapter 1153 Operation. Chapter 1153 Operation 1. Is everyone finished? Rose's voice rang through the hidden safe house as she addressed the rest of the members. They were moving extremely fast at the moment while tracking the movements of their enemies, but with their current speed, they would be able to make it in time. Leader, all the information collected by our squads has been collected into this jade slip, a man said, passing the slip over. Rose nodded and took it, glancing over it. The average power level of their enemies had changed, but the general layout was roughly the same. It was necessary to understand this information before they started working towards any plan. Rose furrowed her brows as she continued reading. Over 30 executioners and over 100 high commanders. We won't be able to avoid the Supremes either. Their first goal was simple. They needed to make their way to the summoning platform in the Nox's possession. They only theorized its existence, but it had to be present. Otherwise, the Inhuman Emperor couldn't have arrived the way he did. He didn't come from outside the camp, but from within, as if he was always there. Yet, if he was always there, they wouldn't have been able to do anything from the start. Therefore, there had to be a summoning platform. The only problem was that its projected location was centralized between the residences of the 3 Supremes in the camp. It would be impossible to sneak there, but getting there was an absolute necessity. Does anyone have any ideas? Rose asked. Ido Surin responded. However, we must speak of it while moving. The enemies are far too close. Moving? Long Chun posed the question. How are they supposed to leave in this situation? This is why I keep telling you to sharpen your perception. You are wasting those eyes of yours. I'm itching to fight you too, but it can wait, can't it? You know this is not my intent at this time. TCH, Long Chun and Su Run had quite the rivalry, only natural due to their contrasts as sword and blade practitioners, but that was beside the point. Long Chin's draconic eyes could see through truths, but he wasn't able to see the escape route Rose created in the past week, a testament to his lack of skill. Tisk, fine, I'll work on it from now on. It's not like I had an opportunity to focus on anything other than power before this anyway. Long Chin folded after receiving an explanation, and Rose led her 50 comrades into the bedroom space at the back of the safe house. For starters, we're going down. Nothing has been said about the underground of Ian, which means it's either desolate or crawling with dangers. But it's our only option, she said, removing her illusions to reveal a massive hole in the floor. It dropped into darkness, making it difficult to tell its depth, but it was definitely a severe drop. We won't be able to take this all the way there, but it's a good starting point. Is everyone ready? Her question prompted several excited and determined cries. She smiled. Then, let's get started. In groups of 10, the Judgment Order members jumped into the hole and used their mana expertly to get them down to the bottom without raising too much of a commotion. Elena and Ryue went last, giving Rose one last nod before jumping. Left alone, Rose summoned her mana and began the process of creation. She weaved threads of illusion into a false reality that could not be seen through. The safe house vanished into non-existence, replaced by damp and rocky walls like an ordinary cave. Figures spawned next. 50 of them, with the exact characteristics of those they mimicked down to the smallest details in their auras. These illusions didn't have much power, but each had a supply of mana she provided that they could use to emulate power for a period of time. You all know what to do, right? Go now and run until you die. The illusions nodded and rushed to the cave entrance. Behind them, Rose jumped into the hole and covered the entrance behind her, joining her team. The drop was roughly 10 kilometers. This deep in the ground, most wouldn't be able to detect them with a sweeping scan, which meant, until her illusions died, they would be free of monitoring. Phew! She deeply exhaled. Boom! A massive explosion, made vague by the layers of rock between it and them, rang out on the surface. Move! Rose's command was absolute. The group took turns making a tunnel through the thick and mana-laced ground of Ian, running with as much speed as possible towards their destination. Meanwhile, a fearsome scene presented itself on the surface. Several high commanders were approaching the cave, only a few kilometers away. The executioners behind them didn't make the same haste, but they were also moving forward. At that moment, boom! The cave exploded into bits of rubble that flew into the sky. 50 members of the Judgment Order rushed out of the explosion in different directions, scattering like rats. Humans, do not attempt this meaningless stunt. The roar of a high commander boomed through the atmosphere, but those it was directed at paid it no mind. Their goal was in the opposite direction of their true selves. While the true Judgment Order went further into the enemy camp, their clones escaped as fast as possible. However, speed was relative. In front of high commanders, the lesser members were just chickens to be slaughtered. Didn't I say not to run? A high commander with deep purple hair growled as he grabbed the neck of one of the female illusions. Be grateful to die by the hands of this Crotto. If Rakash got you instead, I do not know what vile things would have happened to you. Despite his words, the expression on his face was filled with cruel ecstasy. Unfortunately, a beautiful woman like you must die, because that is what the Lord desires. Bang! He tightened his grip in an instant, and the woman's body exploded. A rain of blood drenched his body, making him shiver in delight as he glanced at the rest of the rats scurrying away. Kik, Kume, all of you come to me. Bang! He dashed with such force that he broke through the air. He went after the lesser members first before targeting the leaders, who were being chased by the Rakash mentioned earlier. Bang! 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 Bodies exploded, blood showered the earth, and the satisfying squelching of broken human bodies made Crotto's entire body fill with adrenaline. Rakash, are you still chasing dogs? Ha ha ha! He yelled wildly. Shut up, Crotto. If you're not busy, then help me. Rakash responded with a growl. The leaders were definitely stronger. If they were able to avoid Rakash for so long, they couldn't be ordinary. However, he didn't realize it because of just how much blood was covering him. The longer Crotto chased the enemy, the more layers of that blood disappeared from existence. After all, no matter how real they felt, they were nothing more than illusions. Chapter 1154 Operation. Chapter 1154 Operation 2. Because Rose's illusions could only mimic and not master the strengths of the people she cloned, their only real advantage was size. Being smaller than the Nox by several feet, they were able to weave through the chaotic environment with much more dexterity, which was what allowed them to avoid their two pursuers for an extended period of time. Only, there weren't only two after them. Rakash and Crotto were the ones who chased the fastest, but once the rest arrived, there was no chance at all. One by one, each member of the Judgment Order was turned into mincemeat, all except Rose. She stood surrounded by 10 high commanders, her neck in the hands of an executioner. This is their leader. Let's take her back to the Lord. He has been eager to torture this one, the executioner said. Sir, can't we have a bite first? Humans are a rare breed in the universe. I am curious about how they taste. The executioner looked at Rakash, who spoke with a cold gaze. You wish to put your hands on the Lord's things? Nothing like that. However, this piece of scrap meat, the Lord wouldn't mind if we touched it, right? Wrong. The executioner's words boomed through the surroundings, shattering the black trees around them into pieces. Do you not know who this woman is? He continued. This is a treasured person of that man. That man? You mean? The executioner nodded. The man that felled the Saint King. This is his woman. The eyes of those listening widened. The meat they grabbed was far more valuable than expected. Hee. The Lord will have a splendid time with her. I am almost jealous. No need to be. This one is not for pleasure, after all. Those ominous words were the end of their conversation. Instead of entertaining his lessers more, the executioner leapt into the air, flying back towards the base. In his grasp, Rose didn't make a single move, almost like a doll. After all, she was one. Should I detonate it, or should I wait? In the tunnels below, the real Rose contemplated on it. If she waited, she would be able to grasp more of the enemy's positions, but the effect should be wearing off soon. Those high commanders won't take long to realize. Rose couldn't trust what she thought was common knowledge. Regardless of her power, she couldn't be sure that the Nox didn't have a way to stop her from dispelling her illusion. If a Supreme got a hold of her clone, they would likely be able to trace their location through the mana connection. Naturally, if they didn't know she was an illusion, this problem wouldn't occur. Unfortunately, she didn't have infinite mana to waste on maintaining the bloodstain illusions, so this wasn't a possibility. "Hey," she said through her clone. "What is it, human? Begging for your life?" The executioner responded, looking down on her with condescension. "No, nothing like that. Do you think I'm such a weak person? It's just, sir, bad news." The call of the High Commander came from below. A grin spread on Rose's face. "It's all fake. The blood is an illusion. Bye, bitch." Boom. Rose collected all the mana she spent on the clones into her clone body and exploded it in a rush of fiery mana. The air was consumed by an explosive cloud that raged for several seconds before dying down. The executioner stood there with empty hands, unharmed, yet extremely angry. "Human," he roared, "I will kill you." It was an empty declaration since he still had to deliver that human to his superior, but the rest. He would make sure she watched as the rest were brutally torn apart and devoured by his minions. He would make her experience hell. Spread out and search. The real ones couldn't have gotten far. His furious roar spread for several tens of kilometers, and every Nox being in that area obeyed his order. A fierce manhunt began. From the location of the cave outward, all forces searched for the enemy. However, their preliminary results were nil. "We will not abandon this area until we find them. The Lord is serious about getting his hands on that." "Woman," the executioner said. They hadn't been found yet, but it was impossible for them to disappear. There was no if. It was only a matter of when. "It looks like we've been found out," Rose said in the underground. "Oh, that lasted longer than expected," Aishia responded. But we have to start moving seriously now. It won't be long before they find the entrance to this place." The rest nodded in agreement. Rose made sure the entrance was hidden thoroughly with illusions, and when the cave was destroyed afterward, its rubble covered the original hole's location entirely. However, it was just a matter of moving the rubble. Since they were already expecting illusions, the one she set wouldn't last long. "We have the advantage right now. It's time to move into the second step of the plan." They needed to surface soon. It wasn't because of the enemy, but the environment. Iron was not a place that people were meant to explore underground. The rock was as hard as bedrock for a mortal, and the further they went towards its edge, the harder it got. At this point, it was difficult to make progress fast enough to effectively escape with this method. So surfacing was the only option. "We need to be quiet. As long as they don't detect us upon exiting, we should be able to move properly," Rose continued. "Everyone form groups of 3. Focus on synergy. For this next part, we'll be moving forward while utilizing guerrilla assassination techniques. The goal was to misdirect the enemy as much as possible. Direct assassination would only give away their position with the Nox's strange collective confidence. But if they took the guerrilla route, there were still possibilities open to them. Whatever you do, do not get caught. If you get caught, die before they can do anything. This is the only path to salvation. They've been doing fine thus far because they were far separated from the powerful foes ahead. That wouldn't be the case any longer. As everyone internalized the danger of their coming steps, they gradually and quietly inclined their path steeply to make their way to the surface. At the same time, "Sir Velakos, we've found it." On the surface, a high commander sent a message to the executioner who commanded him. The man arrived instantly. He looked down at the seemingly normal ground below, and then back up at the high commander. "An illusion?" "Yes, sir." "I see." Bang! He stomped his foot down and tore away the illusory rock layer Rose left behind, revealing the deep hole. "Tisich, pesky rats," Velakos sneered. "Give chase. I will monitor the situation from above." "Yes, sir." "How many should we take?" "How many troops?" Velakos' eyes shone with a light of cruelty. "All of them. When you find those rats, kill all except the pink one." "Yes, sir." "Oh, and also," he turned his gaze to Crotto and Rakash. "You could do whatever you want with the others. I won't say anything." The high commanders grinned maniacally. Free reign? The things they could do with this privilege. Kakik, none of you are getting away. Chapter 1155 Operation. Chapter 1155 Operation 3 Boom. 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 The sound of Crotto and Rakash leading their legion through the underground tunnel in chase of their prey was blaring. They smashed the tunnel apart loudly on purpose, with the intent of terrifying their victims before going for the kill. Unfortunately for them, Rose was several steps ahead. By her command, the Judgment Order split into groups of 3 and spread out through the Black Forest. The Nox forces remaining here were thinly spread since a majority of high commanders followed Valaco's order and entered the underground. However, their average strength had gone up significantly. Valaco's was in charge of the area they started in, but there were roughly 10 more executioners wandering the dark forest searching for them. Executioners were off-limits, regardless of their personal or combined power, unless their entire group decided to work together in a prolonged battle. Taking one down wasn't possible. High commanders, on the other hand, were different. The enemy doesn't know we aren't trying to escape yet. Right now, they think the diversion tactic was meant to cover our retreat. Technically speaking, back towards the blood-drenched wilderness wasn't the only direction to escape in. They could very well go east or west and escape into a new territory of Ion, where the Shadow Army camp wouldn't know of their existence. At that point, retreat would still be difficult, but not as impossible. Therefore, Rose's plan consisted of another layer of trickery. The Judgment Order scattered and did as they were told. In various parts of the Dark Forest, high commanders quietly fell without even seeing the killers who brought their end. The deaths were staggered strangely. 17 died one by one, and once they were felled, another 17 joined them with the same pattern. The traces of these assassinations were hidden well in the darkened earth, especially after careful treatment was given by the killers themselves, but it wasn't too perfect. After all, these tracks still needed to be discovered, albeit after a good deal of effort. Shirring. A barely visible flicker of sword intent traveled through the dark forest and sliced a high commander's neck, causing it to spurt a fountain of blood. The high commander grabbed his throat with widened eyes and opened his mouth to scream, but at that moment, a blade found its way to his neck, severing what remained and cutting his head directly off. A stream of grayish mana found its way into both parts of his bisected corpse and removed their ability to heal. In just a few seconds, the High Commander turned into an ink puddle on the ground. They should be finding it soon, yes? Yeah, but this plan seems a little too easy. They might believe it for a while, but it's definitely not enough for them to drop their pursuit. That is because this is only a piece of the puzzle. This operation is to remove the attention of these executioners in the field. I am certain sister-in-law has crafted something greater for us to progress into the encampment. I don't doubt her mind, it just feels a bit off. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Perhaps you are. Su Rin and Long Chun, the only group of 2 among the current units, finished their job and moved to the next. Usually, when a practitioner felt something off, passing it over as mere coincidence or overthinking was the wrong move. The constantly evolving perception of a practitioner never left room for coincidences. If something felt wrong, something was wrong. However, this was a special case, because, unlike the rest, Long Chun hadn't had much contact with the Nox. He participated in the Nibelheim infiltration and fought Nox on Holy Light Star, but that was it. Outside of these instances, Long Chun did not interact with the invading race more than once or twice. Because of this, his knowledge of the Nox's tendencies was lacking. Yes, it was true that the higher beings of their race had powerful intelligence. They tricked the universe into believing they were smarter before pulling off an insane stunt-in. The Giant Domain. Unfortunately, this event was not known to the members of the Judgment Order, nor did it apply to them. In the current situation, they could use their base understanding of the Nox, at least for the most part, because they were younger generation geniuses. Even the oldest among them didn't exceed 150 years in age, aside from Aishia, whose age was irrelevant, and their combined experience likely couldn't match a single one of the executioners currently hunting them. What did this mean? Naturally, it meant they were the underestimated party. Their intelligence was the one under question. As long as it looked like they were trying their hardest to act a certain way, what reason did the Nox have to think they were doing something different? These geniuses were not Damien Void. They were not the genius who attracted the ire of a Nox emperor at a young age due to his skills. They were just his associates. Do you understand now? Surin asked as he slashed his strange mana into another high commander before looking at Long Chun. We're useless because we're just the friends. That's what they think, right? The only value we possess to them is our information about Damien. Sister-in-law is abusing this fact to mislead them. TCH, maybe I really am dumb. Is this something that needs confirmation? Damn it. Surin grinned while Long Chun shook his head annoyedly. He was always walking right into these insults, wasn't he? Nevertheless, the duo looked out ahead of them and collectively sighed. We've already made it this far, huh? Come to think of it, why didn't we just take this route? Long Chun said. They were staring past a transparent barrier separating them from the ghostly plains. They were already at the boundaries of this territory. However, Surin merely grinned. Tell me, swordsman, do you not wish for glory? Long Chen's eyes widened. His lips curled into a smile, a defeated expression on his face. When you say it like that, what am I supposed to do? Huh, let's not mind it then. We have finished our task. It is time to return to the group. I guess it's only getting wilder from here. The duo concealed themselves and began moving. Just like them, the stronger groups didn't have much of a problem executing the task this time, especially those talented in stealth. Rose's orders didn't just account for the plan, but her members as well. She didn't separate them in a way where weaker groups would exist. If someone was weaker in one facet, they would be paired with someone who could complement them and boost their efficiency. This was a requirement she focused dearly on when she was first creating the Judgment Order. Above all else, the members needed loyalty, heart, and synergy. Her expert leadership led to a situation where their group didn't lose a single member during this phase of the plan, though they couldn't do it without any obstacles. Around half an hour after they started moving, their traces were discovered. The hunting dogs would be upon them soon. Chapter 1156 Operation. Chapter 1156 Operation 4. The Nox enemies in the Shadow Army camp were definitely not as scheming as Rose, but they were just good enough to follow her plans for them perfectly. The Judgment Order members spread in both directions from their original position and left traces that led to both periphery territories, which led to the following events progressing in such a way. Velakos spotted a glint out of the side of his eye. He immediately chased it down and landed on the ground, only to find nothing around. A scan of his awareness offered no clues in the surroundings for unknown reasons, but he did get a ping from the ground below. He made a sound of curiosity as he used mana to clear the area. Traces of battle, barely present mana fluctuations that had been covered after what was obviously a great amount of work appeared in his perception. The meaning was obvious. These cunning brats. Men come. His voice boomed in the ears of nearby Nox, and several tens of them answered his call. Is this all of you? He asked suspiciously. No, sir. There are 50 more of us in the vicinity. A high commander responded dutifully. 50. Velakos frowned. If there were supposed to be more that he was unable to sense. These cunning brats move quickly. I will give them that much. Sir, spread out and check for traces of battle. They will be hidden, but they should exist. Understood. The high commanders moved by his command immediately, but that wasn't enough. Crotto and the rest are still underground. How do they manage to fool us? High commanders clearly weren't enough to do the job. Unfortunately, Velakos didn't have the authority to command his fellow executioners. I will start moving myself. He would join the fray. Let's see how long you can run. Just like them, he understood the key point. They could not escape from him if he was able to find them. It was a game of cat and mouse. Would strength win out, or would schemes show their worth? With the passing of minutes, Velakos received information about the tracks that led to the ghostly plains and its fellow periphery territory, indicating only one thing. They split and decided to run away. What was he expecting from a group of children? Of course, they would only think to flee. Nevertheless, it wasn't his problem anymore. Alert the surrounding camps. There are some rats coming their way. No matter what they tried, they wouldn't be safe. He wouldn't allow them such a privilege. Well, Valaco's efforts were definitely noble, but he was unfortunately on the wrong path entirely. The journey to the rendezvous point this time was far easier, mainly because the Nox beings on the way had been cleared prior. Currently, the Judgment Order stood at the very edge of the Dark Forest. Ahead of them was a large open plain on which the Shadow Army encampment was located. The third step of their plan was simply termed absolute concealment. They were found last time because they were separated and exposed already. When Rose used the distraction as an opportunity to blanket the entire group in her illusions again, they disappeared from any perception that could touch them at the moment. Velacos wasn't able to find them with his search, nor would others be able to perceive them even if they walked directly through the spot they were standing. The beauty of Rose's trickery didn't need to be explained further, because they weren't anywhere near finished yet. Making it out of the dark forest was the easy part. They had an advantage once they grouped up and their enemies were dumb. From this point on, no such thing existed. There are 3 Supremes and a demigod in that camp. No matter what, we will not be able to avoid them, Rose said solemnly. The Supremes will sweep this plane with their awareness every so often due to their protocol. Our current goal is to make it into the camp. Once they got there, they were going to charge straight through everything until they reached their goal. There was no other option. Phew! Rose deeply exhaled. Things are going well so far, but she didn't like what that meant for the future. This stretch of the trip was entirely on her. The rest would be relying on her concealment to keep them hidden from the gazes of those who could crush them with a single finger. Su-Rin, Aishia, aid me with your perception. Don't spread your awareness outside my barrier, but if you sense anything intuitively, tell me immediately. The duo nodded and came to the front. Of the group, these 2 had the best natural perception. Aishia gained it from her status as a true-blooded Valkyrie, while Su-Rin broke the limits of a human through the teachings of his master. Slowly, the group moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Stop! Aishia spoke first, and they instantly halted. A sweeping wave of domineering power spread past them like the pinging of a navigation device. Phew! 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 They were under Rose's protection, but they all instinctively slowed their heart rates and calmed their breathing. That was a terrifying sensation, and to think it just came from a single Supreme's perception. That kind of force was monstrous. It was common to say that Supremes could kill them with a single finger, but this power proved that to be a severe understatement. A Supreme could kill them with no more than a thought. Calm down. We haven't been detected. Rose's words were firm, but her heart was shaking. She realized something important. They were fine when they were still, but if that Supreme was able to sense their movement somehow. Focus. She threw away her useless thoughts. The outcome was death regardless, so there was no point thinking about whether or not it would happen early. Let's move. 10 steps, 20 steps, 50 steps. They moved slowly for safety, not making any big movements, so Rose could finally control the atmosphere. The distance they needed to cover was almost a kilometer. Their current pace wasn't getting them anywhere. However, moving faster wasn't an option. Hew, hew, hew. Rose could feel the sweat building on her brow. The pressure of the situation combined with the absolute control she needed to have on her illusions was taxing on the mind. The subtlest changes in wind, atmospheric pressure, temperature, and even subtle things like weathering that didn't show obvious effects for thousands of years had to be considered. The perception she was facing could detect the slightest displacement in a single particle of grass hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Right now, that perception was concentrated in this 1 kilometer radius because there were already troops protecting the area outside it. No Supreme wanted to take on the lackey job willingly. He was doing the bare minimum, sure, but concentrated range meant concentrated power. A single atom being out of place could alert him. How could Rose easily move while maintaining this control? That perception passed by them every 10 minutes. With their current speed, it would take at least an hour to reach the destination. For the rest, it was like a horror movie, quietly tiptoeing past a beast of untold proportions. But for Rose, this was a direct battle of even greater untold proportions. A brutal challenge against the Nox Supremes and against herself. Chapter 1157 Operation. Chapter 1157 Operation. 5 Thud. Hew. Thud. Hew. Thud. Hew. Vumum. A representation of Rose's perception. Hard footsteps that resounded like booming explosions despite their extreme softness and the overbearing pressure of the awareness wave that passed by them every 10 minutes. She could sense her comrades nearby, but she couldn't pay much mind to them. She could only see them as figures of mana, figures she had to track an atomic level to completely erase from reality. Focus. She repeated the word every few minutes to keep herself on track. Minutes passed like this. Minute changes had to be performed every millisecond, and the group's movement speed couldn't slow any further lest they never reached their destination in the first place. Rose's illusions had been inching closer and closer to being a reality of their own ever since she realized her path in the severed world, but she wasn't able to grasp the true power of this art yet. There would be a time when she didn't have to do all of this, a time when she could program her illusions to update in real time so they could never be told apart from reality. However, she hadn't reached that point yet. She couldn't program, she could only command. Therefore, every step became a grueling journey of 1,000 miles. Every time her foot touched the ground, she felt a shock through her body as her perception updated based on the changed environment. This effect was multiplied many times due to the various factors that changed due to the group's presence in the area. If there was one thing going for her, it was that Ion's atmosphere, especially so far into its depths, was not quite stable in the first place. It was constantly fluctuating, so even if she missed something, it could be explained away, as long as she didn't miss anything that indicated man-made interference. That is, slow steps made slow progress, but slow progress was still progress. In the first half hour, they were able to completely hide from the Supremes and reach the halfway point between the expansive field and the base camp. The members of Judgment Order didn't make a single sound in this time, as to not distract Rose in any way, and silently focused on moving in such a way where she wouldn't bear extra burdens. Rose was the center of their group in ability and spirit. Even after doing such taxing work during this phase of the plan, she still needed to be battle-ready when it came time for the next. Shimin Wuhan had already prepared a myriad of blessings that could be cast on a single thought to bring her back to peak condition, but it was hard to say what that kind of mental stress was actually doing to her mind. It wasn't something simple. On the outside, she was perspiring like she was running a marathon and had a dull haze of absolute concentration clouding her eyes. However, her mind was experiencing a much more severe consequence. Hairline cracks spread through her spiritual world in the same way Damien experienced its shattering long ago. The cause was the same: extreme stimulation that the mind couldn't bear. Unbeknownst to her, Rose's actions were too far beyond her capabilities. She was doing something that should have been impossible for a period of time, longer than any living being should have been able to do so. She was doing as she swore with Ryue and Elena in the Sever World. She was not letting reality limit her ability. Things began to change during the second half of the journey. Rose's movements became more fluid, and her eyes returned just slightly to focus. It felt like she could feel reality more literally. The fabric she felt brushing across her skin ever since that day of blessing. She felt like she could feel its individual seams and creases. If she just touched them. Focus. Now wasn't the time. Now, she had a mission to accomplish. She couldn't allow her mind to wander into fantasy. The group progressed and progressed. They walked through the least yet most dangerous part of their journey, thus far tensely, and eventually, they reached their destination without a hitch. It was an absolutely unexpected outcome. Phew! Rose exhaled again. Her breath was shaky, but she stood up with trembling legs and didn't allow it to bog her down. The next part should begin soon. On. As if on cue, an emergency bell rang through the encampment. All available Nox left their tents and gathered in the main square, where the 3 Supremes were already waiting. We've received reports that the group of rats we've been chasing have fled to the neighboring camps. The Supreme in the middle spoke. We have the option to leave this to them, but do any of you wish for that? The two to his sides finished his sentence. Never. I want to rip them apart myself. Don't let those fuckers steal out kills. The reaction of the troops was quite strong. A group of juniors managed to evade them for so long. It was utterly shameful for their camp. And if others managed to catch the prey that evaded them, or worse, if that prey managed to escape, unacceptable. They would become clowns of their race. And more importantly, they'd be killed off for such shameful behavior. Good, the main Supreme said. Apparently, our executioners are incompetent. Ryugo and Tyrius will lead the lot of you to the other camps to hunt them. Do not disappoint us. Ryugo and Tyrius. According to assumptions, they were powerful forces under these three Supremes. However, it turned out these two were the Supremes themselves. The two standing on the man's right and left stepped forward and began dividing troops. And inevitably, a question arose. Sir, what about our camp? If all of their troops were going to be positioned elsewhere, what would happen to their camp? The Supreme glanced at the Nox who spoke. He was a high commander who didn't stick out from the crowd much, but he'd been pinpointed instantly. Tell me, do you think our camp has no security? And no, sir. The high commander responded nervously. Exactly. As long as I am present, this place will never fall. They were arrogant words, but they were not as lofty as they seemed. After all, that man, Hans, was a supreme above supremes, a man just a single step away from divinity, and a man who'd slaughtered countless enemies on the battlefield. As long as he was present, it was truly impossible for the enemy to breach their camp, because the only type of enemy that could defeat Hans was the type their lord had the freedom to personally deal with. Under the Judgment Order's gazes as they watched from the camp's periphery, the two Supremes Ryugo and Tyrius took their divided troops and left the base camp moving in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Hans returned to his tent without another word. Rose and the rest waited. They waited silently without a single movement for almost an hour. Okay, that was when Rose finally spoke. Everyone knows what comes next, she said, placing her hand against the ground. The second you sense my mana, the group around her prepped themselves. This was the deadly part. Run like your life depends on it. Boom. Chapter 1158 Operation. Chapter 1158 Operation 6. They were weak, but they were organized. They had brains, but their opponents were so strong their only real strategy was running. Running, running, running. For the past several months, that's all they did. And this was the final stretch. The plan was still to run. However, this time, there was a Supreme involved. Boom! The second Rose's hand touched the ground. Mana swirled wildly in the atmosphere and created a field that encased the entire camp. At that exact moment, everyone moved. Long Chun, Su Run, Ryue, and Elena led the charge while Aishia and the rest of the leaders took the back line. Meanwhile, the regular members stayed in the middle and determined the speed of the group. None would get left behind, except Rose and Shimen Wuhan, who stayed behind on purpose. Shimen Wuhan stood up with the rest and instantly cast every buff she'd been preparing on Rose, bringing her past her peak condition into an enhanced state of existence. Afterward, she directed her mana at herself and did the same. Rose's goal now was simple. Using her illusions as a medium, she created a formation around the camp. It spread and formed into a complex pattern within a second, far faster than an ordinary formation master could do the same, and word to life. This was as much as they could do unhindered. Ha ha ha. So you truly decided to appear. Han's voice resounded through the camp. He left his tent slowly, roughly 50 meters ahead of them, with a smile on his face. I expected nothing less. Everyone's eyes went solemn. It became clear that sending everyone away was precisely a move to bait them out, but it was too late to be flustered by this. It is time for you to die. Boom. Was he going easy on them? No, he was just toying with them. Yet, even his definition of playing was sending them into a death trap. The gargantuan explosion that rang out enveloped most of the camp and destroyed all housing except for the ones inhabited by Supremes and the Lord. chaotic mana waves flew wildly in every direction, knocking the rushing Judgment Order geniuses in every direction. Maintain formation. Keep going, Su-Rin yelled, brandishing his blade. Absolute slash. Sheeing. His muscles bulged and veins surfaced on his skin as he slashed vertically with all his power. Grayish mana arced from his sword and cut through the mana before him, opening a path. Long Chun, Aishia, take the sides. Shui siblings, Flamesworth, keep the back line. Nobody is allowed to retreat. Sister-in-laws, we'll support you. Don't let him touch the leader. Su-Rin rapidly distributed orders, which were followed without hesitation. Elena and Ryue fell back and created several layers of defense around Rose, while the rest did their best to resist the explosion. Quack! Ack! Damn it! My arm! It was impossible to avoid injuries. No matter how hard they tried, even this toying attack from a Supreme was insane. Limbs flew through the air before being crushed in a meat paste by the raging mana. Cuts and gashes dug into everyone's bodies, and the more unlucky ones. The first to die was a man named Peter. A justice-following man, just like the rest of the group. He died unjustly fighting for his cause. He was directly decapitated by a rogue mana flash, his life leaving him before he even realized what was happening. Peter was the first. That single rogue wave took 5 others after him. Damn it! Long Chun let out a furious roar. The power of a dragon boiled to life in his bloodline and boomed into the atmosphere with his cry, dispersing a large portion of mana. In the back, Shuiyu used ice to create massive blockades that shielded the group, and Fang used similar icy mana to counter the wild mana. Together, they were able to fight with great efficiency, which allowed them to perfectly hold the backline. As for Atticus, who joined them, his power was just as chaotic as the explosion. Lightning arced through the air and created a web that acted as a shield dome above the heads of the group, preventing any accidents like the first. Aishia also didn't stand still. Spear in hand, she was a true Valkyrie in action, using brute force to break away the attacking energy. Ah, how nice. Looks like I can play for a while. Those harrowing words reminded them. Hans just looked at them to cause this scene. Watching them struggle, this was his exact purpose in giving them something they could handle. It was humiliating and discouraging. It made several people want to give up right then and there. But they refused. That very arrogance, the condescending gaze of someone who viewed themselves as superior. Exploiting that attitude was exactly how they got this far. If they gave up now, what was the point of everything else? Death will not claim me until I deem her worthy. It started with one person, a man named Greg. He was almost an unnoticeable presence amongst the greatness of his peers, but he managed to last until now regardless. He said it to keep himself sane. He said it to keep himself from running, and the rest followed for the exact same reasons. Death will not claim me until I deem her worthy. Death will not claim me until I deem her worthy. Death will not claim me until I deem her worthy. The cries spread through the group until it became a chant. Bang! A targeted explosion wiped out 10 at once. They had no chance of resisting. The group moved forward regardless. Step by step, second by second, they moved. Death will not claim me until I deem her worthy. Death will not claim me until I deem her worthy. Death will not claim me until I deem her worthy. Boom! 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 3 more deathly bursts of mana. The first was blocked by Su-Rin and then dispersed by Long Chun and Aishia. The second bypassed them directly and struck the back line. The Shui siblings and Atticus were able to divert most of its energy, but that strike claimed another 2 lives. The third didn't attack the group at all. It went over them and directly at Rose. Is she the one you wish to protect so fiercely? Then I shall kill her first. Their blazing determination in the face of absolute power was annoying. Hans wanted to do something about it, but showing his emotions against these ants would only demean him. So, he would just make them feel hopelessness before they died. Now that they'd shown such spirit, he couldn't let them go without breaking it. How else could he call himself a follower of the inhuman emperor? Boom! Ryue and Elena gritted their teeth and faced the explosion head-on. It was a bit different for them. They were already in the process of escaping the bounds of reality. Plus, the two of them realized something as they spent more time together. Elena was absolute yang, and Ryue was absolute yin. When they attacked, in tandem, boom, they were truly a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 1159 Operation. Chapter 1159 Operation 7. Boom. Pitch black explosive mana met in the air with an opponent of yin and yang, creating a massive storm of energy that wrapped around the camp and raised anything in the vicinity. A depression in the thickly packed rock around Rose, Ryue, and Elena was formed several kilometers deep, but the island of land on which they stood remained untouched. Cook! Ryue and Elena winced in pain, but refused to move. Rose was the most important person in this operation. No matter what happened, if she was interrupted, all of them were fated to die. The yin-yang duo's strength did not match the level of Supreme, but their combined power was just above that of a high commander. When they faced this explosive burst that only contained a portion of the enemy's power, they were able to deflect it without taking much damage. Be careful. He's going to get worse from here. Ryue cued Elena in, understanding the behavior of men with oversized egos more than anyone else as someone who was raised by one, and prepared her mana again without hesitation. Go big this time? Elena asked. We don't really have a choice, Ryue responded in the same second. TCH, how annoying. This situation is too dire for annoyance, but yes, I agree. The duo exchanged glances and released their mana together. As Elena had a singular specialization in life, Ryue's absolute yin didn't completely synergize with her mana. To compensate, Ryue used exclusively death mana in tandem with her sister, creating a beautiful blend of black and white in the air before them. As they did so, and the effects of the previous explosion cleared away, Han's furious expression became clear. It was not a matter of power. If it was, he could have killed everyone here in an instant. But, though he had no qualms with using power to bully the weak, this was not a situation that allowed it. Pride wasn't the only factor. When one became a divinity and their legend became a truly pronounced part of their existence, one needed to stay true to their desires to continue forward on the path they chose. At his level, Hans was also subjected to this. He spent so long refining and defining the divinity he was to inherit, and the identity it had was tyranny. He didn't just want to suppress everything with absolute power. He wanted everyone under him to gaze at him in fear. He wanted to be absolute in their hearts before they died. If the opponent was equal to him, such a thing could be accomplished through victory and torture, but for these ants who still dared to stand up to him despite the difference in power that should have inherently given them such an attitude, he needed to be more direct. The longer they resisted, the more he wanted to just crush them. But he held himself back. That wasn't the satisfaction he desired. Boom! 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 Explosions of mana with no particular laws backing them rang out in every direction. Even without laws, Hans could output power and complexity in his mana that simply couldn't be fathomed by these younger geniuses. Yet, regardless of their incomprehension, they continued moving towards their goal. They lost almost half of their people in the first few seconds of this interaction, and as more and more time passed, the death toll only increased. Su Rin, Long Chun, and Aishia fought desperately in the front to block as much of the explosive force as possible. But the enemy didn't have problems bypassing their barriers. It was the same with Atticus and the Schwess siblings. The turtle shell, made of stronger members, couldn't protect the weaker ones. Said weaker individuals also didn't desire protection. They fought as well, using everything their mana and bodies allowed to help their leaders resist. The wild energy in the atmosphere was amplified continuously. The brutal struggle continued. In total, 35 people died thus far. Blood splattered on Long Chen's face. His eyes were cold and cruel, filled with burning fury towards the enemy. Damn it, he roared again. He couldn't find the time or energy to say anything else. He only wanted to express the boiling rage within. Su Rin and Aishio were quieter, but their thoughts weren't much different. However, Rose was working. As long as she could finish in H. A piercing scream came from the back line, sending shivers down their spines. There, Hans, who hadn't moved until now, stood with Shueyu dangling from his grasp. Did you consider yourselves important? He grinned cruelly. Did you forget your place? Ghh. Shueyu struggled in his grasp and tried to escape, but her every move made his claws dig deeper into her skin. Get your hands off her! Fang appeared behind him, his sword already in motion. Fang, retreat! Su Rin shouted hastily, but it was too late. Haha, what a touching sight. Bang! Hans merely waved his hand backward. The physical force contained in this slight motion tore Fang apart. Arr! He roared in pain as his sword arm was blasted into shreds. The entire right side of his body was bloodied, with chunks of his organs visible through the holes punctured through him. None of you can touch me. Han's body turned ethereal. When he reappeared, he was already at Aishia. Shine! He swept his arm through the air again, and both of her legs were severed from her body. You are merely ants. Ants attempting to fell a lion. Bang! He clenched his fist. That was it. A terrifying shock spread through Shueyu's body. It wasn't enough for her to die. Her entire body was exploded into blood mist that sprayed onto her comrades. Sister! Fang roared in pain. He charged forward, ignoring his injuries, and summoned all his mana into his remaining arm. Again, bang! Before Hans could act, Su Rin intercepted and grabbed Fang, throwing him several hundred meters away. Of course, this meant he was subjected to the attack that would have killed the man. Su Rin's durable body didn't fail him, but he couldn't say he didn't feel the pain. A gust of wind. That's all that hit him. Yet, he was internally bleeding from several organs. This was not a good situation. However, his eyes did not go to Rose. None others did. Even if Hans had an inkling that she was plotting something, he didn't know how integral she was. The second they showed him she was their last hope, it was over for them. You take me for a fool, don't you? Hans commented grinningly. Did you think I didn't know? He flashed before Ryue and Elena. The only reason I didn't touch her is because the Lord wants her. Even if Rose couldn't be damaged too much, Ryue and Elena could. He couldn't kill them, sure, but torture was absolutely an option. Haha. I cannot wait to see the expression on that man's face when he comes to know of this. Will he rage, or will he crumble? To lose his people not to a great emperor, but to me. Ha ha ha! His heinous claws shot out. Time seemed to move in slow motion. From the safety of her position, Rose finally opened her eyes. Done. Chapter 1160 Operation. Chapter 1160 Operation 8 Vumum. The ground suddenly went alit with bright flashes of light. Hans was pushed back by the sudden flux of mana, and Ryue and Elena were able to use that split second of time to move out of his range. The complex formation Rose began drawing no more than 30 seconds ago was finally finished. 30 seconds. That was all the time it took for Hans to massacre most of their group. BZZT. Crackle. Electric arcs zipped and zoomed through the camp. I'm sorry I was late, Rose said, standing up. But it's time to end this now. The formation's light got more and more intense with every passing instant. It whirred and revolved, and furious waves of spatial mana flooded the area. Vum, vum, vum. It was at a level where even Hans was forced to block the chaotic spatial waves instead of focusing on his targets. Rose smiled. It's time for you to meet death. BZZT. BZZZZZT. The crackling electricity suddenly went haywire. Rose's expression paled. Was it malfunctioning? No, it's not that. The voice who answered her unspoken thought was strange. Unfamiliar, yet so dearly close. I just hijacked it for a bit. I don't know who your original target was, but I'm better than them anyway. Who? Hans finally reacted to the strange voice, snapping the rest out of their dazes as well. Who am I? The formation's light swirled madly and concentrated in the very center of the base camp, where the Nox's summoning formation was located. Didn't she just tell you? The shadow of a man appeared in its midst. As the light cleared, the confusion of those present only intensified. Standing there was a tall, robust man with flaming red hair. He was shirtless, showing off his chiseled body and massive muscles, and otherwise wore casual, baggy clothes like a common wanderer. His eyes were the color of blood, and the flames dancing in them only exemplified his appearance. He grinned wildly, his gaze settled on Hans. "I'm death." Nobody saw what happened next. Hans disappeared from where he stood, and that man replaced him. Boom! A terrifying rumbling resounded from several tens of kilometers away. A dust cloud swept into the air. Did Hans just get thrown? I know you have a lot of questions, but I can't really answer them, so... The man glanced around the group. The majority of them were missing limbs. That majority was far outnumbered by the corpses on the ground, and the blood painting all of their bodies. His eyes turned cold. "I'm going to make that guy experience everything he did to you." Bang! The man disappeared into the distance, leaving the stunned Judgment Order survivors where they were. That guy, Elena Mutared, rose and Ryu nodded. He's exactly like Damien. His attitude was one thing, but for these three women, that was only a surface-level observation. What they felt was a sensation in their souls. That this strange man and their husband had some sort of connection they couldn't comprehend, though they weren't given the time to contemplate. Bang! Within a minute, something crashed in the area before them. When the dust cleared, that thing's identity became clear. Bang! Well, not so much anymore. The red-haired man landed on top of Hans' crumpled body with so much force the impact dug a crater several hundred kilometers into the ground. Hans and that man disappeared into the darkness of that hole. But the sounds of their battle resounded so clearly it was a miracle they weren't projecting the sound. Boom! 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 AR! Bang! Stop! Bang! This! Bang! Now! Boom! A black blur shot high into iron sky, a red one following soon after. Bang! Hans' body was slammed into the ground again, and the red-haired man once again followed. However, this time, he didn't make such a powerful move. He landed next to Hans and pushed his arm out. Bang! 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 All four of his extremities were torn from his body. It was an injury even Nox's regeneration couldn't heal. So, the red-haired man looked around the Judgment Order group. "Didn't you want revenge?" Their hearts instantly blazed to life. Revenge. They'd lost so many people. They'd been in a situation where revenge couldn't even be considered. But now that it was being offered to them, revenge, revenge, revenge. How could they refuse? The common members instantly crowded Hans' body, stabbing into and ripping apart his flesh with everything they had. They knew he wouldn't die, but that's what made it worth the effort. Fang joined as well. He limped over with half his body intact, his eyes dull, yet filled with hatred. "You killed her, his last remaining direct family, his dear sister whom he cherished so much. She was dead, and for what? You killed her." He roared like a madman as he joined the crowd. He didn't care what he looked like, nor did he care about exerting himself at all. Even if he died here, as long as he got revenge, he was content. Rose Ryue, Elena, Long Chun, Su Run, and Aisha watched quietly. Shimin Wuhan had no presence until this point and continued to remain behind Rose, silently providing the grieving members with buffs to help them act without reservations. It's not over yet. Rose didn't want to interrupt the current events, but it had to be known. "We came here for him." Her eyes went to the tent at the very back of the camp, the only area left standing after the previous clash. "Ah, that guy," the red-haired man said. "Don't you think there's a reason he never left his tent?" He didn't grin due to the severity of the situation, but the amusement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. "Come here." He beckoned with his finger, and a figure came flying out of the tent. "Introduce yourself." He held a man by his throat. The man had the head of a dog and the strong bronze body of a pharaoh. The aura of divinity could be sensed obviously from him, but why did he look so weak in front of that man? "What are you?" The Hound Lord, whose reputation preceded him in terrifying the masses, asked in an almost whimpering tone. Who am I? The man said again. I don't feel like repeating myself, but you get the point. Just shut up and die. You can't. Oh, but I can. The red-haired man gripped his fist, a motion mirroring Hans from a few moments ago. Crash. The sound that echoed through the camp was not an expected one. It was like glass shattering. Something changed. The Hound Lord. Why did he feel so weak? This is quite the useful skill, the red-haired man said nonchalantly. Ah, you must be curious. Well, it's nothing much. To put it simply, I just shattered his divinity. Hans was not dead, but he might as well have been. His death was only a matter of when the Judgment Order was finished enacting their revenge. As for the Hound Lord, his body wrinkled and shrunk. He looked like someone who hadn't had a proper meal in decades. What was this situation? Just a few seconds ago, they were all fated to die, yet now, because of a single unknown entity, their fates were utterly reversed. Chapter 1161 Operation. Chapter 1161 Operation 9. Were things supposed to get worse from here? The truth was, yes, they were. In a place like Ion, in the deepest depths of Nox territory, surrounded by enemies on all sides, making this much noise would draw numerous enemy forces to their location without fail. However, this didn't happen. It wasn't that the Nox didn't come, but every single one that did simply died. There was an invisible dome around the base camp area that blocked out any intruders. Whoever crossed this barrier would turn to ash without a single word of complaint. It was the power of that man. That strange man who still hadn't given his name didn't speak much. He acted like a statue, holding the Hound Lord without killing him and allowing the younger generation around him to let out their feelings in peace. Who are you? Surin asked, finally breaching the subject. They couldn't stay silent forever, nor could they accept this kind of grace from an unknown entity. It was impossible to tell one's intentions in this brutal universe, and favors cost far more than lives. You can call me Alexander. The man stopped himself quickly and finally gave his name. Do you know us? Surin asked again. Doi. Yes, but no. It's a little hard to explain, but it's not something you need to concern yourself. I'm not someone with bad intentions. Nobody has ever said that statement believably, Elena sneered. Haha, that's true, but I'm serious. I really don't have any reason for coming here besides helping out with this. The man named Alexander spoke with clear eyes indicating truth, but it was hard to trust him. Nobody with such power could be moved easily. No, this kind of person was a unique existence in the entire universe. Didn't he feel a demigod as a lower existence? The Hound Lord's state was such that he would die with a single touch of Alexander's pinky. If he wanted to, that demigod would have long been dead. Someone who could accomplish this kind of impossibility casually. Someone who had this power, yet still remained unknown in the universe. This kind of person was dangerous. Alexander seemed to understand the group's suspicions as he raised his arms innocently. I won't try to get friendly, so don't worry. My business is over, so I'll take my leave. He threw the Hound Lord's body on the ground in front of Rose. This isn't my kill. I'll let you have him. Rose frowned as she gazed at it. Why? The question was obvious. They still didn't know this man, yet he was acting like they were people he absolutely had to satisfy. Alexander scratched his head awkwardly and furrowed his brows in thought. I can't. Well, let's just say the Judgment Order's biggest fan sends their regards. He grinned, and before anyone could ask another question, he vanished. He never needed a formation to come here in the first place. The air was silent. The dome around the camp didn't subside after Alexander left, but it was showing signs of destabilizing within the next few minutes. Han's body was now nothing more than a puddle of ink. It only took a single spark of fire to bring death upon him. However, before anyone could move, Ryue took over. Let me handle this. The group cleared out, giving her space. She raised her arms to her sides and summoned a large flow of mana that remained concentrated on the inky remains. An eye for an eye, a soul for a soul. She didn't have a close relationship with Shueyu. They could have been considered enemies at one point. But regardless, Ryue didn't have much family remaining in this world, especially not those worth being acquainted with. Shuiyu just started showing her growth, and now she was dead. It didn't show on the outside, but she felt the impact of her death in her soul. Shuiyu deserves a new beginning. Therefore, she will be reborn beautifully. However, her eyes were cold. You do not deserve such privileges. Deathly Een overtook all. The atmosphere became eerie, the temperature dropping several tens of degrees into the negatives. The Reaper of Souls, an underworld ruler of legend, appeared behind Wu menacingly, a figure in a hooded cape that flowed into oblivion. Han's remains were already starting to reform. Pieces of his head and body could be seen stitching themselves together within the ink. However, this was only for the better. This corrupted soul, you know what to do with it, right? The Reaper sighed domineeringly. He became visible in Han's newly reformed eye, an eye he wished he never regenerated. A shadowy claw made of pure death sunk into his remains, reaching past the physical into a plane only visible to divinities. He gripped something in his hand. Han screamed in agony. The Reaper paid it no mind. He slowly pulled his arm away, separating that something from Han's body. Ah! His incessant screams were hauntingly pleasant to those he tormented. Han's soul was separated from his body. His screaming died down. His regeneration stopped as well. After all, there was nothing left of Hans in that body. It was just a husk. Hans was splat, crushed. His soul was ripped into 1,000 pieces and forced to endure unspeakable agony before it was completely erased from existence. That soul would never experience rebirth. At the same time, Rose borrowed Yggdrasil's branch from Elena and held it in the air. "This is why we fight," she said darkly. "Today, we lost our comrades, our brothers and sisters, because of our weakness. This tragedy will never be forgotten. It will be carved into our souls for the rest of eternity." The surviving members of the Order, a measly number compared to their beginnings, looked at Rose with quivering eyes filled with rage and solemnity. "However, we will not stop. I will not stop. This loss has reminded us of the reason we fight. To prevent such a thing from happening again, we cannot stop fighting. Carelessness will only kill us, but weakness will slaughter everyone we care for and wish to protect. So I will stand tall and follow this impossible path until the day I can no longer stand. Until the day life can no longer tolerate my presence, I will fight." Shick! Rose gritted her teeth, flames alit in her eyes, and stabbed through the Hound Lord's heart. Just as Ryua did, in a much less flashy manner, she eradicated the Hound Lord from existence. The air was silent for a moment, but the Judgment Order was not a flimsy group. "I will fight, as will I." Elena and Ryua spoke up first. "Allowing bastards to run wild isn't my style. I will also fight." You're talking like someone else right now, aren't you? Though, your courage is admirable. I will naturally be fighting as well. There's no turning back now. Long Chun, Su-Run, Aishia, one by one, from the leaders to the members, those who called themselves the Judgment Order voiced their solidarity. They will to pick up their arms. Good. Rose nodded contentedly. Then, let us return home. We need to give our heroes a proper burial. It was taxing. It had to have been almost a year since they came to the Shadow Army. But now wasn't the time to rest. They needed to keep moving for the people who were forced to rest in their place. Making it back to Heaven's Army. That was the start. Chapter 1162 Operation. Chapter 1162 Operation compared to Hans and the surprise arrival of Alexander. The journey back was a light stroll through the park. They only needed to conceal themselves. There was no need to worry about being discovered anymore. Those Supremes who left for the nearby camps didn't come back. Not even once. At first, they thought it was just a matter of time, but they were once again proven wrong. The most likely case was that they'd been killed by Alexander before he left, but they couldn't be sure. And they didn't have the energy to make sure. Instead, they focused their energy together to escape the Shadow Army. Rose was naturally still the center with her illusion power, but the rest didn't slack. If an enemy could be killed silently, they were killed without fail. And if Rose ever felt taxed or needed aid, there There were several people ready to provide her their mana and replenish her stamina through a variety of magics. Still, the distance they needed to cover wasn't small. In the first place, the Shadow Army was located near the boundary between Ayin and the Abyss. It was separated from the main territories of the ring by a wall of illusory shadows that concealed it naturally, and it wasn't easily accessible to anyone. If not for this, it wouldn't have been such a dangerous mission to infiltrate this area. Nevertheless, their skills could get them in, so they could naturally get out. The executioner Velacos and his minions were left in the dark forest, only now becoming aware of the terror that enveloped their main camp. The fury and humiliation they'd feel when they realized what happened could only be imagined, because at this time, Rose and the rest were far past their location. The journey took a little over 3 months, and was only elongated by the constant stopping they did to slaughter the Nox on the way. After all, the further they got from the camp, the weaker their enemies got. Another method to quench their burning desires for vengeance revealed itself through this massacre, and they did not shy away from abusing it. Eventually, they skillfully passed through the shadow wall, finally arriving back in universe territory. The blood-drenched wilderness was cleared of any Nox influence by Commander Hua's soldiers several months ago, so there were no more enemy forces in the vicinity. The plain was now filled with Heaven's army bases, to the point where it seemed a bit extreme. The area would absolutely remain impenetrable by the Nox with this kind of protection, but the Judgment Order didn't stop at any of these extra bases and rapidly made their way directly to the main fortress. After dismissing the lower members to rest, Rose took the leaders to Commander Hua. There was much to report. The old man's quarters were in the same place they always were, and he was hunched over his desk the same as always as well. His vision raised when he sensed their presence. 9. He sighed to himself, but didn't speak, beckoning them in. Commander, Rose said, saluting. The rest followed before she continued. We have returned from the Shadow Army. The information collected has been collected into this jade slip. I suggest you look over it as soon as possible. Commander Hua hummed, taking the slip. As he scanned his consciousness over it, his eyes became increasingly wide. The general schematics of Shadow Army Base Camp, the troop allocation, secret plans for invasions on different areas, news that a demigod and a supreme were dead, and 2 more supremes were potentially dead as well. Even the last piece couldn't be the most surprising piece of knowledge. That spot belonged to the giant domain. Yes, that is their true target. Have moves already been made to counter them? Commander Hua sighed. It's too late. Too late. The commander nodded sorrowfully. The giant domain is gone. It vanished into thin air 2 weeks ago, and the remaining space turned into a piece of the chaotic abyss. Information that struck their souls. An entire domain was just gone? How could that be? No, if they came earlier, perhaps. Do not have stray thoughts. Even a demigod squad was sent to investigate the phenomenon, and despite their findings, we were not able to find a solution. The domain was forsaken by the higher authorities after being deemed unsalvageable. Then, however, it is not all bad news. Commander Hua's eyes warmed slightly. Although I did not know your group was the cause, the death of the Hound Lord spread a month prior. Investigative forces were sent into the Shadow Army, and it has been determined that every Nox encampment on the Soul World boundary has been eradicated. There is not a single enemy remaining. The group's eyes widened. That deed could only be attributed to a single individual, a mysterious red-haired man named Alexander. He didn't just kill the Nox Supremes. He killed everyone in the camps they had been visiting. I'm aware that you have much more you wish to do, but calm those flames for now. Take rest and recuperate. After an event like this, overwork can be fatal. Rose nodded, looking at the weary faces that those around her were trying to hide. Then, we will visit you again in 3 days. The group began to leave, with Elena giving one last bow to her mentor before following. Left alone, Commander Hua's sighs only became drearier. They just got back. There were only 9 left of their most powerful, so he couldn't imagine what happened to their followers. At a time like this, I didn't need to know. The situation is bleak. The information they brought only worsened a bad situation, But this was for the better, since information gave an opportunity to counterattack. Nevertheless, the current universe. If one took the perspective of an invisible camera, one that existed outside the bounds of reality, one could infinitely zoom out to see a picture of the entire universe. It was huge, far too huge for the human mind to comprehend, and its shape was far from regular, like bubbles put together in a strange chemical compound-like pattern. Some domains were bordered by the abyss, while others, like the divine realm and infernal realm, were lucky to be landlocked by their neighboring sectors. The universe never maintained a proper shape for long, always shifting at an imperceptible level, but some laws were never broken, such as the secure position of the aforementioned sectors. Grand Heaven's boundary changed its appearance many times in the past. The universe, known to those alive today, once had 9 sectors. The first major change took place when the Elven domain was ruined. Its people were slaughtered, and its single survivor was still missing. The second came with Eden, which faced an equally cruel fate of total extermination. There was no life left there. Even those worlds left behind were dark and dead. And then came the third. The giant domain disappeared, and the space it occupied was swallowed by the abyss. And before this disaster could even pass, the beast domain began experiencing the same fate. Chapter 1163 Talent. Chapter 1163 Talent. 1. The beast domain wasn't quite as developed as its peers. It wasn't a matter of strength or anything of the sort. It was an unequivocal fact that the beast domain possessed more than enough strength to be revered, which was why they hadn't been targeted until now. However, beasts didn't have a forgiving culture. The law of the jungle that became a metaphor for the atmosphere of society came directly from their inherent culture, and this law didn't change at a universal scale. If one lost, one would die. If one spared their enemy, one would be regarded as weak, and they'd likely fall to revenge in the future. When such a law prevailed, it was difficult to keep a large number of powerful people around at the same time. The difference between the beast domain and the other sectors was this. Rather than a large quantity, they had limited quantity with extreme quality. Their experts had strength that couldn't be matched by many, and most of the beast domain's conflicts were internal, as others refused to get involved with such crazy people. After all, if one lost the conflict, they wouldn't be safe even if they retreated. There were more than a few stories of beasts chasing their enemies to the ends of the earth for the sake of redemption. This environment was nothing more than a concentrated microcosm of the wider universe, so there were never problems. If the beast experts could hold the lines on their own with power that matched an army, they wouldn't find problems from external influences either. The Nox didn't begin their attack recently. This was the start of the current war, but as had been found over time, the Nox's interference in the universe started several 100 million years ago, a time before recorded history. The races dominant in their currently existing systems were those who survived the age-old storm. The fact that they remained dominant to this day was a testament to their strength, if nothing else. Therefore, it became clear that the beast race had several ways to repel invaders. Then why? Why did they end up in their current situation? It started 3 months ago in the universal timeline, not long after the Hound Lord was purged. Unknown to the Judgment Order, news of his death spread starting that same day. Nox forces arrived on the second day to confirm it, but his death was felt by the many lords under the Inhuman Emperor's regime at the moment it happened, and realizing that a demigod had died so quietly, they changed their plans. Originally, the Soul World was their next target. As those strategizing for Heaven's army predicted, the Nox did indeed find a way to circumvent the natural disadvantages they had in the domain of spirits. If everything went according to plan, they would have used the full force of their strength and numbers to charge the front lines guarding the sector and make their way in somehow. Even if only a few of them made it, they'd shown clearly they had ways to destroy a sector with just a small group of invisible soldiers. Yet, the Hound Lord's death was significant. It had to be known that the number of demigod casualties until this point of the current war was 0. None of the currently existing experts had died to this conflict. The Hound Lord was the first blood, and the universe was the one that took it. The beast domain was the next logical step. No, the human domain was, at least in the Nox's eyes, they by no fault to them, believed that the natural barrier around the domain had weakened with them. However, the human domain was special. First of all, Damien's actions and no-return pass had spread through the Nox armies over the past year, and a frontal assault through Ion was taken off the table. Even if they were able to kill him, by the time they did so, the universe would have been long aware of their movements and formed countermeasures to stop them. Secondly, the barrier that was supposed to be weak was nothing of the sort. It was almost as strong as it was when it was first created, a phenomenon with no explanation. Regardless of the reason behind it, the fact remained that the human domain was far too difficult to conquer. At a time like this, when momentum was the most important factor, they couldn't allow the universe a chance to retaliate. The Beast had many great clans led by the Golden Dragon clan. The recently added Black Dragon clan was also a powerhouse force that couldn't be underestimated. However, in terms of actual experts, they were currently lacking. The Golden and Black Dragon clans lost a large number of their more powerful experts in their personal war, which dropped their usable combat power. On top of that, the forces under them were in similar circumstances due to similar circumstances. As mentioned earlier, the Beast Domain's culture was ruthless, and this ruthlessness had now come to stab them in the back. The Nox attacked with their everything. The armies of the Inhuman Emperor, complete with several 100 million lesser Nox, and several tens of millions of their higher counterparts, charged as if their lives depended on it, with no particular strategies in mind. Several worlds fell to their sudden actions before anyone realized it. And worst of all, they were extremely prepared. Every Supreme was blocked by an equal, and the demigods who had to find a way to help without directly interfering were stumped without a way to fix the situation. Universal forces flooded into the domain to counter them, and the entire sector became a war zone, similar to Calypto. And they came back. The terrifying starships that could destroy planets with a single strike of their cannons came back in full force. In 3 months, the conflict couldn't progress much, but the Nox were definitely winning. And as the months passed, this situation didn't improve, mainly because of a single factor. Another strange situation that couldn't be explained. Universal denizens began converting into Nox. Not willingly, but spontaneously, as if they were combusting. When trust became a privilege, an army's morale was hard to determine. With the passing of time, a small crack in the glass ballooned into something irreparable. By the time a year went by, only Beast Emperor Star remained untouched. But that was a story for another time. Whether it was now or then, it was hard to determine whether the downfall the universe was experiencing was a product of their enemies, themselves, or something greater. However, it was certain that the Nox didn't gain such a pronounced advantage on their own. The universe always had a problem with infighting. It was inevitable when its inhabitants had the privilege of free thought. For benefits, for survival, or for some other inexplicable reason, there wasn't a small number of people who acted against the universe's best interest. Unfortunately, this wasn't a problem that could be solved unless martial law was imposed. And if martial law was imposed, those rebellious individuals could exploit the situation to attain a moral high ground and gather others to their cause. It was difficult. How could this problem be solved? How could the universe's people be brought together so they could achieve survival for their homeland, even if it meant they themselves had to die? This impossible problem was imperative to solve. Otherwise, there really was no hope at all. Chapter 1164 Talent. Chapter 1164 Talent. Today, 735 kill count. 210 billion. Damien no longer needed to go to the front lines himself. His body clock marked the passing of 2 years, and in the past 370 days, he'd both perfected and mastered the technique of perfect cloning. It was a simple matter, yet the most complex comprehension Damien had a grasp in his entire life. After all, the answer was not in the clones themselves, but in the void. Damien realized one thing about the void. This entity absolutely had sentience. It wasn't the kind of sentience a human possessed, but something greater and lesser at the same time. It could be considered similar to the system. The Apiron records had consciousness, but did not have feelings or free will. It was an entity with a single task, and its entire sentience was based around completing this task with no extra parts. The Void, on the other hand, had complete control of its free will and could act as it liked, as seen by the several times it decided to stop helping Damien to test him, but its sentience was similarly lacking the fundamental component known as ego. The Void was the Void. Its sentience could not speak or think, but it had a will to exert for a specific purpose that Damien was yet to understand. Therefore, when wielding its power, one didn't need to intrinsically understand every small detail, as one did for a concept like universal law. It was a matter of connecting with the Void. If the Void could understand his intentions, it could carry out anything he wished to happen. There was no limit to this power. The only limit was Damien himself. Damien had been taking steps towards the Void for several years now, even diverting the focus he put towards his primary laws for this purpose. But he barely scratched the surface. Whenever he made great strides, it was because the Void itself aided him in doing so, with his personal comprehensions rarely reaching such grand conclusions. He could easily define the Void in terms he knew, but those terms were too broad. Everything and nothing at all at the same time. The supreme power that is at the foundation of all things. What could that be called? Existence was all humanity understood. Non-existence was a concept brought about by the observation of existence, and thus represented everything that couldn't be understood. These two abstractions, these grand words that Damien's mind inherently used to comprehend the Void, weren't these the hidden elements he'd recently learned about? The things that separated the Void from what he understood? This was his first great realization. The fact that everything within the bounds of reality and everything outside of it was still beneath the Void. That put this entity in a position that the human mind had no possibility of defining. Because what else was there? What could be greater than that? It was titled the Void on its own, not due to the intervention of another force, but what was the energy above both existence and non-existence? As Damien pondered this, he slowly uncovered more and more about the Void. No, rather, he built a connection with it like it was a living being rather than a concept. And this allowed him to master what he'd been struggling with for so long. That happened at the 7-month mark. After gaining the ability to create a clone, all Damien had to do was practice until he perfected it. In the remaining 4 months of the year, he tried and failed dozens of thousands of times before he finally got a grip on the process. From there, it was just a matter of repetition. The current Damien could create as many clones as his mana would allow, and each of them could be granted strength equivalent to a percentage of his strength. He could share their sight, and even possess the body of clone for a short period of time if he wished to. It was almost as if he'd actually created avatars. Naturally, he had to deal with the natural limitations of this technique. Not every clone could possess his full power, and none of them could tap into the Void's abilities. They also severely strained his spiritual world, since he had to maintain a mental connection with each and every one to keep them operational. Yet, to deal with the current situation, these clones were more than enough. Tens of thousands of Damiens populated no return pass. During idle times, they were like statues, motionless and without an ounce of life. But when enemies came, well, it could be imagined what kind of catastrophe an army of Damiens would be, even without the Void. What was surprising was that even the 4th-class higher Nox could be dealt with by these clones for the most part. Those who were too strong would naturally meet Damien's true form, since he was always willing to entertain a good fight, but the rest were thrown away without mercy by his minions. The only other time Damien took the time to visit the battlefield personally was to devour the remains the Nox left behind. Now he had free time, not free time to sit and wallow about his situation. He wasn't so weak as to break down because of things like this anymore. This was free time to get stronger. Scree, scree, scree. One thing that never changed was the incessant screeching that made one's ears bleed and one's veins pop from annoyance. It was obviously a mental warfare tactic, but Damien treated it like white noise nowadays. Plus, though it didn't have much effect, feeling the experience pouring into his body was great. At least these screeches had changed from a tactic to a true representation of the torture his enemies were receiving. Never mind. Focus. Damien shook away his thoughts, suppressing them with the mind prison, before returning to the task at hand. He held several balls of differently colored light in his hand. Of them, one was black with hints of white, flickering strangely, while the rest were bright, beautiful blue, pale green, earthy brown, and a more jade-like sparkling green. These were only the ones he was holding now, but those he'd been practicing with were far more. Fire, water, wind, earth, wood, lightning, light, darkness. Damien wanted to master every foundational element this universe had to offer. The Void's processes are difficult to grasp, but trying to do so is putting the cart before the horse. If I want to get where I want to be, I need to focus on the basics. Damien always had a problem with rushing. The blessing of foundation only had so much effect because he'd been rushing through any and everything he'd done until that point. He wouldn't be so foolish any longer. The system gave him the roadmap when he was still a teenager with nothing to his name. The 5 elements, life and death, space and time, creation and destruction, and existence and non-existence that stand above them all. It left that part out for the Damien who would only be overloaded by such information, but now that he knew it, the puzzle made complete sense. He had space-time, and he had samsara. He had control over lightning, fire, and water, but he'd ignored those elements until now. He never tried to delve into the wood element since he already had life, and the others never even entered his eyes. This was the start of his problem. Yes, they meant nothing in front of his power, but that didn't make them less important. As long as he wished to fulfill his grand ambition, he needed to bring these forces up to par and match them to his power level rather than ignoring him. Thus, his task for the remaining time he had in no return pass changed. The black and white heavenly lightning, the void flame he refused to raise, and the absolute control of water he was granted by the Azure Dragon. These were his foundation. These were the elements he possessed already. Mastering them was just a matter of effort. The rest, he needed to find the way. He needed to completely figure out how to transmute the void into any law he wished to use, so he could eventually become its indisputable sovereign and controller. Chapter 1165 Talent. Chapter 1165 Talent. 3 elemental abilities were the most commonly used of the powers available to those in Grand Heaven's boundary. After all, compared to other, more elusive laws, the elements were far more easily accessible. Affinities were assigned by birth, and, aside from some special cases, they were the determiners of one's path from that point forth. How could just anyone be born close to a higher law? There were so few spatial practitioners, life practitioners, practitioners, or illusion practitioners in the universe that Damien's party suddenly became an anomaly that made no sense whatsoever. But this could just be amounted to Damien's luck and propensity towards the hyper-talented. In terms of people he'd met throughout his life, those who resided in this universe were mostly elemental practitioners, including great geniuses like Atticus. The commonality made elemental research something the universe was greatly advanced in. The amount of information on how to progress, the different paths one could take, and several other factors was astonishing. Damien was now trying something that hadn't been done before, but this research was still highly valuable to him. The Void Flame, which evolved from his previous Sunfire when he combined it with a heavenly flame, was something he attained through his means as a celestial. Meanwhile, his lightning was acquired even more unnaturally before it was twisted into something completely different through the devouring of a force as esoteric as heavenly lightning. The Azure Dragon's water abilities were the same. Damien had little to no understanding of how to go about comprehending the base elements naturally, but he trusted his intuition. The first step was to create them, to find the affinities. Controlling them with the void was the final step he aimed for, but strangely enough, it was also his starting point. The light balls floating on his hand were created through the void. They were the most basic forms of the elements he wished to comprehend, dumbed down to the point where a classless practitioner could grasp their usage. As he watched those balls floating on his palm, He removed excess elements like lightning from the equation and suppressed his unique variants, so they would return to their base forms. It's all about harmony. I can just use the same principles as always to decipher them. It's a matter of balancing 5 instead of 2. It was easy to have a difficult comprehension session where nothing was gained. This was the most common ending for such practice anyway. But since when was Damien someone who procrastinated? He wasn't going to patiently wait for comprehensions to come to him. The only beneficial part of building the fundamentals after becoming an expert was one's knowledge. The knowledge they gained from their time training and the intuitive processing they could do because of the experience they possessed. Damien had long since understood the concept of harmony, a close relative of the universal flow that had been following and guiding him his entire life. Space and time existed on equal and opposite planes. They were the same, yet so far separated. Life and death would refuse to cooperate when they met, clashing and creating conflict, but Damien brought them together to form their true nature as samsara. What was different this time? The 5 elements had a cycle of their own, and when more variants and different types of elemental laws were added, this balance never broke, it merely changed its proportion. Damien played around with the light balls, changing their configuration several times. Light and darkness had far more value than their peers, so when they swirled into the circle, everything was shaken. The light balls of other elements shrunk under their umbrella and created a secondary cycle, almost like a moon orbiting a planet with Damien as its sun. Lightning was a variant attached to fire in the same way ice was to water. Meanwhile, metal held status equal to wood, but tended to be excluded from more conventional systems, due to the rarity of the affinity. It was fun to watch the light show. The way these elements reacted to each other when he tweaked them, the minute aggressions and joys they showed when in contact with their peers. The more he gazed at this tiny representation of what he was trying to create, the more it looked like a galaxy. It wasn't quite that big yet, but at its current size, it wasn't strange to call it a budding galaxy, a collection of planetary systems. If its higher counterparts were added, wouldn't this puzzle fit his description perfectly? It was wondrous how many patterns existed in this world. All things were created equal. At the very base of all of these elements, weren't they the same? Weren't they all pillars supporting the universe's flow? Nothing was different. That's right. Nothing is different. Was it supposed to be difficult to comprehend? He thought so at first, but now his mind was in a different place. Damien sat down and concentrated, dismissing the light balls he was holding. I understand the base concept. Now I need to go one by one and seize control. First off, light. His wife was a Valkyrie. He was more than familiar with the element already. It was better for him to comprehend light and darkness first, so the creation of their umbrella wouldn't later disrupt his efforts. Light, huh? He thought of Elena, of the mana she possessed. His mind unconsciously delved into the world of his memories, and his all-seeing eyes activated to their fullest capacity. Despite him viewing a moment from the past, he was still able to analyze Elena's mana as if she was standing right in front of him. Wow, her path in life laws was extremely impressive, almost blindingly so, but she hadn't been slacking in her secondary element either. She focused on speed and attack power since she already has life laws to take care of support. This is good. It was better for him to comprehend strength-based powers as well, but he had no desire to copy his wife's path. No, I shouldn't forget my purpose. I want to build these laws to support my growth first and foremost. My goal should be a reflection of nature. Rather than a light that overpowered the darkness, he needed absolute harmony. And that's way easier. Damien stopped thinking and got to work. Light and darkness, a very, very small piece of yin and yang that manifested in the universe to give it life. They could be considered subsidiary elements of those higher laws, as they were formed as a product of their influence. When light and darkness came together, they created shadows. That was the path Zara once attempted to walk. Unfortunately, the Nox blood in her veins stopped her. The demonic providence she possessed did not allow her to continue developing positively in the light path, forcing her to enhance her darkness to its greatest limits. She overcame its influence on her mind, but its influence on her body was nigh absolute. But Damien had seen it before. She'd done it flawlessly, turning her original shadows into their base components to create spectacular displays of battle. Good. A basis. That was the end of the comprehensive segment of this current task. There was no need to think anymore, because Damien knew exactly what to do. He gathered his mana, using Zara and Elena as references while adding several thoughts of his own about balance and flow into its nature to morph it. Magically, mysteriously, the mana changed, its original spherical form becoming shapeless as it was stretched about by his influence. Time passed. Only around 1 hour. Did he need more time than that? A murky gray energy sat in his hands. When he opened his eyes, he pulled his hands apart, and with their motion, they gray separated into black and white. Light and darkness. These two affinities could now be added to Damien's list. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 11, 66 Talent. Chapter 11, 66 Talent. 4. Once the first step was taken, every following step became easier until his journey was just a walk in the park. Damien changed the way he viewed the elements. Instead of considering them separately, he followed the galaxy analogy to give them position. Light and darkness created a container. They were the galaxy the rest could reside in. Fire was the first to populate this newly created space. Since Damien already had it, he could use it as a perfect start. Unfortunately, adding water now would ruin the balance rather than help it, so he had to wait before he could have another easy step. Since he started with fire, next was earth. Earth was a word with many meanings, and this element was the smallest of them. It represented weight, strength, and fortitude, factors Damien had plenty of experience in. He'd controlled gravity and weight before with vectors, but he didn't make a connection with the earth element at those times, so he couldn't quite use these experiences as a baseline. Instead, the environment was his cue. No Return Pass was a great place for this. The ground was densely packed with rock that far exceeded the strength of regular earth. It couldn't be broken through normal means, and even Damien's greatest attacks could only cause crevices that would heal in a few hours at most. The energy of earth was extremely prevalent, and for Damien, whose perception was almost divine, this was the greatest helper he could ask for. Once he realized its presence, there wasn't much to do. It was as if the second he sensed it, the affinity already became his own. Out of curiosity, he tried to move on to the next element, wind, or air, to see if it could be incorporated properly into the system. Of the things he needed to comprehend, wind was the one he was least familiar with. Rose had a wind affinity, but she hardly ever used it. Unlike Elena, Rose's secondary affinity was useless when her first came into the equation. Illusions could create wind more powerful than her affinity could, and she could manipulate them any way she wished to. However, what Damien needed was just a start. Once again, he made his way down memory lane. All he did was look at her mana. The all-seeing eyes didn't seem to have developed since Damien hardly used them anymore, but in reality, they'd been growing steadily. The problem was that his enemies scaled much faster. When he was put in front of the Rose, who was still a second-class practitioner, everything was unveiled in full. He could see the truths within a mana. Runes flowed into his head, translating into knowledge about wind laws he'd never encountered before. This law, focused on speed, dexterity, and sharpness, was like a perfect balancer for the qualities of earth. Once he gained this information, it happened like magic. 2 new elements appeared in his repertoire, earth and wind as one. There was nothing else to do. Metal was easy to extrapolate from his knowledge of earth and fire. Wood was even simpler since he'd already mastered its greater form, and the rest was a matter of addition. The hardest part was maintaining balance and making sure the elements never went out of order. The rest was finished in a matter of hours, but it took half a day to achieve balance. When all elements finally reached their proper positions, the whole system shined and an ancient bell struck. It was an event that would have been celebrated grandly by the universe if Damien wasn't in a place so isolated. Yet, Damien didn't even realize how significant his achievement was. Phew! Damien let out a deep breath. He was hardly conscious during this whole process. His mind wandered somewhere else, and his thoughts became vague. He intuitively moved from element to element, and when he came back to reality, there was a fully formed system before him. Phew! His breaths were loud. All sound in the background drowned out, and his mind was pulled into that system. Every element became a planet of its own. He saw the shadows floating through space, separating into light and darkness, before rejoining and drifting into the void. Fire, water, earth, wind, metal, and wood were the main planets in the system. Lightning and ice were more periphery like exoplanets, and faintly, it's vague, but there's more. He could expand this system. There was more to be discovered. The 5 elements weren't the only things in nature. Because of their influence, many other forces came into being. At this moment, Damien realized that if he really wanted to, he could seize control over every single one of them. However, I simply have no need to. There was now a new affinity in his status, simply titled Elemental. This was all the confirmation he needed. I'm finished. He had to bring the elements up to the comprehension he held for space-time and samsara, but that was a timely process, not something he could do now. He didn't have the ability to force comprehension yet, but he could absolutely draw the energy from the surroundings into his body through Devour to exponentially speed up his training. Damien stood up. He was already thinking about the next step, but the universe wasn't willing to let him pass over his accomplishment. Damien just did something hardly anyone in the entire history of the universe had ever been able to do, in a single day. If this didn't enhance his legend, then what would? Damien's rank naturally increased to the next level, because it wasn't just his legend that was affected, but his divinity. Existence and non-existence were not universal forces. Therefore, of the things the universe could recognize, Damien had conquered all but the absolute highest level. The divinity he was supposed to be building as he made his way through the 9 revolutions. Even he didn't know the identity of it. But the universe seemed to have an inkling, because it realized just how close he was now. 6th revolution. Damien was officially a high commander level expert. He used 2 years to rush to the top of the universe's power levels. By the time he left, wouldn't he be a monster? Well, that was the goal from the start. Damien shook his head and refocused on the environment around him. The sensation of thousands of minds connected to his own enveloped him, and he regained sight of the battle situation. These numbers are getting out of hand. It had only been a day since he stopped counting, but the number already increased by several hundred million. Where are they even getting all these goons? Damien really never questioned the number of lesser Nox, attributing it to the Nox's great population, but it couldn't be so simple. For them to send hundreds of millions or even billions of lesser Nox to no return pass, while still having the ability to force the universe's forces into a corner, was genuinely insane. Another thing added to the list. It was getting long now. He wasn't expecting a 5-year sentence that pushed back the Abyss visit that would answer these questions, but now that it was here, he had to wait a few more years before answering them. Until then, Damien's eyes narrowed. Let's grind. Chapter 1167 in the Shadows. Chapter 1167 in the Shadows. 1. The Nox used 3 separate strategies in the destruction of sectors thus far. The Elven domain was destroyed through pure strength. Nothing was able to resist the technological warfare the Nox were able to utilize at the time, especially not the universe's weakest race, the Elves. Eden was destroyed similarly, but the universe still had the chance to fight back. The strategy the enemy chose was all-out war. The Nox took a huge loss in their technology and lost the ability to deploy destroyer starships after this war, but they were still able to come out victorious. Nevertheless, unlike elves who had colonies in several places, the plant races were essentially wiped out from the universe, at least in their complete, organized form. Finally, the giant domain was taken with a strategy that still couldn't be explained. The best explanation was that they rewrote the programming of those targeted world cores so they would naturally destroy themselves. Like the Elven domain's fate, the giant domain was eradicated with no help from outsiders. Only those giants who stayed in Hephaestus with Heaven's army or had similar situations survived. Of the three, this was the greatest hit to Grand Heaven's boundary. As Damien had mentioned several times, the giants were the most secure race of them all. There was no such thing as a traitorous giant. Whether it was due to the mistakes of their ancestors or their natural disposition for justice was unknown, but there wasn't a single member of their race that diverged from their instinct. Justice was unknown, but there wasn't a single member of their race that diverged from their instinct. The loyalty of their race, combined with their ability to freely change size, made them perfect for countless operations that couldn't be entrusted to others. Without them, the operations of Heaven's army suffered quite a bit. The enemy's new target was the Beast Domain. Their assault had continued for half a year now, marking a year and 3 months since Damien's imprisonment. This time strategy once again changed. Unpredictability seemed to be their priority. Their attacks were sporadic, and their troops were hidden well in various places, not out in the open like they'd been thus far. The pocket dimensions they created could hold an untold number of Nox beings who were merely waiting for their turn to shine. In addition to capacity, their stealth wasn't to be laughed at. They weren't impossible to find, but the difficulty was definitely there. The Nox had an advantage in deployment time and the element of surprise despite being the offenders in someone else's territory. The teams who once guarded Ion retreated into the universe long ago and formed a new front line that allowed them to utilize the spatial anomaly outside a portion of the Beast Domain to their advantage, somewhat leveling the playing field. This war was still fresh, as were the memories of the past 3 sectors that faced their tragic fates. Those fighting for the Beast Domain did not take the enemy lightly. They coordinated with Luxurian's backline division to keep the momentum stable and disallow the Nox from using the full potential of their advantage. And so far, things were going according to plan. We've discovered 16,000 pocket dimensions thus far, but per your order, we have not made it known. Here is the information our scouts have been able to gather without revealing themselves. A woman with sleek black hair and cold eyes handed a collection of jade slips to a stalwart old man, who nodded and dismissed her before turning his gaze towards them. 16,000, eh? I'm afraid we are far further behind than expected. The man muttered to himself, but his words were answered regardless. What are you planning to do? At this point, the information needs to be reported. Otherwise, things will not end well. The old man looked up, taking sight of the new woman who appeared in his quarters. You are? He asked without answering. Is there a need to say? You? The old man's eyes narrowed. The woman was quite attractive, definitely at the top of the universe's beauty standard, but all of her charm was faded to him. The color of her hair was the part that attracted his gaze. This crimson-red color, deep like blood, the eyes that matched and were filled with a hidden light of cruelty unobservable to the normal eye. A female bloodlock? How rare. The woman's eyes glowed menacingly. Did you say something? It is not an insult, merely an observation. One from Fool. Our family only cares for strength. This should be clear. Yes, the Bloodlock clan was a family that put strength above all else, but it was also a raging patriarchy. Immortal Blood Azura created it in such a way where they were suppressed, even if they were direct descendants. This lady's existence in front of him was already a miracle, since any woman who became this strong should have been long dead by now. Why is a Bloodlock visiting me now? What interest do you have in our affairs? The old man asked, changing the subject. That's simple. This information, shouldn't it be given to a higher authority? Or are you hoarding it in hopes of monopolizing the glory? The old man frowned. Young lady, that is quite a tall accusation to be pulling from thin air. The Bloodlock woman hummed with a strange smile. But is it really just air? She slammed her hand down on his desk, looking into his eyes with those glowing and terrifying pupils of hers. Personal benefits are reserved for the living. Take care to remember that. The old man didn't dare to meet her gaze. He didn't know what kind of power she was using, but anything a Bloodlock did was sure to be merciless. If he met her gaze, he would undoubtedly die, regardless of his status. Take your time to think. I won't bother you until then. The woman's gaze dulled, and she stepped away, preparing to leave. But the old man was faster. I must have been out of my mind. There is no authority more trustworthy than your Bloodlock clan. So how about I give these reports directly to you? Talp. The woman stopped in her tracks and turned around, smiling lightly. She swept her hand through the air and summoned the jade slips on the man's desk into her grasp. I like people who know their place. Without another word, she took her leave. The old man slumped into his chair, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. It was a short and mostly harmless interaction. The way she talked made it seem like she was concerned for the universe and acting on the side of righteousness. Was it because she suspected someone was watching them? That woman was too terrifying. And whatever she was going to do now, it had nothing to do with him, but he was certain it would be a far worse outcome than if he continued to act selfishly as he did. Several minutes passed in silence before the secretary from earlier came rushing through the door again. "Sir, there's news." "What is it?" he said, standing up and addressing her urgency. "There's—" The secretary's body trembled strangely. Why did she seem? "There's a mountain of currency cards in the corridor outside. It amounts to at least several billion units." It seemed his decision to fold wasn't just a one-time thing. It seemed he'd picked a side. It seemed incredibly suspicious, but if benefits came as easy as this, wasn't it okay? Chapter 1168 in the Shadows. Chapter 1168 in the Shadows, too. A woman stood aboard a covert starship racing through the starry sky, a communication talisman in her hand. "It's done. With the Radiant Moon Guildmaster's reports, we've gathered almost all present data on Nox pocket dimensions in the Beast domain." Her red hair swayed lightly with her movements as she spoke, indifference in her eyes. "How should we proceed? AM Envoy will see you soon. Pass the information to him. Further orders will be provided at a later date." "Are you pretending to be a robot for a reason? Don't tell me I'm getting cut off already." "There's nothing like that. Please maintain professionalism over comms." Professionalism, you say? What a joke. If you're finished reporting, I will be disconnecting. TCH. The woman clicked her tongue as the talisman's light died down. Her gaze traveled to the jade slips organized neatly on a table nearby. The total number was 62, and together they held information on the location of what was potentially billions of Nox. Where this information was going to go? Nowhere. Why would it go where it needed to? It was no longer a secret in the Bloodlock clan which side they stood on. Those who opposed were killed quietly, and those who did not were forced under an oath to make sure word never got out. Such a process was bound to have holes, but when Immortal Blood Azura personally supervised it, no such thing could sprout. This woman, who was in charge of gathering the information, was called Alyssa Bloodlock. As for her position, damn it, she sneered to herself, gripping the arms of her chair powerfully enough to turn any normal material to dust. What else could her position be? She was just a tool. Since she was sent to do this work directly, wasn't she the scapegoat they'd prepared in case they were discovered? It wasn't an uncommon thing. Her mother died in a similar situation, as did the stepmother her father married afterward. The women of the Bloodlock clan, as the Radiant Moon Guildmaster said, were suppressed beyond belief. On one hand, it was extremely impractical to deny them the right to strength when they could benefit the clan as long as they were able. But on the other hand, when the clan itself had other uses for its women, battle power tended to become irrelevant. As a woman, one could follow one of three paths in the Bloodlock clan. Either they could find a clan member to marry and keep their lives stable for as long as said clan member was useful, become breeding tools used solely to produce more quantity for the clan to use as they pleased, or, as it was in most cases, they would become cauldrons. Alyssa was the last. The reason she was granted strength was so she could eventually give that strength to someone else. Just like the others, she'd be brutally assaulted and then thrown away as a corpse with her legend consumed by someone from the main lineage. This was the fate she wasn't supposed to know, yet knew from the very beginning. However, there was no escaping from Immortal Blood Azura. Those who tried became examples, the type that made sure none would ever dare follow them in their mutiny. How suffocating, Alyssa thought, frowning unpleasantly. She was too old to get enraged at it, but that didn't mean she was resigned to it either. Just a bit more. Her gaze went out the starship window. In the distance, deeply hidden in the twinkling blackness of the starry sky, was a place she had yet to visit. One of the only camps in the beast domain that was guaranteed to resist her coercion. She felt a new presence enter the ship. They came faster than I thought. She turned her gaze away from that place and picked up the case of jade slips. I guess I need to make myself useful again. Let's not return to the clan quite yet. With that, she went out to meet the envoy. Today was just like any other day. A constant battle for survival. In a distant corner of the sector, Tian Yang's eyes suddenly went up, his vision piercing through the atmosphere. Someone was watching. He felt a gaze, but it disappeared before he could trace it. I wonder who it could be. Tian Yang was also stationed in the beast domain, along with most of the human domain's forces. Tang Lingzi, drunken old immortal, Shang Wanyu, Bai Shiren, and a multitude of other familiar experts made up this camp. Of them all, this could be considered the one most influenced by Damien. They've been tasked not with finding Nox pocket dimensions, but with raiding them. It was evidently a move from somewhere above to suppress those close to Damien, but they really underestimated who they were dealing with. Under Tian Yang's guidance, and with the aid of several supremes from across the human domain and others they'd made connections with over time, this camp managed to destroy tens of pocket dimensions with more efficiency than anyone else. None of them felt aggravated because of their positions, because those people at the top made the stupidest possible decision with this placement. In the first place, Tian Yang was a rare demigod who'd built a divinity on space laws. Pocket dimensions? You could find them far easier than anyone else. They weren't being suppressed at all. Rather, the autonomy that was supposed to cause their downfall actually helped them perform to their best. Brother Tian? Something wrong. A voice came from the side, bringing Tian Yang's focus back to reality. Nothing much. I sensed a gaze, but it has already disappeared. This cannot be overlooked in the current climate. We will need to increase the number of patrol squads in the starry sky. I agree. Nevertheless, why have you come this time? I assume it's not just to have drinks with an old friend. Can it not be? So many years have passed that you've become an old man before I ever realized. Are you not the same? Brother, your sight is a little narrow. Never. You still dare underestimate me? You still dare to brag? I heard my disciples saved your ass when you met. Aren't you ashamed? TCH, it is only your luck to have a disciple like him. Tian Yang grinned proudly. Of course it is. His brows raised as he suddenly remembered something. Do you not have a genius of your own now? The man sitting across from him smiled wryly. It was completely different from his usually imposing demeanor. Do you have to brag so much? You were the one who decided to compete. Do not worry. I will not discriminate against my grand disciple, because she is your daughter. In fact, doesn't this make the generations fit more accurately? TCH, you expect me to call you father? Win a single drinking contest with me, and I'll consider it. You're on. Compared to other places, the atmosphere between these two brothers was like a light spring breeze. But under their jovial facades were hardened experts well aware of the greater situation of the world without needing to be informed. Tian Yang, whose power matched the top experts of the universe despite his origins from the human domain, and the Golden Dragon Emperor, whose home was now being destroyed. Their conversation was light, but the purpose of their meeting was not this. Countermeasures needed to be formed, and other than those in this camp, not a single soul could be trusted. Chapter 1169 in the Shadows. Chapter 1169 in the Shadows 3. What are your thoughts on the situation? After a long while of idle conversation, Tian Yang finally brought up the most important question. Realistically, the Golden Dragon Emperor responded, we don't have room for ideals anymore. The Emperor furrowed his brows in thought for a moment. Speaking in ideals, in false bravado, was incredibly easy. He could say so many confident words about their fates in a single breath that all of them lost meaning. But if he had to think from the perspective of reality, based on the current situation and accounting for unknown variables that were guaranteed to pop up with an enemy like the Nox. It is not appealing. This was also easy to say. Everyone could say this much. Lucille has been unable to control the internal situation. More and more loyal soldiers are turning their backs under the false assumption that they can save themselves. The Nox themselves continue to alter their strategies to remain unpredictable, and their cohesiveness is unmatchable by beings like us. Lucille and Tianyang became acquainted around the time of the Grand Assembly and have been working closely together since then. It was a network that also included those like Aricia and Director Alucard, those who were absolutely trustworthy. This relatively small camp in the Beast Domain didn't enter many people's sights, but it actually held greater significance than any of them could imagine. Lucille was well aware of the internal situation's deterioration. He was the one working hardest to calm it and bring order into operations. However, his influence was waning. His tactics and strategies were great, and his ability to command couldn't be questioned either. In all regards, there was no logical reason to phase him out of the ruling position, but it was still happening. Was it because he was too righteous? Did his movements interfere with the interests of others? But with the Heavenly Clan supporting him and his goal being the salvation of their universe, just whose interest could be touched, their existence is no longer a rumor. The highest level has been corrupted beyond saving. Too much damage had already been done. I will communicate with Lucille later. Instead of trying to order something already corrupted by chaos, it is better to eliminate the roots and prevent the spread. We must begin a search for traitors. Such is always the case. How many times have we assumed we had taken care of all traitors and secured ourselves? Unfortunately, there must be enough in hiding protected by those at the top. Now that the situation is spiraling out of control, they're taking the opportunity to show their fangs. There weren't many clues at the moment since Heaven's army was breaking down on several fronts at once, but information was something to be collected over time. The only question is whether or not we can buy enough time to solve this without too many losses. Despite the negatives, I still believe we can save this place with enough effort. We've done it before, haven't we? Perhaps not on this scale, but the world being against us has never held us back before. They were idealistic words, the type they promised not to speak, but Tianyang couldn't help himself. He truly believed it. The universe was filled with rotten trees that bred an unending stream of rotten apples. But he believed in the premier seedlings that were growing under the protection of those who remained just. Time was still the greatest issue, but from the Prismatic Sun Holy Master's reports, those geniuses who'd been taken for training were progressing steadily and would be ready to join the front lines in another 3 years at most. Other than them, there was also the recently rising Judgment Order. That wasn't an organization that could function with the younger generation alone. Many experts backed them from the shadows, including Tianyang and the rest who had a deep personal connection with the group. More than miscellaneous. Geniuses, he believed in them more. Funnily enough, this belief came from their relationships with his disciple. With the way things are going, he will undoubtedly surpass me within a few years. That child was special, but as he continued to grow, it became clear to Tianyang just how special he was. He wasn't someone meant to mingle with people like them who had limited talent. He was someone who should have been born on a better playing field. But his existence in the universe was more than just a blessing. Tianyang knew very clearly why the human domain was still safe. The beautiful array of spatial traps he'd set was so complex that someone like Tianyang could learn many truths from them. Even disregarding that, wasn't there still no news from No Return Pass? Damien didn't contact them, but the Nox hadn't made any moves either. With their nature, they would have been ecstatically boasting if they managed to kill the universe's greatest genius. Wasn't it funny? A single man was out there slaughtering more enemies than the strongest of Supremes active on the front lines. His existence, their existence, and the existence of those who supported and sponsored their growth. That was the origin of Tianyang's faith. As for the older generation, it doesn't matter. For old bones like us, isn't one last stint on the battlefield our ultimate wish? We just need to stay alive long enough for them to mature. Then we can start running wild until the reins can be passed over proudly." The Golden Dragon Emperor hummed in agreement, but his expression did not lighten. Tianyang shook his head and patted his shoulder. "Come, we have work to do. Regardless of reality, we must not lose hope in creating the fantastical future we dream of. Otherwise, we truly succumb to impossibility." The Golden Dragon Emperor sighed. "I understand this much. I naturally will not falter before this level of pressure. However," he looked up at his old friend before lifting his gaze into the sky, where the fate star shone ever so brightly. It was alone in the starry sky. The twinkling lights nearby were far enough to form a massive void in the blackness of a night on this distant planet. That blackness used to be empty. Now, it was filled up with too many hidden enemies to count. He looked back into Tianyang's eyes with absolute clarity. "If worse comes to worst, please take care of Astoria. Young Grinnet, I'm afraid you will have to look for someone more trustworthy." He stood up and gazed at the same star his friend watched with such a forlorn expression, his eyes bright with fire. 10,000 years ago, on that very star, we made a bet." The Golden Dragon Emperor raised his brow, his eyes widening slightly when the memory returned to him. Tianyang smiled as he saw the man's expression change and continued. "Xingqian might not be with us anymore, but I refuse to lose. You're a crazy bastard. I earn an entire title due to that fact. It still has not left my status. I am thoroughly convinced. A crash bastard will always remain a crazy bastard." The Golden Dragon Emperor stood up as well. "You want to win that bad? Tianyang Sruget. You can judge that yourself. Then, have you decided to continue moping here, or are you coming with me?" "Neither. I'm going back to Beast Emperor Star. There is much to be done. Haha, bastard. Get out from behind that desk and join us on the battlefield. Maybe next time. Is there any need for me to come?" The two men smiled. "Not in the slightest," Tianyang replied with supreme confidence. As if he decided to break the atmosphere in a single move. "Tian, it's just a few tens of millions knocks, right? My juniors can finish them off with a pinky." They'd spoken for almost 3 hours now. Everything that needed to be said and everything unsaid was understood. Their conversation was more for them to bring peace to their minds than anything else. Even people at their level could experience mental fatigue from time to time. Fatigue could be cleared away with good friends and spirit liquor. But the grass was still uncut. Before they could pull out the roots and rid themselves of this fatigue forever, they had to finish mowing the grass that dared pollute their lawn. Chapter 1170 in the Shadows. Chapter 1170 in the Shadows. For Tianyang and the Golden Dragon Emperor discussed much more than they let on, but they simply weren't able to speak as openly as they needed to. The universe had too many dark forces moving around. It was too late for those forces to silence those who understood their existence. But if any clue to their identities was revealed, such niceties would be forgotten. The main concern for this war, and many of those in the past, never changed. It was always those inside that ruined things for everyone, not the enemy themselves. For a race that was defined by their straightforward belligerence, the Nox were surprisingly good at convincing those opposing them to switch sides. Whether it was out of fear or something more positive, many chose to believe in those who could show the kind of power the Nox could. But it was all a facade. The Nox were not united, nor were they a race with much prospect in the long term. Their only goal was to destroy. They'd been destroying and destroying for millions of years and had yet to be satiated. Grand Heaven's boundary was only their current target. If it ceased to exist, who could say they'd become docile? The Nox didn't grow through building their society. They didn't have the usual civilization structure people were used to, and judging them by such standards was a fruitless task. In essence, the only way for the Nox to develop was through constant destruction, and their developments only increased their destruction capability. Those factors like quality of living were meaningless to them. So what kind of foolishness was it to follow them? How could anyone think they could offer something better? How could anyone believe they'd actually survive and be granted what they were promised by those they submitted themselves to? It was mind-boggling, but in situations where people formed relationships with the Nox, they didn't tend to have the time or peace of mind to consider the facts. What they saw was one simple picture. These creatures were destroying the universe with frightening efficiency. Submitting oneself to them meant joining the winning side. When the other option was death, was there anything left to say? Nonetheless, it could be inferred that most of those influenced by their words were those without much to fight for. Nobody wanted to die, but people were more than willing to die for those things they cared for more than anything else. Immortal Blood Azura sneered to himself. In his mind, they were the foolish ones. Permanence was not a real concept. Nothing could last forever. Those who submitted were weak. They were rabble who held no more meaning than the citizens. He was mutating into artificial Nox to this very day. In the end, regardless of their position, they were meant to be cannon fodder. But cannon fodder that accepted its place was better than the little ants that still tried to kill the elephant even after it crushed their hive in a single step. He disdained them. He was different. He had power. Power he gained for himself, and power that would only be used for himself. Whether the Nox won or the universe won, his survival was guaranteed. His enemies never survived encounters with him. The situation was definitely restraining him, but those he wished to deal with could never escape his grasp. The great angel's influence in Luxurian is decreasing. Within 2 years, he will hold no power in Heaven's army. Alyssa Bloodlock has finished her duty. The information is available for viewing at any time. In addition, the Void, Old Immortal, and Golden Dragon Emperor met. They discussed regular planning and alluded to the existence of traitors. However, it is unclear how much they know. Immortal Blood Azura hummed, acknowledging the 2 people who gave him their individual reports. Other news. Yes, sir. The Artificial Soldier Project is progressing steadily. The army will be available to deploy in 4 years at the latest. 4 years. Immortal Blood Azura frowned. That was not nearly fast enough. Tell them to accelerate the process by any means. A defective product is acceptable. However, it must function for a duration. Yes, sir. The reports continued, listing the situation in Ion, as well as the Nox's progress into the Beast domain. As they continued, the type of information these 2 provided became more and more frightening. Heaven's army's current deployment plans are those in executive positions that can be pulled over are. These are targets for elimination. Their removal will. There is activity on Death Emperor Star. Hidden Death Valley has begun. We have received news from the Abyss. Information nobody should know was presented like candy. Immortal Blood Azura listened with an uninterested impression until the very end. No return pass has not been breached. His brow twitched slightly, imperceptibly. That is enough. Return to your duties, and do not raise suspicions. We comply, Lord. The 2, 1 man and 1 woman, turned to exit the room. Pathetic. Of those in the universe, perhaps they were the most pathetic. From their positions high in their ivory towers to mere secretaries reporting to him. To think people like them could be conquered with worms no bigger than a fingernail. Gerard Wright and Anastasia Knight. These 2 respected and dignified Heaven's Army great commanders were nothing more than puppets now. If not for them, how could his plans progress so smoothly? It was truly laughable for people like the Golden Dragon Emperor and that old pretender from the human domain to think they could understand the situation. There is only one thing Immortal Blood Azura could never gain control over. That pest. He never thought a grudge he dismissed when his grandson died and picked up half-heartedly to save face after his son's death would grow to this point. He never thought a measly junior could cause him more annoyance than the enemies he viewed as his equals. Frankly, that young man should not have been alive. He only stood there in no return pass, surviving through some unknown means because he was lucky. If there weren't so many eyes, if there was even a single lull in that surveillance. He still didn't need to get caught up on that junior. He had no assistance in any way, and perhaps he'd been able to use tricks to survive for this long, but tricks were also temporary. He would die soon enough. Plus, it simply didn't matter. He was a no-return pass right now. Accessing that place was not simple and couldn't be done covertly, so Immortal Blood Azura couldn't touch him either way. If he somehow managed to miraculously survive through those 5 years, then his death would occur in the 6th. Immortal Blood Azura's focus needed to be elsewhere. You arrived early. We did not set a time. I came when it was convenient. No matter. Let us depart. A man appeared in the corner of the room without a trace, and together with Immortal Blood Azura, he flashed away from Blood Azura, Holy Land, entirely. He was naturally the Karmic Emperor, and the purpose of this visit was to discuss the beginning of the second phase of their grand plan. Chapter 1171 in the Shadows. Chapter 1171 in the Shadows. 5. The universal focus on the beast domain didn't mean they left other avenues untouched. Hephaestus was always under maximum security, and Soul World and the beast domain both took a portion of Heaven's army's deployable forces. There was only one benefit to the destruction that had taken place thus far. With less land to protect, the thinly spread armies could be distributed better. There weren't nearly as many holes in the general defense scheme of each sector. At least, not unintentional ones. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to help our homeland fall faster? Lucille's angered voice boomed through the conference room. We have more than enough forces stationed in Hephaestus and the periphery sectors. Why should we bring so many experts into the divine realm that is already secure with geographical advantages? Aren't you just trying to weaken our forces even more? Calm down. Isn't it obvious why we have to station our people here? If Luxurian is compromised, what will happen to the army? We are rightfully the division that deserves extensive protection. The one who spoke was a man named David Joyce. With no particular influence backing him, it was unknown how he made it to the top of the logistical sector, but his position was generally solid. Notes of mockery and sarcasm, barely noticeable, laced his tone as he addressed Lucille. You are overestimating them. They only took the giant domain because we were unprepared. Since they're using a frontal assault on the beast domain, we could just fight them with force. Why should we be scared? Lucille couldn't contain himself. How could someone say something so preposterous with a straight face? If a full-force assault is what we need, then we should send you directly to the front lines. What's the point of being warmongering if you can't even back up your claims? Come, show us what you can do. Do not joke around. I'm not a frontline soldier, but the backing they rely on to move. In this place, I can be put to greatest use. Don't you know that as well? Lucille curled his lips. This was a man clear of his position, yet with no problem being a tool for others. In fact, he even took pride in it. Is everyone in agreement with his views? He glanced at the faces of each of the 30 men and women who were present. Of them, some looked away in shame, some stared at him confidently, and some merely shook their heads. Regardless of their standing, none of them were willing to oppose that man's ruling. Understand, Lucille sneered. You asked what would happen to the army if Luxurian was compromised, right? I guess we'll find out sooner than expected. He slammed his fist on the table and stormed out, unwilling to interact with those people any longer. They watched him leave with a variety of expressions, most showing condemnation. That man who was once respected by all, how did he reach such a low in just a year and a half? It was embarrassing to watch. Lucille didn't care for their opinions in the slightest. He walked through the halls of the Sky Castle with a ruthless and unchanging expression. His eyes didn't move from their position, but his awareness took in everything around him. For every proper member their group had, there was a corrupt counterpart ruining every effort made. It was a situation that deteriorated far too quickly. It took 5 minutes for Lucille to reach his personal office, where he sat down in his chair and sighed. His unwelcoming expression faded, replaced by a pair of furrowed brows. It's worse than expected. Did something happen? They've been phasing him out subtly for a while now, but they'd never blatantly disrespected him like this. David wasn't just proposing to move a large number of Supremes and Executioners into the Divine Realm to protect them. He had decided on a wide variety of radical changes in the army's deployment that would, without a doubt, leave room for countless ways for the Nox to usurp them. This kind of planning wasn't meant to save the universe anymore, but to build an ivory tower where the highest level could live in ignorance, as if they were still at the top of the world once the universe died. Lucille wasn't even Sir anymore, just an average member of the council. They did not address him or treat him with respect, and his suggestions, regardless of their value, would be rejected verbatim. He was right. This cannot go on. Lucille was calm. His mood was never as extreme as others assumed of him. He had to make them think that way. If they understood he was moving against them in the dark, they would make sure he lost all power in this place, and that absolutely couldn't be allowed. He stood up, approaching a nearby wall. He placed his palm on its surface and infused his mana, allowing Luxurian to read his unique mana signature. The wall vanished, making way for him to enter a long corridor before rematerializing behind him. Lucille walked the corridor until he reached the small room at its end. "How much time is remaining?" he asked into the air. "The preparation time for an operation of this scale is extensive. We will need at least 5 years to be completely stable." A response came as a figure of blue light appeared before him. 5 years is too long. At this rate, we will not even last 3. If it could be shortened, it would have been shortened. At most, it can be done a year early, but no more than that. Lucille frowned. If that was the case, sacrifices need to be made. He obviously didn't want to do it, but there was no other choice. If they wanted to regain momentum somehow, they absolutely needed this plan to succeed. Send news to the rest. Slowly retreat to the divine realm. We will begin our offensive soon. You are. Do not say it. They will understand. If they do not understand, they are free to make their own choices. The blue figure nodded silently and did as they were told. A message was transmitted through completely untraceable frequencies that even demigods wouldn't detect easily, reaching a decent number of people in time. Lucille collapsed into a nearby chair, his head in his hands. "Tell me, what choice would you make? Would you like an emotional answer, or my base instinct?" "You know, I would make the same choice. However, you are still too kind." A frown formed on Lucille's face, but he was somewhat thankful that they didn't tell him the rest. He knew what it was. The most effective move to gain back the momentum. He understood it well. "Tell me one more thing. What would you like to know? Who is the ruler here?" The blue entity was silent for a second before responding on protocol. "According to the traditions of the Heavenly Clan, full control over Sky Castle Luxurian has been granted to the first angel, Lucille." The room was silent. Both parties were already aware of this information. So the reason Lucille asked at all, "Brother, you were right," he sighed. "Sometimes it really is easier to just be the demon." Chapter 1172 in the Shadows. Chapter 1172 in the Shadows 6. At the top of the social ladder, the power 1 or 2 people could hold was so immense they could control the flow of the entire war, but under that place of status, 1 or 2 people were a speck of dust in the expansive universe. Zara and Aaliyah started traveling together when Damien left Apeiron, and with him practically plundering the entire human domain of its worlds and population, they weren't really able to stay there. The two were, in essence, on a journey of discovery. They wanted to find out who they were, who the Divine Emperor was, and what connected them so perfectly. But how was one to do that? They had no clues. Unfortunately, Apeiron didn't hold any secrets to their birth. Their mothers were not natives of this planet and merely stayed here to avoid trouble during the war, and they left no trace of their existence when they died. So, how were these two supposed to find out the forgotten history that led to their creation? The only option was to grow themselves. They, as beasts and as possessors of Nox lineage, had an extreme propensity for ancestral memories. Their blood and souls provided them the answers they sought as long as they continued to grow. Therefore, they left the human domain with confidence and started attacking the dimensional leaderboard. After all, there was no better growth supplement than this magical system. Aaliyah was already at an age where the dimensional leaderboard didn't mark her achievements. However, she was able to access its mystic realms and challenge gates all the same. Surprisingly, they had yet to encounter much trouble. It was a grueling journey, but their enemies were mainly in the environment rather than other people. Those who chose to become their enemies did, so due to grudges they formed here, not unrelated incidents. Essentially, Zara's identity remained hidden all this time, even though she'd been so blatantly exposed by Immortal Blood Azura and the rest. A part of it was because of her and Aaliyah's connection. As the duo grew, their strength became more entwined, their synergy exploded, and the Nox lineage in their blood was concealed underneath its splendor. Luck could definitely be attributed to a portion as well, but it couldn't be done with that alone. Someone was surely helping them from the shadows, allowing them to do as they pleased without being discriminated against and targeted for their lineage. It was extremely fortunate, and thus far, they had yet to come in contact with the war. The duo remained mainly in the divine and infernal realms because the concentration of experts also meant the hidden realms in these sectors were far more difficult and rewarding, while occasionally visiting Soul World to reflect on the ethereal side of things in a better environment. They heard of the giant domain's collapse, of the beast domain invasion, and of the Soul World being saved by the Judgment Order's machinations, but they hadn't reached a point where they could join the fun. You're being too stuck up. We should fight if we can fight. Secret realms are good, but without the atmosphere of war, we won't be able to reveal the biggest secrets. You know that. Aaliyah spoke convincingly. She was an advocate for their joining the war effort, but Zara never let it happen. I do know that, but we aren't stable enough. Do you think I haven't noticed? Your demonic providence has been surfacing recently. There's nothing else to say. I'm also struggling to contain it as of late. If we enter war in this state, it is hard to say whether we will retain control of our minds. That was the main problem. They couldn't tell whether their Nox bloodline was trying to bring them closer or push them away, but the more time they spent together, the more forward their providences were in trying to seize control. Are you sure we have to suppress them? Trying to connect might be the answer. Aaliyah suggested something insane, but not unheard of. I've been having the same thought, but how? We don't have anywhere to sit and let our bloodlines loose. And if something goes wrong, who is there to bring us back? Isn't that obvious? Let's do it in the sanctuary. That's even more impossible. I refuse to lose control in front of Damien. If he gets involved in our problem, it will only hinder his path. If there's one thing I will never be, it's a burden. You're so stubborn. Why can't you just accept help when it's so readily available? If we rely on help to get over the most important step, aren't we just weaklings who can only hug other people's thighs? I thought you were a beast empress, but were you really just the emperor's woman? Aaliyah's eyes went cold. Never call me that man's woman. You understand what I mean. Aaliyah frowned, but she really couldn't say anything back. The two of them could practically sense each other's emotions, and they shared their pain in this time. Their demonic providences bounced off each other to strengthen. So what one of them knew, the other one did as well. If they couldn't maintain control, they'd become killing machines for the Nox until someone put them down. The only man who could control their lineage couldn't be contacted at all, and if they lost control, they'd only hurt him and others they cared about. There really was no logic supporting Aaliyah's words. However, she still wanted to do it. She understood the consequences, but they didn't scare her away. Zara, it'll come to us no matter what. Zara glanced at her sister in confusion, but Aaliyah kept going. You sensed it too, right? I know what you're running from, but we can't avoid it. We can only try to make sure we don't lose too much when the time comes. You? Zara said, her eyes widening in surprise. Did you think you could keep it to yourself? Aaliyah smiled. Our minds are connected. Remember? Huh. Zara had no choice but to sigh. When did she find out? This sister of hers liked to play dumb, but she was really too perceptive for her own good. The beast domain, she muttered. Zara looked up with a frown. The beast domain, that thing is there, isn't it? Aaliyah smiled. It is indeed. Are we finally going to have some fun? If you lose control, I'll kill you myself. I couldn't ask for anything else. Zara stood up. Her height was many inches above her sister's, and despite their age difference, she was the one who took the older sibling role. Fine. I hate you, but fine. Hee, I love you too. Aaliyah wrapped her arm around Zara's as the woman rolled her eyes. Together, they set off. At this time, more than 9 months had passed since the Nox started invading the beast domain. Their strategy never changed, using surprise movement from hidden forces to overwhelm the enemy and gain rapid victory. Heaven's army was still unable to respond properly. No matter how much time passed, accurate information about the Nox's locations and plans never seemed to exist. However, there was something they'd noticed. As of late, the Nox stopped aiming for the people with as much animosity. Their target had changed. Instead of people, they were targeting the very worlds they resided on. Chapter 1173, Contemplation. Chapter 1173, Contemplation 1. Their class changed again. It wasn't just a mindless variance anymore. Fourth-class Nox invaded no return pass like their numbers were infinite. But was there really a difference anymore? The current Damien viewed the average fourth class the same way he viewed the rest. Enemies that would die with a single sweep of his hand. The only reason there wasn't a truly infinite stream of higher Nox coming after him was because an infinite stream simply didn't exist, but that didn't mean they didn't try their best to put pressure on him. His growth was severely underestimated. In 2 years, Damien already became someone no number of fourth classes could match up to, and as the third year progressed, he became even greater, an existence that could only be revered by those below him. No, even those at his level could only look up and wonder. During the third year in No Return Pass, Damien advanced again to his 7th revolution, a product of continuous effort toward his void comprehension. The nature of his divinity was slowly becoming more obvious, and the nature of divinity itself was already unraveling. Divinity, an intrinsic and esoteric concept. Any definition mortals tried to give it had no fate but untruth. At the end of the day, most people decided to regard divinity as a higher state of existence and leave it there. What point was there in trying to understand something out of reach? However, practitioners never gave up. One could even consider the path through the first 4 classes and 9 revolutions a practitioner's attempt to give definition to divinity before reaching it. Damien never really gave thought to the divine, the shattering of his mind. That was one of the only instances in which Damien saw a demigod unaffected by the divinities couldn't interfere with the universe's affairs unless they were dealing with those at the same level. Because of this, it was hard to see the power of a divinity up close. There were only a few times when he got a glimpse. When the Nox demigod in the trial world used its true voice on him, he experienced the shattering of his mind. That was one of the only instances in which Damien saw a demigod unaffected by the universal restriction. He never thought about why, but the answer became clear later. That demigod was not full. He was a fragmented divinity, and naturally, he no longer qualified to be restricted by those laws. The thing was, when he took this train of thought to its end, he came to a tragic realization. Didn't the old man also fight Shui Yebai back then? It was only for show, to give Damien and Ruyue a glimpse at his power, but he definitely made a move that should have been illegal for him. Tianyang was, without a doubt, a demigod. Then, the only conclusion was that his divinity was also fractured. Damien frowned as it hit him. He went off track thinking about his encounters with divinity, but he didn't expect to come across such an uncomfortable truth in the process. Nevertheless, it's not something I can worry about now. I'll talk to him about it when I get out. Damien erased his thoughts about his encounters with divinity. That wasn't something he needed to focus on now. What made him curious was, why did they stay? The divinities in this universe were powerful, but they'd cut off their path to power. They abandoned their claims to godhood to remain here for unknown reasons. Some merely wanted power, while others were actually righteous people. Some had personal desires they had yet to fulfill, but the majority, it didn't make sense why there were so many of them. The heavenly world was the true stage for demigods. Damien didn't consider those in this universe true demigods. He considered them incomplete, whether by their own design or some cruel fate. Therefore, he refused to use them as a model for what he saw as divinity. He waited patiently until he came across the concept on his own, so he could understand its essence without the swaying of biased opinions. So then, as a 7th revolution master, someone already on the cusp of reaching that level, what did he see divinity as? It is nothing more than proof. One's divinity was the universe's way of acknowledging their achievements. Nothing more, nothing less. At fourth class, practitioners underwent universe baptisms, and when the time came to ascend to fifth, they underwent cosmic rebirth. What was the difference between these two processes? There isn't one. They were in essence the same thing. The elevation of a practitioner's body and skills to match the ascending quality of their souls. Universe baptism put one on the path towards discovering their soul, and cosmic rebirth finally gave them the direct connection with it they'd been seeking. The legend. All practitioners sought to grow as a lower existence. The concept merely morphed into a divinity when the time came. Divinity, a reflection of one's self, proof of one's existence. Why was it important to realize this? In fact, it'll never not be important. For most, this realization was one that allowed them to realize their wholeness. The realization that divinity was just another step in the path to power allowed people's minds to grow and their horizons to broaden, so that they could become the best versions of themselves for the future. However, to Damien, it was simpler than that. He always had the desire to explain things. He thought rationalizing his power was the best way to understand it and utilize it to its greatest capabilities, and to an extent, he was correct. For powers like universal law, such deep, literal understanding was the most perfect way to seize control. But Damien was a controller of the void. He was its apostle. He always thought he needed to give the void definition. He assumed this was his only path towards divinity. Yet, he was incredibly wrong. After forming the 5 elements, he learned everything he needed to as a lower existence. In the next year, he exclusively used those elements. Every single day, during every single wave of hundreds of millions of enemies, he refined those elements into a force that could support him even without his greater comprehensions. He brought them to the level they needed to reach. And with that, he completed everything he needed to do as a lower existence. It was a simple truth. If Damien was willing to limit himself and lock his potential, he could ascend to divinity right now. The last 2 revolutions were unnecessary, but they exist for a reason, right? There wouldn't be 2 steps remaining if it was the right path to ascend immediately. If he was a regular lower existence, then maybe what he already had would outshine every other demigod in this universe, and he could be content with that. But his path was never normal. Fusion. This was his next goal, to fuse the elements into a single force, and then to fuse space-time, samsara, and elemental force into a singular energy. The day he accomplished that, he would become a supreme. He was around half a year into the 3rd year now. Did the number reach 300 billion? It was somewhere around there, but he didn't care to keep more than a rough estimate. After all, it was fun to see the number go up so unreasonably. Though, no matter how things look here, I think it's a shit show outside. Chapter 1174 Contemplation. Chapter 1174 Contemplation. 2. Damien didn't have much of a perspective on the outside world. He didn't have much contact with it, after all. In truth, he could solve this problem by going to the sanctuary, but he didn't do so for a myriad of reasons. First and foremost, he didn't know how his mentality would be affected by comfort. He wouldn't break down. He knew he was secure enough to confirm that, but comfort was still the primary cause of contentment. He wasn't allowed to be content right now. The second he felt comfortable, his motivation would take a hit whether he liked it or not. The people he loved were the main providers of his motivation, but they also made him want to put everything down and rest. The sanctuary was simply too comfortable. If he wanted to, he could take all his people there and be safe from the current conflict. The Nox could not reach the sanctuary. Why else would it be called that? The haven he was building was not for himself, but for others. That was why he always stayed away from its development and allowed its people to decide their direction for themselves. The second reason was more logical. Universal law was never able to bind the sanctuary, but the current oath required him to remain in a specific area. He couldn't be sure if leaving for the sanctuary would break this oath or not. He would be safe from its consequences, but what about everyone else? If his oath was broken, everything he'd been fighting for would go down the drain. The final most important reason was the simplest. It was fear. He didn't want to know the reality of the situation. He didn't want his hopes crushed by what was happening. He didn't want to see his people harmed and desolated by the situation. It was selfish, but selfishness was necessary at a time like this. When he needed to know, he would allow himself the privilege, but until then, it was banned from him. The rational mind, unhindered by his emotions locked in the mind prison, made this decision, and he stuck by it. There were plenty of other factors, smaller things that didn't have any value without the three main reasons. But the end conclusion was that Damien couldn't make contact with the outside world. His knowledge of its situation was solely being provided by the worlds entering his authority. The Soul Emperor wasn't finished after the giant domain. Considering the amount of worlds that came from that place over time, the sector was guaranteed to not exist anymore. The giant race was exterminated, which was a huge blow to the universe. Afterward came worlds from the beast domain, but there were far fewer of these than the previous. More often, the worlds he bound in the beast domain were directly destroyed. It wasn't a daily occurrence, but while he was spending his second year learning the clone technique, it wasn't rare for him to experience sudden bouts of extreme pain. This was caused by the destruction of world cores he was connected to. It was similar to the torture Hassan experienced, but far worse. Honestly, I don't know what the beast domain's fate is. I can't be certain if the sector is alive or dead, but the situation shouldn't have reached its worst. There was no news from Galantis, who controlled the Black Dragon clan in the sanctuary, which meant the remnants in the outside world hadn't been exterminated. Those guys would have absolutely made a fuss otherwise. On top of that, he could still feel Astoria's existence. Their bond of master and disciple, supported by the void when it titled her, made certain he knew her fate. She was still growing steadily, but there was no shortage of times she almost fell beyond the boundary of death. Finally, it's looking terrible. What are they doing out there? Was it ever this fast? The previous wars raged for tens or hundreds of years before finally coming to an end, usually with a Pyrrhic victory as their conclusion. Yet in a mere 2 or 3 years, the remaining universe had lost so much. No, in reality, the war started a long time ago, before the Elven domain's destruction. It's just been so slight that nobody considered it apocalyptic until now. Frankly, we were fooled. His knowledge of Nox's history and power became more complete as he devoured more and more of them. And when combined with his existing knowledge of the universe's forgotten history, he came to a frightening conclusion. We never had a chance to begin with. The Nox had been a force of opposition since a time when the universe was 100 times its current size. With time and constant pressure, they reduced the existing universe to its current size and allowed the abyss to expand. How could the little piece of a universe, the last piece, put up any resistance? Should I alter my ideal path? The situation, from a logical standpoint, was utterly hopeless. Yet, Damien didn't give up hope. He remembered what the second primal sovereign told him. It could very well be considered an end, but every end was also a new beginning. The key. Damien suddenly had a wild thought. Am I the key? The universe could not be saved, at least not in its current form. Okay, Damien ended his train of thought. There was no need to ponder any longer. I don't have the power to do anything yet, but I already know the way forward. All I need to do is walk faithfully, and the answer will come on its own. It wasn't idealistic, it was the truth. A truth so idealistic it almost seemed like fiction. Haha, it's always like this with me, isn't it? Recently, a larger number of 9 revolutions Nox were visiting him. Their demonic providences were quite interesting to study, but they were also annoying pests his clones couldn't deal with, so he had mixed feelings about them. But their level had been increasing. If they start sending Supremes soon. Damien grinned. Looking at his current level, he was no longer afraid of confronting those once high and mighty existences. No, he was actually waiting for them to arrive so he could test the limits of his power. Even if it's the Nox, Supremes are hard to come by. His grin widened as he tuned into his clone's vision and presided over the battle situation. Send as many as you want. Hush! With a single thought and the height of his main body's power, Damien eradicated every living being in no return pass in a single instant. Let's see how long it takes before you can't hold it anymore. His words were directed at the Saint Emperor, the other Nox Emperors who stood below him, and the entire race they controlled like pawns. His heart felt light. Unbothered by the universe for now, he glanced out into the abyss. I'm working hard on this side, but what's happening out there? He was curious. It had been a while now. It was easy to forget, but the Nox weren't the only ones making use of traitors. Damien also had a whole card. A whole card in the shape of a once-revered Nox genius. Chapter 1175 Ruined. Chapter 1175 Ruined 1. It was dark in the abyss. The concept of light was drowned in the blackness. It existed, but it didn't exist in its full form. There was a brightness that allowed one to see the path ahead, but there was no path ahead to see. Unless one had lived here for enough time to become accustomed, or was born here and knew nothing else, its scenery alone was suffocating enough to drive one to insanity. However, to the Nox, this was home. The abyss was always perceived by those in grand heaven's boundary as a vast emptiness, but this definition was flawed. The majority of the abyss was created after the destruction of universes. The tiny trace of the blackness that existed in the past devoured and grew into its current form. Therefore, while there was only a single complete structure in this place, Alcatraz, it was scattered with debris from those previously existing universes. Some of this debris was small enough to go unnoticed, while some were enough to form continents of their own. Those Nox bases that existed outside Alcatraz were all situated on such debris fields, and recently, a new one popped up so far outside the bounds of the known abyss that it went unnoticed. Bayuma started moving seriously the second he accepted his situation. Since he got a new life, he wasn't planning to waste it. The problem was his enemy, a demigod above demigods who couldn't be challenged. How could he face such a being? He definitely couldn't do it alone, and the Nox were not a people who'd be willing to follow him in his path of destruction. At least, not normally. There was a supreme truth that all Nox learned upon inheriting their bloodline memories. It was a truth shattering enough to split the Nox into multiple factions, but mere fourth-class beings didn't have the power to escape the shackles placed on them by that truth. They could only move according to its will. But demigods were different. Demigods who ascended past their mortal coil couldn't be restricted by anything other than universal law. And though most of those who stayed in the lower universe were those who succumbed to this truth and accepted it, there were still a few who maintained their defiance secretly. They were the ones he had to reach first. The rest would only follow if he could convince them to join him. They were not unified, and most of the time, they didn't know each other's identities, but Bayuma was different. His father was a supreme being. Nothing could escape his eyes. He was extremely clear of where the allegiances of every noteworthy Nox lay. Yet, he didn't make a move on any of them. Bayuma still couldn't understand why. That man was willing to do anything for his goals. He was even willing to sacrifice Bayuma II. He had opposing thoughts. So why did he keep them alive to do as they pleased? Maybe they were still useful chess pieces, or maybe he just didn't know his father as he thought he did. Nevertheless, Bayuma knew who those people were, and he started making contact with them as soon as he could. Years passed in Grand Heaven's boundary. The war raged on. Yet, even longer passed in the abyss. Bayuma had experienced over a decade since his battle with Damien, and in that time, he'd built up a considerable force of his own. The Blade Lord and the Purgatory Lord. He was able to contact these two demigods and earn their trust, recruiting them into his group. In the process, he gained their followers as well. He'd been exchanging words with the Royal Lord and Gluttonous Lord for a while now, and didn't think it would take long to recruit them, while the Bow Lord, Frost Lord, and Poison Lord were still hovering on the fence, unsure of what to think of him. Everything is moving as planned. However, his thoughts went back to the Saint Emperor. With Bayuma poaching the subordinated lords under him, there was no way he didn't notice. However, he'd yet to make a move. No, he had yet to even acknowledge Bayuma's survival. It cannot be because we are too well concealed. This place is hidden, but if he wished for it, he could scour the entire abyss for my traces without lifting a finger. There must be something else. Bayuma's ultimate goal was freedom. At least for now, the Saint Emperor was the greatest symbol of oppression he faced, and thus was the highest priority target for elimination. But he wasn't an idiot. I'm still too far away from him. Recruiting lords is enough to build a force to use elsewhere. But against him, any of those I can make contact with will die in an instant. He sighed to himself. Is there really no way? He didn't know how Damien did it. The Saint Emperor was such an invincible existence in his mind that he couldn't even begin to imagine defeating him. How was someone younger than him able to be so confident in front of impossibility? I need to know. It had been a very long time since they'd seen each other, but he felt they needed to talk. I can only continue acting as I have if I wish to make an impact, but this plan is far too long-term. By the time it can be put into action, will the Saint Emperor still be within reach? He was uncertain. He didn't believe in himself. So he had to speak to the man who represented everything he started yearning to be. I have heard many rumors. Not one who has gone to challenge him has returned. Bayumon knew less about Grand Heaven's boundary situation than even Damien himself, but the tales of no return past spread too far for him to be unaware. I wonder, in 10 years, Bayumon regained a piece of himself that had been missing for a long time. He wasn't going to deny that he lost because Damien was stronger than him, but a large part of his defeat was also owed to his lack of mental stability. The overlapping impossibilities presented by Damien and the Saint Emperor broke his will to fight, and what could have been a much more equal fight was turned into Damien's complete win. I wonder how I would fare now. He was going to visit no return pass regardless. His goal was answers. He wanted advice from the only human he'd ever acknowledged. But it wouldn't be bad, right? He must be bored of the rabble as well. It had been a long time since he had a proper fight. Such things weren't privy to lords who ruled over others from the back. He had to make sure his skills weren't rusty, and I want to find a way to destroy the poison infesting our race. There were countless restrictions that forced his mouth shut. However, he wondered, should I tell him? Perhaps it was time for that man to know about the curse that enslaves our race. Chapter 1176 Ruined. Chapter 1176 Ruined 2. Time passed. Was it proper to say such a thing? No, it wasn't. It had been roughly 10 months, which was an extremely short amount of time. Even for mortals, it could pass in but an instant. Yet, far too much happened for it to be glossed over as just some time passing. The Nox stopped targeting the opposing armies with as much vigor and instead targeted worlds themselves. Their movements became confusing. It was hard to predict where and when they'd attack already, but it became even worse during this period. As previously mentioned, the Beast Domain didn't have the forces to spread a net through their sector that could remain active at all times. They could, at most, crush the enemy once they showed themselves. They'd mostly been relying on Heaven's army support to gain information and strike fast enough to make an impact, but how could they do so properly anymore? Alyssa Bloodlock was tasked to stay in the Beast Domain after her original task, and in this time, she'd lured a large portion of the army's generals to her side. With information under her control, while it still reached the places it was supposed to, it was massively delayed. Who was going to call her out? There wasn't a single person with the ability and desire to stand on the side of justice and make a difference. The situation deteriorated by the day. Worlds would disappear without notice. Experts were sent to confirm, but it soon became clear that this case was different from the giant domain's tragedy. This destruction was merely a matter of slow information flow. The Nox were able to completely destroy worlds and plunder their world cores before news of their movement reached anyone. With months passing in a flash and wars raging all around, worlds kept vanishing from Grand Heaven's boundary, and their absence became the only way to track the war situation. After all, in places where the universe's armies were doing their jobs as they should have, the war was quite even. Both sides lost millions, but in terms of higher experts, the universe still came out on top. New technologies were developed along with new strategies. Many research projects that had remained hidden thus far were brought into the light as their results came out and showed success. One of such was a device that could temporarily lock a higher Nox's connection to their demonic providence. Those Nox who weren't given a chance to activate their greatest trump cards could only fall to their foes, and as the death toll stacked up, the universe's ferocity became clear. Unfortunately, As if the war itself was a macrocosm of the beast domain circumstances, these positive results concentrated in small areas didn't have much impact on the grand scheme of things. Regardless of their success, the universe was still crumbling. It was actually mind-numbing how much Heaven's army broke down in a short period of time. There was no way to understand the thoughts of traitors. Well, perhaps even they didn't understand their own thoughts. Obviously, in a situation where one turned traitor, there wasn't much thought involved, but it was impossible to stay naive for an eternity afterward. Any rational person would have been able to understand the mistakes in their reasoning and regret. However, rationality was absent from their minds. For average traitors without enough status to be named, the Nox lineage forced into their bodies would corrupt their reasoning and make it impossible for them to have such thoughts. And for those at higher levels, at least 60% of them were being controlled as puppets. They didn't have such things as free will and choice. And the other 40%, well, they also lacked the ability to think things through, not due to any fault of their own, but because they were subtly guided along such a path. What a fool! The Karmic Emperor watched Immortal Blood Azura's back as he left. Their conversations had been plenty in this time, and their movements towards the corruption of the universe were progressing more than properly. What was the reason he said he turned traitor again? Ah, yes. Strength. A man who only cared for himself. Such a man was easiest to control. One might think these people were harder to rein in since they had no attachments keeping them in line. But for the Karmic Emperor, such limitations didn't exist. If a man had family, the Karmic Emperor would make that man turn against them and slaughter them with his own hands. It was harder to control those with strong emotions toward a cause or entity. These people were able to resist his coercion even if they were pure mortals, solely because of the depth of their feelings. It was quite the esoteric concept to others, but emotions were the Karmic Emperor's specialty. He gained his title from toying with them until he gained full control over their output. Immortal Blood Azura was a man who lacked emotions. He was an empty slate. In usual cases, drawing on this slate would be noticed and stopped immediately. But the usually heartless man had been spiking in emotion recently. Those who ruined his good things, those who stood up to his power, these people became ever more prominent, and with their continued existence that he couldn't cull, Immortal Blood Azura lost control over his emotions. It wasn't a constant thing, but it happened often enough for the Karmic Emperor to find an opening. That man thought he was acting on his own free will. He thought he joined the winning side, so he could become even more powerful than before. The Karmic Emperor didn't doubt that even the completely rational Immortal Blood Azura would have eventually turned Nox. If it meant he could succeed, he'd willingly change his race and even the nature of his soul. Ha ha! There has not been a human who could entertain me like this in a very long time. People often called the Inhuman Emperor the cruelest of the Nox Emperors, but that was merely because he was most forward with it. Not one of them was sane. The Karmic Emperor loved playing with people. He loved turning people against their original intentions and seeing their reactions when they realized what they'd done. For Immortal Blood Azura, his plans didn't end so simply. No, a man like that would explode when he was broken. And the Karmic Emperor wanted to make that explosion as big and beautiful as possible. He smiled to himself. There only remained one living world in the beast domain. The Fate Star was difficult to destroy so easily. However, it would only be a matter of time. Will the Lord be pleased when we show him our success? The Karmic Emperor wondered about a higher being, the only being he ever revered, and the only being he would never be able to control. Not only the Fate Star, but the entire universe. It was only a matter of time before it fell. The beast domain was no longer his main focus. It would be destroyed by those under him soon enough. His focus shifted elsewhere. The domain that once caused the Nox a severe amount of problems, the one that naturally repelled their presence. It is about time to start pushing the domain of spirits, the final periphery domain. Once it fell, there was nothing saving the remaining universe from their advent. Its destruction would give the Nox an absolute advantage. He couldn't wait to see just how would those foolish beings act when they finally accepted hopelessness. Chapter 1177 New Direction. Chapter 1177 New Direction. 1. By the time the third year of Damien's imprisonment began, Soul World was subjected to the Nox's invasion. The Beast Domain was not completely destroyed, but it might as well have been. Only Beast Emperor Star remained, while everything else was gone. Most of Heaven's army was pulled out, with those in high positions choosing to abandon the sector. And at that moment, the Nox added a second prong to their attack, or was it a third? From the territories of Ion, an unending wave reminiscent of no return pass surfaced. The forces stationed there were forced to combat them and lost their mobility. It wasn't a matter of lesser Nox. If so, only numbers were needed rather than experts. However, the Nox were smart. They sent several hundred Supremes and even more executioners and high commanders to put pressure on the front line, so that they genuinely lost the ability to help. And that's when they launched their true invasion of Soul World. Eden, unlike the giant domain, did not get swallowed by the abyss. The reason was a confusing mixture of factors, including the plant demigoddess who still resides there and Damien's control Calypto. But regardless, Eden was still a place that belonged to the universe. Though it was uninhabitable, the destruction that wrought it left no room for life to repopulate, and Calypto, the only remaining living world, had to remain under the guise of corruption, so nobody realized its survival. Thus far, nobody looked at Eden for a multitude of reasons. There was a small army sent there to secure the border of Soul World, but that was it. Nobody expected the Nox to use that opening. In the end, they did exactly that. With terrifying numbers, they obliterated the border army and invaded the sector. The River of Time continued to move like so. Every month, more bad news piled up about Soul World's situation, and the people practically forgot about the lone-standing Fate Star. However, some viewed that star with much more meaning. Currently, Beast Emperor Star was being maintained through heavy war by the Golden and Black Dragon clans, the Judgment Order, and their supporters. This world was their main base. It functioned as the main connection point between all those who genuinely fought for justice. And, frankly, even they had to abandon some things. It was Lucille's decision. Once the Soul World was breached, he sent a secret communication to all those who believed in him. Retreat to the Divine Realm. All further activities will be continued from here. His intent was clear. He wanted to sacrifice the Beast Domain and Soul World and focus on protecting what hadn't been touched yet. Why? That was even simpler. There was no hope left for these domains. The traitorous venom that spread through the higher authorities of the universe continued to spread and grip onto anything it could. For the forces of justice, it was already impossible to regain control over the current situation. If they wanted to win, they needed to switch their focus to the future and create an opening to seize control while the enemies focused elsewhere. It was a controversial decision, but not an incomprehensible one. Most of his allies followed his words and secretly entered the Divine Realm, hidden from all eyes to bide their time. However, while the Beast Domain was sacrificed, Beast Emperor Star couldn't be the same. During Ostoria's awakening, the mystical power of this world had already been seen. It had such a deep connection to fate and the Golden Dragon clan that, when combined with Ostoria's existence, it could even affect the flow of destiny itself. Beast Emperor Star had to live, and that was the war they fought for. In a sense, they were lucky. The Nox attacking weren't weak, but they weren't the best the other side could offer. Those troops were all in the domain of spirits, taking care of their tasks there. How long can we hold out? The question was asked by Surin. Currently, there was a meeting taking place against the greatest experts protecting the star. It concerned the future, not only of this place, but of the entire universe. Realistically speaking, with the opposition's current level, we can last at least 2 years, but that is too optimistic. The longer we survive, the stronger our enemies will become. Hedrick, the Golden Dragon clan's second prince, answered. The question was wrong from the beginning. How long do we need to last before we can put that into motion? Everyone present had the look in their eyes change, but none of them could answer the question. Have those two returned yet? Rose asked. Several months ago, Zara and Aaliyah came to the Beast Domain to join the war effort, but by that point, the war effort had already moved. Considering their allegiance, it wasn't strange for them to stay in the Beast Domain regardless, and even disregarding that, they had a reason to stay. When they told the others of that reason, a hope for survival appeared. They are yet to return. There has been no news from the gate since they entered, but this also means they are still alive inside. The item in that gate, if it was what they described, would help them turn the tables not just in the Beast Domain, but in the entire situation. It was one of the very things Lucille needed most to stabilize the situation once his counterattack plan began. Storia, is there anything from you? The young dragon princess was also in the room. In the past several years since she met Damien, her power increased explosively, and her status on Beast Emperor Star was similar to that of Star Master. Her connection to the world allowed them to make it this far, because their combined ability to read fate gave those around them the ability to move confidently and predict the otherwise chaotic situation. With her current power as a fourth Revolution Master, the things she could see were still vague, but it was enough. The flame in her golden eyes was as strong as ever. She was a completely different person than the immature Princess Damien met. It's almost time. They will return soon, and when that happens, we can enact the new beginning. There is no way to save the Beast Domain. This was a universally accepted fact. However, there was a way to save Beast Emperor Star. There was a way to save the Golden Dragon Emperor. Those in this meeting were not demigods. The demigods that usually supported them had already left for a far more important task that needed completion. Tianyang, well, Tianyang was not in a state where he could help at the moment. Currently, he and the Golden Dragon Emperor were entwined in a strange balance. Tianyang stayed with the Emperor during every hour of every day, maintaining the sliver of life force, keeping his comatose body alive. And the Golden Dragon Emperor, he was currently connected to Beast Emperor Star itself, acting as its heart, because its true heart, its world core, had already been plundered long ago. Chapter 1178 New Direction. Chapter 1178 New Direction 2. When the fourth year and no return passed dawned on Damien, he received an interesting visitor. The clones he left to take care of the battlefield found themselves unable to fight at all, because the forces that had been forming an unending stream for the past 3 years suddenly stopped coming at all. It was only for a single day, and it was not by choice. Higher Nox have the ability to control lesser Nox completely. Until someone higher than me breaks control, they won't attack. This was the explanation given by that eccentric visitor. And Damien, well, to be frank, he'd been expecting this one for a while now. You finally showed up, huh? He said with a smile, summoning a table and 2 chairs onto the desolate plain. You knew, of course. You were left with nothing, after all. Even if you're smart enough to move forward on your own, you still started with nothing. You were bound to come here to find me eventually. The Saint King, by Yuma, shrugged with a sigh as he took his seat across from Damien. Putting that aside, I thought I'd be able to put up a better fight now that it's been so long, but I was severely mistaken. How in the world did you get so strong in this time? Damien glanced at him. The current by Yuma was incredibly different from the one he used to know. It was clear that the facade bogging him down was gone now. He seemed refreshed, as if he could process events from a proper standpoint now, instead of being overwhelmed by his situation. This by Yuma was the one Damien hoped to see when they met again, so his current mood was quite jovial. He pulled a gourd of spirit liquor out of his subspace, along with a cup for himself and his guest. When he poured it, a sweet smell and unbelievably clear color that didn't match its liquor identity at all presented itself, practically begging one to taste its majesty. My strength. Well, let's just say I've had a lot of time on my hands. I even picked up some new hobbies along the way. You are truly an unreasonable existence. Why would you say something like that? I consider myself quite accommodating. To joke at a time like this, you must be insane. Damien smiled again and held up his cup before taking a sip. He wasn't lying. In No Return Pass, Damien had so much time he didn't know what to do with it all. His training was progressing steadily, and he was getting closer to the impossibility of the void. His current abilities were almost at the peak of reasonability. The power he could possibly possess, while still under the universe's umbrella, was already in his hands. For the most part, he still had a ways to go before becoming a supreme, but even that was just a matter of time he had far too much of. Crafting and spirit liquor were two hobbies he'd been entertaining recently. Since he didn't have to use as many clones to deal with the Horde anymore, he used some of them to gain proficiency in these things instead. Using his hands was fun, so crafting was an obvious hobby. While Damien didn't use weapons as much anymore, he still had a deep connection to the ones he had and wished to bring them with him as he continued his journey. His study in that field was mainly for this purpose, to enhance his current armaments. Meanwhile, spirit liquor was more for fun than anything else. Getting drunk was a privilege Damien didn't have anymore. His power was too strong for anything to hinder his perception. So, he took up the challenge of creating the liquor that could get him drunk. This one, number 95, Blessed Immortal Dew, was his most recent creation and the closest to hitting his goal, but it wasn't there yet. Nevertheless, that's just my personal stuff. I'm sure you didn't come here just to catch up, right? Bayuma shook his head wryly. Really, his thoughts of matching this kind of man were never more than a wild dream. How was he able to talk so casually about mastering other crafts while still increasing his power so ruthlessly in a far shorter period of time than Bayuma had? It was insane. However, he was right about that. Bayuma didn't come here just for idle conversation. I've hit a bottleneck. I've been doing everything I can think of to create a force worthy of facing that man, but I can't reasonably believe that it's possible to do so. He explained his movements, about gathering forces, about increasing his own power and becoming closer to his demonic providence, and there is a chain, about the curse that bound the Nox. I cannot speak on it without being punished by the restriction, but I wish for you to know about it. This chain is not a natural limiter, but a leash. A leash held by stop. Damien stopped him before he could continue. If you say any more, you'll really die. Bayuma's eyes widened. You know. Damien looked at him, all traces of emotion in his eyes gone. I figured out recently. It's hard not to after eating so many of them. But this isn't something to worry about now. That problem isn't something the likes of us can deal with yet. You have confidence in facing it in the future. Ha. Damien laughed. Confidence? Why wouldn't I? After I slaughter the Sane Emperor, isn't that the next logical step? All right, let's stop joking around. Damien returned to the topic at hand, the doubts that had been bothering the man across from him. You shouldn't be trying to face that guy directly at all. I know it sucks to hear, but it's fruitless to believe that clash will ever happen. Why is that? Isn't it obvious? Do you think you'll be able to reach divinity before the war moves to the ancient battlefield? The ancient battlefield, the cemetery of demigods, was the only place for their kind to fall. They didn't fight in this plane for a variety of reasons, but to put it simply, they would only be able to unleash themselves properly in that place. The Saint Emperor's fate will be determined there. Regardless of what any of us feel, that fact won't change. Then what? Bayuma asked again. What he received was not the confirmation he wished, but an even greater inevitability that separated him from his goal. His confusion was even worse now. If killing the Saint Emperor was not the answer, then what was? Damien sighed to himself. Bayuma, he started seriously. Why are you fixated on that man? Do you think your obsession will cause him any harm? Him? The guy who has no care for anyone as long as things are going his way? Do you think attacking him directly will mean anything? In the first place, a small character like him isn't worthy of your attention. Bayuma's jaw practically hit the floor. What was this? This was definitely not what he expected to hear. You are a talent. You have the ability to go beyond him, to touch the sky he rejected, the heavenly world. Why should you limit your ambition to him? A bomb went off in Bayuma's head. These words, while they were simple, were words he'd never been told before. The fact that he had value, that he had a purpose outside the Saint Emperor, was something that had never crossed his mind. Damien didn't need to say much. Bayuma was smart enough to put the pieces together himself. But as he said, he'd hit a bottleneck. His thoughts were still constrained by that man's shadow. Damien got up and stood next to Bayuma, looking out into the blackness as he put his hand on the man's shoulder. Build yourself and build your people. When the time comes, get your revenge the right way. The right way, huh? Bayuma grinned slightly and picked up his cup, chugging the contents until it was empty. The Saint Emperor, that shadow that loomed over his sky and forced him to stay in the well, cowering in fear. Was that man just a stepping stone to this one? The horizons he saw were not those of the abyss, but something so high Bayuma never even tried to rationalize it. If he started now, do you think it's possible? Damien smiled confidently. It was the smile of a ruler, of a higher existence that saw everything as below him. Impossibility is a matter of perception. As long as you force it into the realm of possibility, who can stop you? The thoughts of a man who is currently making impossibility one of the many cards in his hand. The words of a man who didn't view that word as inevitably as the rest of existence. Ha 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 ha. Those words were a spark that lit Bayuma's heart aflame. Right? As long as I want it to be, anything will be possible. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, even if that someone is fate itself. He stood up, a new air surrounding his body, and outstretched his hand. Thank you for this. I never met a true ally before you, so this is quite the experience for me. No problem, Damien said happily. You're someone worth investing in, so you can be confident in support from this side as long as it can be provided. Bayuma said with a smile. I guess I should leave you alone now, but before I go, boom, his aura exploded. The blackness of the abyss became even thicker in this space. Damien was already several hundred meters away by the time it reached his previous position. Bayuma watched him with a wide grin. Before I go, I want to see how wide the gap actually is. Chapter 11, 79 New Direction. Chapter 11, 79 New Direction. 3 Boom. Before I go, I want to see how wide the gap actually is. Damien smiled. Bayuma's enthusiasm was infectious. For him who'd been stuck in no return pass without any good opponent, the thirst for a good fight was undeniable. However, what Bayuma wanted wasn't a good fight, but a measure of their difference. Should I show him? If Damien used his clones, it would be over in but a second. But where was the fun in that? Let's go with the other method. Casualness. Wasn't that the easiest way to tell the gap? Damien watched Bayuma move. The man was cautious to the point of cowardice, not attacking even once after calling the battle. Though it wasn't his fault. Damien was just standing still, his arms to his side and his poise relaxed, but he had no openings. No matter what Bayuma could try, he was certain it wouldn't hit. Honestly, this was enough to show Damien's strength, but Bayuma wanted more. He let out a fierce battle cry and rushed the enemy. Murky black abyssal mana filled the air and controlled the sky. This place, no return pass, gave Bayuma a severe environmental advantage, because the entire sky was made up of abyssal mana. Whoosh! He pulled his arms together like a certain web-slinger, and the sky followed his movements. A large wave of corrupted mana encroached on Damien's position without mercy, carrying enough force to instantly slaughter the Damien that existed before no return pass. You've really grown like crazy, Damien said, watching it. Yeah, this wave was intense. It looked like a regular and low-effort controlling of mana, but that was a misconception that would kill anyone who faced it. The laws laced in this wave, as Damien saw from the Saint King of the past, were a mixture of space-time, samsara, and something more vile, a representation of the abyss. You were raised to be my opposite, but you've taken these laws in a completely different direction than I did. It's respectable, really. Unfortunately, it was too late for something like this to affect him. And this time, he didn't have to hide the void. Whoosh! Damien raised his arm, facing the wave head-on. The rushing winds like a roaring tsunami filled his ears, and Bayuma's eyes pierced reality itself to watch his every movement. Break! A single word flowed like clear water, banishing the impurities that polluted the world. A sliver of void mana, no bigger than a finger, exited Damien's palm and entered the abyssal tidal wave. It happened in a single instant. No, it happened in a fragment of that time, so quickly it was hardly perceptible. The void mana sunk into the tidal wave, and suddenly the mana began to change. The corruption was corrupted, turned into the void's property, and because Damien willed it, it froze into a massive iceberg and shattered. Physical fragments of mana, like crystals of snow, rained down from the air, along with a shattering sound that was oddly pleasing to the ears. "Would you like to see more?" Damien asked. "Please," Bayumo responded with a strained grin. The mental impact of such a scene was intense, but it only riled him up more. He wanted to see what Damien could do. Bayumo charged in again. This time, instead of focusing on a large area attack, he concentrated mana into his body and entered a peak form for physical combat. "Fun." Damien smiled and watched him approach without dodging or joining him. As Bayumo's fist came flying towards him, he chose a more unconventional method of dodging. Flash! He teleported. However, his body was not several hundred meters away. He only moved slightly, just enough to completely avoid the punch. "You!" Bayumo exclaimed. His eyes hardened. He tightened his fists and let off a true barrage of attacks. Fists and kicks went flying through the air. His form was impossible to predict, and with the way he spread his attacks, he created a field in front of him that left no openings to survive through. The key was that he wasn't always aiming for Damien. He figured his opponent would continue dodging through teleportation as he'd done the first time, because this wasn't a real battle, but a showcase. In that case, instead of aiming for the body, he needed to focus on the field that forced Damien to retreat instead of showing off. It was a good try, but we're beyond that now. Damien's words were a bucket of cold water. No matter how refined the attack technique was, his control was more precise. His body was like a flickering mirage. He existed in reality, but why did it feel like he didn't? His body would always move perfectly. Angular turns requiring a slight amount of movement that could be classified in the single digits of degrees were necessary to dodge both the fists and legs that came at him. But he was able to make them without trouble. As this continued, Bayumo was able to understand the advantages of such a method. Damien could move his entire body impossibly. More than position, it was about orientation. If he could manage that perfectly and switch from one angle to a completely opposing one in less than an instant, he could control his movements in a way impossible for a human body even after transcendence. It was a beautiful maneuver. Bayumo almost wanted to stop the battle there. But his opponent didn't seem to want that. "Let me attack this time," Damien said with a grin, teleporting out of Bayumo's absolute field. "Let's test your improvement." Bayumo's eyes narrowed. These were words a master would usually say to an apprentice, not words said by a man to his equal. A wry smile appeared on his face. "It's that bad, huh?" However, Damien shook his head. "It doesn't count. I have cheats." That sounds like a human term. You should be mindful of the other side before you speak. "Ah, I figured you'd know something like this." Well, let's just say I'm heaven-defying and leave it at that." Arrogant bastard. In the flesh. The two grinned at each other and rushed. No Return Pass was filled with a flurry of flashing lights and explosions that rocked its surface. It became the floor for a beautiful yet deadly dance performed by the greatest talents of the universe in the Nox, a duo that should not have ever had friendly contact. Yet, perhaps this very friendly contact was what would push them above others. Perhaps the destruction of boundaries to confront an enemy who surpassed them all was the answer all along. It was a philosophical thought, one that neither of the two were entertaining in the moment, yet both held in the back of their minds. For now, they just smiled. They smiled as they released the stress and exhaustion that had been piling up for so long as they fought their lonely battles. Boom! The sound of an explosion. It was frightening. Most of the time, it was a terrifying sound that meant countless lives were being lost. But this time, maybe just this time, it was okay to call art. Chapter 11, 80 New Direction. Chapter 11, 80 New Direction. Heavy breathing filled the air, but only from one side. "Yuha, how are you fine?" Bayuma's exclamation was incredibly valid. They'd fought for over an hour, and the final result? Currently, Damien sat happily at the small table he'd summoned earlier, which, by the way, was completely unharmed by their battle, and sipped his spirit liquor without a care in the world. Meanwhile, Bayuma was laid out on the ground, unable to move a muscle from how sore he was, and unable to even catch his breath because he'd used every ounce of mana contained in his body. There were several bruises covering his body, and his face was swelled up like a puffer fish, but, well, this didn't need to be mentioned for the sake of his pride. So what did you think? Is this difference good enough? Damien teased. Good enough? You really did get arrogant over the years. It's a shame I can't punch your face in. Haha. You'll always have a chance in the future if you keep training hard. Don't just lie. You know as well as I do that's never happening. Ha ha ha. Damien laughed heartily and shrugged. I mean, it's always good to dream, right? TCH, bastard. Despite their banter, they were all smiles. It was a good battle, if that was even enough to describe it. Whatever it was, this battle allowed Bayuma to reach the answers he'd been seeking with confidence. I guess it's about time for me to go, he sighed, straining himself to stand up. Already? I think you could use some more rest, Damien replied. All right, stop rubbing it in already. I really have to go, or else news of my visit will spread. We can't have that yet, can we? I guess you've finally started using your head. Should I send you back, or are you leaving on your own? Send me back? You mean you'll teleport me into some random part of the abyss again? I think I'll pass on that. Hey, I was just offering. Bayuma shook his head wryly. Those grunts outside shouldn't move for another 2 days unless someone overwrites my control. Make good use of your free time. Thanks for the gift. It almost makes me regret not preparing anything for you. Shut up, bastard. The day you give me a gift is the day I realize you've been possessed by someone's ghost. Haha, I'm not that bad, am I? Do you really want an answer? No. Get out of here. Fair enough. Bayuma glanced out into the sky. From now on, he would be moving a lot more seriously. No, his plan of action could be considered insane. He smiled to himself as he flew into the air to take his leave. Next time you see me, maybe I'll be the one you have to call Saint Emperor. Damien smiled. I'm glad you finally made up your mind. Choose a better title. That one is a little lame, don't you think? I agree. Only a dumbass would name himself something like that. Ha ha ha. Amidst Damien's raucous laughter, Bayuma's figure disappeared into the horizon. Their meeting was short, but it was more than fruitful. A curse. Damien brushed over the topic when Bayuma brought it up, but it was a much bigger deal than he made it out to be. Damien figured it out not long ago. Other than personal training and hobbies, Damien had spent most of his time piecing together the memories he devoured from the Nox. Through them, he managed to come to several conclusions, one of which was the identity of that curse. Though I'm not limited by its effects, even I cannot say anything out loud, lest it detect me. He couldn't speak of it, nor could he mention it at all, so it was hard to call it useful information, but it did confirm something. The Nox didn't have to be the enemy. As a denizen of the universe, it was normal to generalize the Nox and view them as targets for elimination and nothing more, but Damien never did so. Because, honestly speaking, besides those demigods at the top, the rest were just tools. When did they ever act on free will? They were sad souls plagued by their vices and incapable of free thought. When Damien came to know of the curse, this mindset became stronger. Even if they had a choice, some of them might not change, but he didn't believe in making that assumption before giving them the freedom to choose. Bayuma was enough of an example. And somewhere in the universe, there was another Nox being who could barely be regarded as one anymore. He was slowly being molded into someone with free will by the woman who gave him a chance. Damien didn't expect to save the entire Nox race. All their demigods had to be exterminated, at least that much was certain. But what if Bayuma became their leader? If he was able to usurp the thrones that hadn't changed hands in so long and take control of those worthy of salvation, if he could create a divide in the Nox, the war situation would improve immensely. And more than anything, when that time finally arrives, I'll have another card in my hands. It wasn't like he could read the future, but as he learned more, the order of events naturally became clear to him. There were things he didn't want to see yet couldn't prevent, and there were things he would prevent even if it cost him everything. No matter what it was, the future was a complex web filled with ifs, ands, and buts that never allowed it trustworthy consistency. For another 2 years, my time will be stalled. He was more than halfway through his punishment, but it felt like he had stopped moving. He was disconnected from the timeline, an existence that could be felt but never seen. When the time came for him to return, who am I kidding? It'll be a long time before I can do that. He shook his head and wiped that thought from his mind. Whatever happened would happen. For now, he just needed to grow faithfully until he reached the point he wanted to see. I'm already in my 8th revolution, yet my divinity is still too vague. Bayuma said I've grown too much, but I don't think this is enough at all. The fusion of laws he'd been attempting since he finalized his elemental comprehension was still unsuccessful to this day. Until he was able to enact that impossible combination, he would not be able to reach divinity no matter how far he climbed. But in another sense, that isn't a bad thing. If Damien reached the peak of what he could achieve as a lower existence, yet was refused a right to ascension, what would happen? He already knew the answer. I'll become a human who can kill gods. His blood boiled just thinking about it. But that's a story for the future. Right now, I have a 2-day vacation I want to enjoy to my heart's content. He summoned a variety of herbs from thin air. It wasn't hard to gather materials when he was the owner of a miniature universe of over 300,000 worlds. Should I try that technique this time? Número 101. Avisa al Néctar. He got the inspiration for this one from Bayuma's visit. I have a good feeling this time. Maybe, just maybe, this would be the one to give him what he desired. Chapter 1181, Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1181, Beast Emperor Star. 1. The place Zara and Aaliyah went to after reaching the Beast Domain, the place that held that thing they'd been searching for, was also the place that could save Beast Emperor Star. That place was a hidden realm, but it was incorrect to label it as such. It was far too complex for such a definition. That place was like an alternate reality. It was a place that held secrets far beyond what the universe contained. But it couldn't be accessed by just anyone. Zara and Aaliyah were special, not only because of their connection with each other and the Divine Emperor, but because of their unknown mothers. The beast bloodlines they held were far more potent than the usual bloodline, which allowed their growth and facilitated their improvement through their opposing lineage. If it wasn't for those strong bloodlines, they would have been consumed by their demonic providences from start. Nevertheless, they made it to this point through countless struggles and managed to gain the right to enter that world. And through it, they learned a great deal about themselves. Currently, they sat side by side, cross-legged and deep in meditation. In their minds, shadows of figures roamed around them, each of them holding significance to their lives. Zara was calm as she watched them move. They seemed motionless yet active, unable to move on as if they were waiting for someone to find them. These shadows were calling to her, telling her it was her time to join them. But she refused. They did not receive her emotions well. They raged and screamed. They condemned her for abandoning them. They cried out in agony as her choice cut off their paths. However, she did not budge. These shadows of the past, were not meant to leave here. Unless the people they were waiting for came, they would be trapped here for eternity. Unfortunately, she was not their hope. She was here for only one person, the shadow of a woman, far away yet closer than anyone else, sat alone and withheld the extreme feelings in her heart. That woman stood out. She didn't seem to want to pass her will to the next generation. She seemed to be hiding from it, as if doing so would cause a change she did not wish to see. But I came here for answers. I will not leave without them. Zara approached that woman silently and sat beside her. Must it be so? The voice was ethereal, laced with darkness, barely existent. It must. Otherwise, I will never reach the heights I wish to see. Zara answered it earnestly. This wasn't a matter of righteousness or anything of the sort. This was a selfish road she took for the sake of her ambition. Is it not better to remain idle? Will life not be more peaceful in comfort? It will not. Zara almost scoffed at the hilarity of the question. Life is not so forgiving. The second you believe you have attained comfort, it will bring misfortune as if to remind you of its cruelty. Unless you have the power and determination to stand against that fate, What can you do besides accept misfortune and suffer? The universe was dying. Without power, one would only become a number amongst the trillions or quadrillions of common people who had already lost their lives and families to this war. She had no desire to be one of those people. And more than anything, the horizons he sees are too far above the ones I can imagine. I don't want to fade into mediocrity while he leaves me for those horizons. I will never be useless again. Damien Void. That man was her only family before she met Aaliyah, and despite the blood relation she held with her half-sister, he was still the one she viewed as family first and foremost. That man was not just an older brother to her, but a father figure. He was the one who brought her out of the darkness, gave her purpose, and guided her into becoming the strong woman she was today. She knew he wanted the best for her. He would be satisfied as long as she was happy. But she did not want to disappoint his expectations. She wanted to become someone he could be proud of. And for that, Mother, please stop hesitating. This strength, I will not allow it to consume me. The shadow woman flinched. She shakily turned her head to the woman sitting next to her, the woman who she didn't get the chance to see grow. I cannot see you hurt. Pain is also a part of life. It will come regardless of what we wish, but I will overcome it all. Then, what is pain other than a stepping stone for my growth? It was hard to see it. No, it couldn't be seen, but it could be felt. A tear streamed down the cheek of that shadow. It was terrible, as a mother, to see her daughter at such a level, unknowing of what she went through to reach it. Pride was definitely present, but it hurt more than anything else. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. She could only apologize. She had no control over life and death. Their separation was a matter of inevitability, but she felt extreme sorrow at the current state of things. She regretted leaving her daughter behind more than anything else. However, Zura didn't feel the same. She smiled warmly, an expression rare to see on her face. There is no need to be. I have people around me who care for me and support me. I will not falter or fold, no matter what is thrown at me. So, she stood up and held her arm out. Watch over me from now on. I will show you the woman I have become and the one I seek to be. The shadow glanced at her hand hesitantly. A sigh left her mouth. It seems I cannot change the flow of fate. She reached her hand out and carefully held on to Zara's. My daughter, no matter what happens from this point forth, do not lose yourself. Please, do not lose yourself. Zara nodded seriously, and before she could say anything else, the shadow before her disappeared. It coiled around her arm and expanded to cover her entire body before sinking into her skin and becoming a part of her. Boom! Her bloodline suddenly burst with power. The uncontainable demonic providence that had forced her to teeter on the edge of insanity for so long was suppressed directly by a looming darkness engulfed in flames. It was a heaven-defying process, but it happened in a mere instant. When Zara opened her eyes again, that space no longer existed. Those shadows returned to the darkness, awaiting the day their rightful heirs appeared. She looked to her side, noticing Aaliyah, who was also soon to awaken, and she looked to her front, where nothing existed besides a single podium. This place was the divine beast sanctuary, the cemetery that held their spirits when they passed. This was the place where her mother's soul waited for an eternity for her to appear, and this place, it was the answer to many of the problems that had been plaguing her. Chapter 1182, Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1182, Beast Emperor Star 2. What Aaliyah went through was similar to Zara. The woman she met in that space was different. The things she symbolized were different, but their conversation was similar. Unlike Zara, the space she entered was white, filled with souls of purity. And unlike Zara, the woman she met was the brightest and most noticeable being in that space. Yet, who would have expected it? Despite being polar opposites in both personality and power, the way these two women thought was almost identical. Aaliyah didn't have such a strong connection to Damien. She felt interest in him that she originally assumed was love, but as time passed, she realized she was wrong. She was drawn to him because of something else, something unexplainable. It was a factor that was entirely related to her origin, the very thing she was currently chasing. Therefore, her motivations were different from Zara's. She didn't see those horizons through Damien. She only became aware of them after traveling with her half-sister for so long. But now that she was aware of them, how could she ignore their presence? The ambition in her heart was growing by the day. It wasn't quite as firm, but she was confident she would reach that point eventually. So having this encounter was imperative for her. When she opened her eyes after receiving her mother's blessing, she felt like a changed woman. The part of her that remained immature until now, clinging to the comfort she'd become used to on a Pyron, completely vanished. It wasn't like she was going to change her personality. She enjoyed life, far more acting the way she did. But she refused to let her mindset and thoughts be clouded by immaturity anymore. It was growth she desperately needed. When both sisters woke up and glanced at each other, they realized something else. The push and pull of their mysterious connection was far greater than it once was. It felt like the calm before the storm, the rushing of waves before a tsunami. As long as they found that final trigger after this reaction reached its peak, they would encounter something magisterial. Wow! Aaliyah couldn't think of a better word to describe this moment. Zara also nodded in agreement. She fully encapsulated their emotions with her breathless word. "There's a lot to do now," Zara said with a wry smile. "Is there, though?" Aaliyah asked. "Yeah, there is," Zara responded immediately. It looked like they didn't have to do much. As long as they stayed close and diligently trained, the things they desired would come to them. But that didn't give them an excuse to slack off. "It's not just about us anymore, right?" Aaliyah's eyes widened slightly. A wry smile formed on her face as well. "I guess not. Responsibility sucks. It sucks, but it means we're growing, so we can only accept it." Aaliyah nodded. The time for running was over. She stood up, as did Zara, and together they walked to that singular podium that joined them in this blank space. On her were 2 bracelets and a strange prism. "These are for us," Aaliyah voiced curiously, picking one of the bracelets up. "It should be the last gift they left us," Zara said, taking the other one. "And that thing, the prism, a physical manifestation of their responsibility. This is our saving grace." It felt like destiny when Rose first brought it up. The fact that this thing was in the divine beast sanctuary that Zara and Aaliyah learned about through their bloodline memories. The fact that it was in a place only they knew the location of. The dimensional prism. It was a fragment of this alternate reality. Now that we have it, Beast Emperor's star can finally be saved. "It feels nice knowing we played such an important role," Aaliyah said. Zara glanced out into the distance. It's just, I hope we aren't too late." With the events that had transpired both in the strange realm of souls and during the trials they endured to reach that place, it was inevitable for them to wish to take a moment to look back on everything and reflect. However, they didn't have time. Let's get out of here. It was time to return to the cruelty of reality. It was time to face it head on. "You ready?" Zara asked. Aaliyah smiled. Of course. These 2 sisters who only knew each other for a few years, for some reason, they felt like they'd known each other for an eternity. Together, they left that realm. And together, they would change reality. Until it mirrored the version of it they wished to see. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the world. The crater it created was enough to massacre hundreds of thousands in a single instant. They were only lucky they'd already evacuated the common populace before things escalated so. "Beta Squad, move to the west and hold them back. Delta, you guys support me here." Rose's words boomed through their communication network as she desperately supported the battle. But as she was on the front line, it was hard for her to take complete control. "Alpha, what's the situation with the Golden Dragon clan?" Boom! Rose rapidly dodged another explosion and pushed her mana forth. Reality changed to her preferences, the world itself altering its environment to provide natural shelter. She gazed up into the sky with hardened eyes. It was covered in blackness. A blackness created by dozens of millions of Nox beings that suddenly invaded their world. They appeared in a single instant. She thought all the pocket dimensions were already gone, but she was sorely mistaken. There was still one more, waiting for the perfect moment to completely eradicate the beast domain. Led by a force of 3 Supremes and a large number of executioners and high commanders, this final wave of Nox beings descended on them before anyone could prepare and hit them harder than they could have ever expected. "Damn it! Alpha, report!" she yelled again, but the radio silence was only making her more nervous. On the other side of the world, Su Rin stood in the Golden Dragon estate with the squad he commanded. His expression was desolate, but he had to maintain lucidity right now. "This is Alpha," he said, his voice shaking noticeably. "The Golden Dragon clan." He didn't want to say it, but he had no choice. They had to know. "The Golden Dragon clan has been exterminated." His words traveled to countless parts of the world. Everyone was silent. Their hearts fell instantly. The things they'd been moving to protect, were they really gone? On the western edge of Beast Emperor Star, Astoria, Hedrick, and the squad controlled by them, made up of the Golden Dragon clan's elite forces. They raged. They raged, unable to accept the news. Because as of this moment, they were the last survivors of their clan. They were the final remnants of the Fate Star's progeny. Astoria's eyes were red. Golden mana roared through the air as she took control of the atmosphere and eliminated wave after wave of enemies. The tears streaming down her cheeks were burned away by the heat of battle, but her thoughts were so chaotic she could barely continue fighting. Why? Just how did things turn out this way? Chapter 1183, Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1183, Beast Emperor Star 3. It started but a day ago. Evacuation procedures began several weeks prior, but with the massive population of Beast Emperor Star, even Damien's improved teleportation array system could only do so much. Everything was going according to plan. Regular citizens were being moved to safety as fast as possible, and those who decided to stay and fight were being trained as efficiently as possible for the wars that would come in the future. But nobody expected the Nox to come so soon. They'd been focusing on Soul World with such ferocity that it was hard to imagine they still had forces to spare on their small resistance. In fact, it wasn't wrong to think this way at all. For several months, the level of invasion was extremely manageable, to the point where their guards were naturally lowered. But that was probably what the Nox were aiming for from the start. They never planned to leave a single world alone, especially not one with as much significance as the Fate Star. How did they do it? Astoria's ability to read the flow of fate should have given them ample time to prepare for such an invasion, but she didn't feel anything out of the ordinary before the day of. They still hadn't found a reason, but if one had to assume, they had some mechanism in their hidden dimension that cut them out of the flow of fate that could be read. So when they finally showed themselves, it was impossible to react. They aimed for 2 places first: the training grounds of regular soldiers and the teleportation array. Damien's precautions allowed the teleportation array to fend off the invading forces despite not having as many experts nearby, which luckily allowed them to save most of the common people. But the regular soldiers weren't so lucky. They were mentally prepared to face such a large number of enemies. It was hard not to be when one saw its scale so many times before this moment happened. But they weren't trained enough yet. They tried their best to fight, but the Nox overpowered them within a few hours and started a massacre. Naturally, the Judgment Order and Golden Dragon Clan responded in kind. They spread their forces across the world for battle. The Golden Dragon Clan squad, led by Hedrick and Astoria, went to the training camps to help with defense, while Longchun and Aisha led their squads to support the teleportation array. Rose and the rest went to their positions and held out the best they could, but it was hard to cope with the enemy's numbers with their small force, especially now that Fang was no longer in the Judgment Order. Tianyang and the Golden Dragon Emperor were in the Golden Dragon Palace depths, in a place too secure for even a Supreme to reach, so not much thought was put into the Golden Dragon estate, since the reserve forces and Imperial Guard were still present there. But this was a lapse in judgment, not one that could be prevented either. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? It only took a few hours for Rose and the rest to cope with the situation and start moving properly, but by the time she sent Su Run to support the Golden Dragon estate, they were already gone. Every individual present there, from the non-combatants to the Imperial Guard to the children, they were nothing more than corpses on the ground. The women have been violated, and the rest have been tortured. How could they accomplish this in such a short period of time? The answer was they couldn't. Surin was forced to be objective. He couldn't allow his emotions to sway him, even in the face of such an atrocity. He inspected the corpses seriously and came to a conclusion. It is impossible to inflict wounds like these in a matter of 2 hours. This is Alpha. Judging by the scene, the enemies in the Golden Dragon Estate are able to use time laws. How should we proceed? He gave the report as he saw it and waited for orders, because he couldn't be sure he could handle this alone. The other side was silent for a moment. His communication was transmitted to everyone, not just Rose, and they all came to the same conclusion. For him to say such a thing, the scene he saw must have been terrible. The things that happened. Can you do it? Rose spoke before the remaining golden dragons could do anything reckless. I cannot be certain. There may be a supreme among them. The location of the 3 supremes that led the attack was already confirmed. Hedrick was fighting one, while 2 other supremes from the Golden Dragon clan were holding off the others. Do you have evidence? Rose asked. The presence of a 4th supreme would tip the scales completely. They didn't have another supreme to combat that hidden existence. Su Ren's eyes narrowed as he frowned. None, but I can't ignore the possibility. Rose's expression was dignified as she listened. Su Ren's current fighting power was that of an executioner. Unless it was truly a supreme, he would be able to take the risk and engage, but if that powerful person was truly there, he would be killed regardless of his power. She gritted her teeth. As a leader, she had to make the decision that benefited the majority. She couldn't be swayed by her friendships or allies. Engage. Her voice was strained, but she still forced the word out. We can't allow them to reach the bunker. Su Ren sighed to himself. Understood. I will update every 10 minutes from now on. If my communications cut off, consider me dead. He looked back at his squad, all of whom nodded with hardened faces. They'd all been prepared to lose their lives from the start. Without hesitation, they started moving towards the hidden enemy. This situation was reminiscent of the Black Dragon invasion of the past. If they reached the demigods below and managed to invoke a response that sent them to the ancient battlefield, many things would be ruined. To stop that from happening, to keep their main support system alive, they had no choice but to move. Astoria listened to everything from her place on the battlefield. There was nothing she could do. Was there nothing she could do? The more she heard, the more her rage boiled. Her hatred for the Nox reached a personal level that it never reached before. Was there nothing she could do for her home besides act as a regular soldier? Did she have to stay here, fighting against 9 revolutions, Nox beings who appeared as if they were infinite? No, she refused. This was her home. This was the Fate Star. It was the source of her power. It was the origin of everything she stood for. If Master was here, he wouldn't be reserved to the situation. If her master was here, he'd create a miracle that led them to victory. I am his disciple. She was the Void Princess. To be granted such a title, Master must have believed in my potential. If her master, who could do anything, believed in her enough to pass her this mantle, I will not disappoint those expectations. With burning tears streaming down her face and burning rage filling her heart and soul, she would create the miracle that saved this world. Chapter 1184 Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1184 Beast Emperor Star. 4. Astoria glanced around desperately. On all sides, she could only see the gruesome sights of battle. Enemies and allies alike were turned into bloody messes that decorated the cold ground, and the air of insanity that wafted along with the scent of blood was revolting. She didn't want to see any more of this. It didn't matter how many times this scene showed itself before her. She never got used to it. Sister, cover me, she yelled. Hedrick wasn't her only remaining sibling. The first prince was still off-world, his location unknown, while the first and second princesses remained in the Golden Dragon Estate, helping it stabilize after the prior conflict. The second princess, Tesha Golden, was in the Golden Dragon Estate until the last time she was seen. With the currently unfolding events, her fate was unknown. However, Elizabeth Golden was on the front lines with her brother and sister, fighting to protect her home. After being useless in the last invasion, she refused to face such tragedy again and trained to become a combatant. And so far, she'd shown promising results. When she heard Astoria's call, she finished off the enemies in front of her and retreated rapidly so she could pay attention to her sister's situation. Bang! 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 Astoria was a great fighter. She wasn't able to use space offensively, but the power she gained from its support allowed her to wield fate in ways none thought possible. Flashes of golden light followed her every movement, incinerating the knocks she passed and attacked. Cover for you? Are you planning to do something stupid? Elizabeth asked cautiously. With what just happened, none of them were in the right state of mind, but they couldn't fall prey to that weakness. The second they did, the enemy would seize that opening and end them all. However, Astoria was just as aware of this as her sister. I have no plans to act recklessly, she responded solemnly. But I want to change this. I can't let this go on. Elizabeth frowned in worry. Do you have a plan? Astoria shook her head, dodging and weaving her enemies and continuing her assault. I don't, but I'm sure I will find one if I have the time to try. It was hard to trust words like those, ones that sounded like they sprouted from idealism. But Elizabeth couldn't be so certain in this moment, because Astoria's power made her ideals attainable through impossible means. If she actually could wield that power like she did back then, if she could alter fate itself to their benefit, how long do you need? I can't say. Elizabeth spread her awareness to take account of the situation. Hedrick won't be able to move for a long time. If we are lacking your strength, I can at most buy 10 minutes. Are you confident? Astoria didn't immediately respond. 10 minutes? I'm not sure if I can do it, but she didn't have a choice. If 10 minutes is all I have, I'll make it work in 10 minutes. Elizabeth nodded. Very well. I'll trust you then. She turned her attention back to the battle. I can no longer hold back. If she wanted to control the situation, she had to burst forth with all her power, even if it meant leaving her defenseless once her mana ran out. She looked up at Astoria, who had turned into a golden light trail in the sky, and smiled wryly. I hope you can truly accomplish something with the time you have. Otherwise, perhaps her legacy would end here. Golden mana ran wild in the surroundings. The Golden Dragon clan's first princess. With such a title, she couldn't lose to her younger sister, right? Come. Her voice boomed through the atmosphere. 10 minutes. From now on, she would do everything she possibly could to buy that time, even if that meant sacrificing her life. The tears didn't stop. Astoria was firm now, her will unshakable, but the tears didn't stop, because she knew what the consequences of failure were. In the time since the Black Dragon invasion, Astoria's status in the clan went from Devil Princess to Greatest Hope. She understood what her sister was doing. If it meant Astoria could live on and continue the legacy of the Golden Dragon clan, the rest of its members didn't care if they died. They would do so happily for her. I can't. She couldn't let it happen. She refused. Her body tore through the stratosphere. As she stood above the world, she concentrated her power and formed a golden ball of light around her. What was she to do from here? When it came to fate, it wasn't something she could control just because she wanted to. The only thing she could do was earnestly plead for change and hope her prayers would be answered. She dug into her heart and found her connection with the world, with the fate star. Her eyes shone with a golden hue as a strange symbol formed itself on her forehead, a scale of light. Please, she prayed, please help us. Fate was a cruel mistress. She watched the world with indifferent eyes and guided its flow uncaring of those she harmed or helped. Her job was to be an observer, not a player. However, Astoria was the one who held power over her existence. Astoria's trait, enhanced by the void, had the power to change the play with the strings she held. She didn't know what she wanted. All she wished for was salvation. But what form it would come in, she couldn't predict it, nor did she know if it would even come. But she diligently prayed. As her comrades made sure nothing could affect her, she prayed and deepened her connection with fate, using everything in her power to will something to change. It was nothing more than a desperate cry for help. However, when the one crying was a lone princess to her mother empress, the chance of her cries being answered was far greater than anyone else. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. 5 minutes passed without anything changing. The situation on the ground only became worse. Elizabeth did everything she could. She pushed her mana to its limits and slaughtered dozens of thousands of Nox beings every second, but they kept coming like an unending wave. She didn't have much time left, but she didn't give up. She swung her sword until her arms could no longer move. Then she swung her sword some more. Ack! She cried out in pain as a blade pierced her stomach, but at the same time, she used that opportunity to slash the head of the one who impaled her. Her arms were covered in cuts and gashes, but every single one represented an enemy she felled. Blood pooled in her mouth and on the ground below her, yet she kept moving forward without hesitation. Astoria, you must survive. 8 minutes passed. Unfortunately, Elizabeth was reaching the limits of her mana. I'm afraid 10 minutes won't be possible. She didn't stop attacking, but the wry smile on her face represented her thoughts. She knew she was going to die here. There was no possibility of survival. Shick! A spear dug in her chest, just barely missing her heart. Impaled on its tip, she lost her movement capability and became a sitting target. Elizabeth! Hedrick's roar filled the air. Elizabeth looked up at her brother, who could hardly spare enough attention to pay attention to her while battling the strongest of the attacking enemies. And a smile lit up her face. Live on... Sister, you can't. Hedrick was desperate to help, but he could do nothing. There was already a blade rushing towards her neck. And unless the Supreme he faced decided to stop fighting this instant, he couldn't save her. 9 minutes passed. Everyone watched their own battlegrounds with a variety of expressions. Families were being separated. Men watched their closest brothers die before them. Women watched their husbands and children slaughtered to protect them, while others stood alone and sacrificed their lives to protect these families from harm. The brutality, nobody saw it clearer than Astoria. In that moment, when the blade made contact with her sister's neck, engraved itself in her mind. No! She screamed out. Everything in her being roared, and a barely noticeable pulse of light emanated from the world. Boom! Smoke covered the training area. Something dropped from the sky, and when the clouds finally cleared, again, a man's voice rang out. These annoying Nox bastards. Why do they have to keep pulling bullshit like this? With the sword edge of Nox being gripped in his left hand and Elizabeth Golden in his right, he scanned his gaze around the battlefield. With his fiery red hair flapping in the wind, he sighed. I guess he never learned. He stomped his foot on the ground. Beovlam. A shockwave spread that instant, decimating the enemies in his vicinity. This universe is not yours to swallow. Chapter 1185, Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1185, Beast Emperor Star 5. These annoying Nox bastards. Why do they have to keep pulling bullshit like this? A red-haired man appeared from thin air as if he'd been waiting for his cue. I guess he never learned. All eyes turned to him. This universe is not yours to swallow. And he vanished again. His speed was untouchable. In but a single second, he made his way through the entire battlefield and pulled every powerful enemy into a group. Once he was done, he flew up into the air and held his arm out. Feel the weight of your sins. Vumum. Every Nox he touched spontaneously combusted. Black and red flames danced around their bodies in proportion to the weight of their sins and burned them to cinders. Cries of agony filled the air. These flames didn't just target the physical, but the ethereal. This was pain they felt in their souls. And the Supreme Hedrick was fighting wasn't excluded. He roared as his body was engulfed in a wall of flames 10 times his size. Hedrick backed off warily, his eyes filled with bafflement. Don't worry about it, the red-haired man said. These flames only harm evil. It won't affect you even if you walk into them right now. The strange yet familiar man spoke with certainty. Alexander, who appeared once before to save Rose and her group, showed his face again. But this time, his role wasn't so significant. He glanced into the atmosphere. They should be here in a few minutes, so I guess my job is to just take care of the most important parts. His body flashed away amidst the silent battlefield. There were still enemies remaining, but even they were frozen in shock. Elizabeth Golden was in the greatest stupor. Just a second ago, she felt the cold embrace of death grabbing hold of her. But now she was fine. That man not only saved her, but used a strange white light to heal the injuries on her body. That man, just who was he? Now isn't the time to be dwelling on such trivial facts. She was certain. Astoria's plan, it worked. Men, raise your swords. She yelled with every ounce of her being. Victory is ours. Her words serve as a wake-up call. Right, with such an immense turn, where the majority of the powerful enemies were eliminated. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Their blood boiled with relief and excitement. They picked up their swords and faced the enemy. This time, they would not be beaten back like dogs. This time, they would obliterate those who dared step foot on their land. Alexander moved from battlefield to battlefield after that. But instead of completely solving the problem, he did the bare minimum necessary before moving on. Long Chun and Aishia, Rose, Ryue, and Elena, and the squads led by them and their fellow leaders all met him and received his aid. Their individual situations were quelled to a point where their current forces could handle them perfectly, exactly to that level with no deviation, almost like the work of a god. Alexander didn't wait for their thanks or questions. After settling those situations, he moved to the Golden Dragon estate, his eyes cold. There isn't much time left. He had to rush, because out of all these battles, perhaps the least intense one was the most important. Deep in the Golden Dragon estate, only a few hundred meters from the hidden bunker where Tian Tang and the Golden Dragon Emperor were, a battle was taking place. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of black mana covered the air, and were just as soon slashed away by arcs of gray light. You are good, but this is not nearly enough to stop me. A Nox being with draconic horns and a mad grin on his face raced through the air like a comet, his fist outstretching into a heavy punch that landed on Su Ren's blade. Boom! K-E-U-K. Su Ren coughed several mouthfuls of blood as he was thrown back. He regained balance in the air and planted his feet on the ground, digging them into the ground to halt his momentum. The corpses of his squad were already decorating the earth. He was the last one left. They barely made it in time, but as they'd expected, the enemy this time was a supreme. Su Ren couldn't fight him alone. He never had that kind of power. However, damn it, he roared and slashed his twin blades through the air, their paths like twisting dragons, as they enhanced each other's power and created a whirlwind of power that roared towards the enemy. This power was not his. It was the power granted to him by the sacrifices of his comrades. They combined their mana upon death to both seal the Supreme's time laws and boost Su Ren's strength as much as possible. The amount of agony they must have gone through to do so. He refused to let their efforts go to waste. You will die here. He didn't care about his injuries. His team was willing to end their own lives to give him a chance. He wouldn't let a little pain stop him now. He approached the Supreme in but an instant, his swords flurrying into motion. Even for a Supreme, they were hard to track. What a tough guy. That Supreme, named Drago, was considerably talented in physical combat, but even he was having trouble dodging all of Su Ren's strikes. They were impossible to predict. The paths of his two blades interlapped in a way where they hid each other's true intentions, and that dangerous mana he wielded was dangerous for any Nox being they could reach. KHHH. Drago winced through his teeth as cuts piled up on his body. Human, you are good, however. He grinned madly, spreading his arms and leaving himself open. Clang. Your skill means nothing in front of absolute power. Boom. Su Ren's blade struck his chest with the sound of metal clashing against metal. In that moment when the shock traveled up his arm and stunned him, the Nox named Drago slammed his fist into Su Ren's skull. Crack! His bones definitely shattered that time. It was hard to think with his vision blurring like so. The world started spinning ever so slightly, but it was more than enough to impede his perception. Boom, 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 boom. He didn't get the chance to reorient himself. Drago approached in that split second and let loose a barrage of blows that each held power that felt nuclear. Su Ren's bones shattered and shattered. Even the pieces that survived were shattered further into dust. He had the motivation to continue fighting, as did he the mana. But with a body like this, how could it? Re-Aoea. He roared. It was guttural with such a broken body, but he roared. If he couldn't use his body, his mana would have to do. It manifested outside of him. He closed his eyes and used his awareness to see instead. The manifestation he created was a blade god, a mirror of the epithet he was granted. I will not fall. His role was the most important. If the Golden Dragon Emperor's slumber was interrupted, the final piece supporting Beast Emperor's star would crumble. At that point, it wouldn't matter what they did, because the world itself would crumble. This was Su Ren's last struggle. He could only put his everything into it and hope it was enough to take down the enemy. But, phew, a relieved sigh rang out. It looks like I'm not too late. A familiar red-haired man appeared again, ready to save the day. With so many encounters like this, one had to wonder, this man, named Alexander, was he an envoy of fate itself? Chapter 1186 Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1186 Beast Emperor Star. 6. Was he a good luck charm or something? With Alexander's interference, the situation calmed down extremely. The war was still raging on, and people were still dying as they were before, but the atmosphere completely changed. These soldiers who were at the edge of sanity just a moment ago saw a ray of hope in his existence, and their reinvigorated selves fought with such fervor that it almost seemed unrealistic. The change in momentum also helped Rose a great deal. The orders she gave were received properly, and those fighting no longer felt overwhelmed by the enemy. But she knew better than anyone. It won't end so easily. Even if that man took care of the most important problems, the rest were still there. And we do not need to be coddled by a stranger. Yes, he was their savior in the past and now. But Rose had no intention of relying on a being of unknown origins. This problem will be solved by them. And when it was over, they could thank him for his help and send him on his way. There was only one man she was comfortable relying on, and that was not him. Everyone focus. There are still high commanders and executioners hiding in their ranks. Do not drop your guards and die meaninglessly. Right? It wasn't nearly over yet. If it didn't finish fast, regardless of what Alexander did, their losses would be far too severe to call this a victory. Rose was a commander. Just like she was forced to make the choice to send Su Ren to his possible death, she had to make the choice to disregard Alexander and act like his help never came. Because if she didn't, those under her wouldn't perform to their peak capabilities. It was exhausting, but it was her job. And this ruined world, no, this almost ruined world, she wouldn't allow it to fall, no matter what. In the sky above Beast Emperor Star, Astoria suddenly opened her eyes and inhaled a deep breath. Something definitely happened, but she wasn't sure of what it was. Fate had answered her call. This much she was sure of. It was a mystical feeling. What she felt in that cocoon couldn't be explained in words. But something changed, not just in the outside world, but in herself. Those elusive strings of fate that could only be moved through desperation in the past. Why did it feel like they would move if she just plucked them with her fingers? I'm Astoria Golden. She didn't have any reason to reaffirm her identity, but it came to her mind naturally. I'm the Void Princess. She started to understand something. This title meant more than she ever expected. The horizons it opened for her were far more than just this. This was just the very tip of the iceberg, not even everything above the water. No, I could figure that out later. Now, what happened? She didn't want to look outside and see her sister dead. But the golden light ball that encapsulated her body was already gone. With her perception blurry from overexertion of mana, she sensed the world for the first time since she came out of the cocoon. She was silent for a moment. She couldn't see anything, but she seemed to vaguely sense something. Was she mistaken? Or did it feel like, Master, Flash? Two beings appeared in the starry sky. Their entrance was sudden and most unexpected. "We're finally here." Aaliyah was especially excited about their arrival, but Zara didn't know what to think. The Divine Beast Sanctuary was at least a 10-day journey from Beast Emperor's Star, and that was using a starship to move. Their starship, however, was destroyed upon entry into the cemetery. With them utilizing only their bodies, it should have taken at least a month. Yet, we were moving through deep space, and suddenly, Beast Emperor Star appeared in front of us. It only took 3 days total. That was how events unfolded. There were no intense spatial fluctuations, nor was there any sort of indication of interference at all, but they mystically reached their destination in record time. There was no doubt that they'd been pulled here by something. But what was it? "It's almost like fate," Aaliyah muttered. Zara glanced at her without a word. "Let's not sit here too long. It doesn't look good down there." Aaliyah nodded, and the two moved immediately. There wasn't any time to marvel at the circumstances, because to save the world, they were needed more than anyone else. Right, this world's salvation was not Alexander. As he said, his role was to keep things stable until they arrived. The true salvation lay in their hands. Zara and Aaliyah descended into the atmosphere and almost immediately met with Astoria, who was sitting above the stratosphere in confusion. "Little sister," Zara exclaimed. Damien's disciple wasn't unfamiliar to her, and naturally, she welcomed her into the family. Astoria's eyes were hazy, but hearing the special means of address that few in this world could call her, her vision cleared. "Zara?" She questioned hesitantly. "It's me," Zara said, grabbing her hand. You guys are back. Did you?" "We got it." Zara swept her arm through the air and grabbed the dimensional prism out of her spatial storage. "This is it?" Astoria asked. This is it. With this, Beast Emperor Star will survive." Astoria exclaimed in shock. Even she didn't know exactly what it did, but this was the device her seniors and comrades put their faith in, so seeing it was definitely shocking. "Return to the surface and notify everyone. We'll be using it immediately." Astoria nodded vehemently and flashed away. Her body moved with such speed that it shattered the air, a measure of her current excitement. Now, as she gets everyone ready, Zara looked at the object in her hand. The dimensional prism, an object with reality-shattering capabilities. It was an item that should not exist. Its function was simple. It could create a temporary mirrored reality that could contain reality itself. And more than that, even if it was slight, it had the ability to alter it. It should have never been possible, even for the greatest of experts. Yet this treasure made it so. It was a countermeasure made by over 100 demigods in times, so ancient they were no longer recorded in history for this very situation, for a moment when the universe could no longer survive the brunt of the Nox's attacks. It had yet to be found for a single reason. Nobody worthy of entering the Divine Beast Sanctuary had been born. But Zara and Aaliyah broke that chain. Their special existences through their mothers, the Divine Emperor, and the Void put them in a position none had reached prior to them. "Are you ready?" Zara said, glancing at her sister. "You ask me too often. Can't you read my thoughts?" Aaliyah responded smilingly. "If I've learned one thing for Damien, it's that effect is always important." How corny. In the midst of this calamitous situation, the two sisters were absolutely calm. Not because they didn't understand the gravity of it all, but because they were confident in fixing it. "Then, let's go." They placed their hands on the prism together and infused their mana. And for the first time in the entire history of existence, a glorious reaction took place. Chapter 1187 Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1187 Beast Emperor Star 7. Astoria was like a certain historical figure in the way she rushed around the world. Her joyous cries reached every end of the star. "They have returned." She didn't need to say more than that. Even the common soldiers knew that there was something they were waiting for, a path to victory. And judging by the way their leaders' faces lit up, it was clear that moment had arrived. From the western plains where Long Chun and Aishia stood over a pile of corpses, to where Rose and the girls were fighting fiercely against the most densely packed section of the wave, to the depths of the Golden Dragon estate where Alexander was healing the unconscious Sue Wren's broken body. Her cries spread. They looked into the sky in unison. The light in their eyes burned the same regardless of location. Hidden from everyone else's perception, Alexander smiled. That's how things were supposed to go. I guess it's my time to disappear again. His expression was a bit wry, but what could he do? He was just haha. Does this happen to everyone? Well, it's not like my position is a bad one. He only came to fulfill his role. Since it was over, his presence was no longer needed. I hope I won't have to come out for a long time, but who knows? There's still things that need to be done. He glanced down at Sue Wren and laid his body back carefully. You'll be fine once you wake up, but isn't it a bit of shame to just leave like this? He turned his attention to the thick stone door that separated him from the two remaining demigods in this world. His heartbeat was somewhat erratic, but he stood up and moved despite his hesitation. It wasn't hard to get through the door. He had more than enough ability to phase through its defenses, and the scene inside became clear. Nobody had seen this. When Tianyang realized what his close friend had done, he ordered this area to enter a lockdown so nobody could enter and see his state. For good reason. The current Golden Dragon Emperor looked nothing like his usual valiant and undaunted form. He was wilted like a dying flower. His body was weak and looked like it would break with a single push. His energy was constantly being siphoned by the world for its survival. Even his divinity wasn't safe from this pull. It was a hard sight to see. Tianyang was sitting cross-legged next to him, his hand on the Golden Dragon Emperor's forehead. Are you facilitating the energy transfer? No, you're using your own energy to maintain his life force. As always, Alexander shook his head. At this rate, both of them would die by the time the world was saved. Their energy had been pushed to its limits. It's a miracle they could even survive this long. To keep an entire planet, especially one like the Fate Star, intact with the power of two people alone, I can't believe they even dare to try something like this. He couldn't think of any other word to describe it besides suicidal. But I guess that's the resolve you need to survive in this world. Enough of this. He spoke out loud, snapping himself out of his strange fate, and held his arm out again. Neither of you are allowed to die. Mana flowed fort. Was it right to call it mana? An energy left his palm and wrapped around the two fractured divinities. I can't do anything about the world core, but that shouldn't be a problem with the dimensional prism in hand. Instead, I'll give you this. The energy pushed into their bodies and sunk into their skin. Tianyang woke up at this point, but he was unable to do anything to counter that energy. It flowed into his body, through his systems, and into the Golden Dragon Emperor before forming a cycle that constantly strengthened as it moved between them. This isn't much, but it's a chance. When you wake up again, you'll understand what it means. That energy would do the rest on its own. Until we meet again. The expression on his face was complicated, but Alexander turned around nonetheless. As he'd mentioned before, his purpose here was accomplished. Without a word or a single sound, he vanished into the air, like a phantom that never existed in the first place. Those who witnessed his presence or received his grace were forced to wonder who he was. But the mystery behind his existence couldn't be revealed to them so easily, if at all. All they needed to know was that he was here as their guardian angel, a being descended to the lower planes to assist them by the will of their greatest supporter. Precisely 2 seconds after Alexander's disappearance. It happened in but an instant. If one was observing from the starry sky, it would have played out as such. Zara and Aaliyah's mana combined inside the dimensional prism, and a scan ran over their bodies as if it was gauging their worth. The second it acknowledged them as the rightful users of its power, a blue geometric barrier spread from their position in the sky and encapsulated the world in a single instant. And then, it disappeared. The entirety of Beast Emperor Star vanished from the starry sky. No matter how much longer one watched, they wouldn't see it return. Unless one turned one's attention past the bounds of the beast domain. In a nondescript area of the divine realm, roughly near the border of the human domain, a world appeared from thin air. This was none other than Beast Emperor's star. But if the observers saw it as a simple teleportation effect, they would be sorely mistaken. Something magisterial happened when that world was sucked into the dimensional prism. Zara and Aaliyah made sure of it. In that single instant, they were gods with power nearing absolute. They spread destruction with a single wave of their hands, eradicating all Nox's presence from the world. And in the next move, they targeted the very center of the world and reformed its world core. The reality-altering power of this prism wasn't a joke. Both creation and destruction were under their complete control. However, it was still impossible to control the cycle of life and death. Those who died remained dead, but those who lived were granted salvation. The once crumbling Beast Emperor star regained its light and its life. The Golden Dragon Emperor was disconnected from its systems and saved. The war that took so many innocent and heroic lives ended in an instant. And the world itself was moved out of its precarious position, becoming a part of the divine realm's systems with none the wiser, not even those who resided in this very system. It was a miracle among miracles. Or could it be the workings of fate? In the minutes that passed after the event, nobody on the surface of the world could make out the truth. No, they hardly even realized the war was over. How could they, after such a drawn-out conflict, for it to be over in but a single second? How could anyone accept this? But unknown to them, it took far longer than that. The time they spent in the dimensional prism wasn't something they could comprehend. It was better to say they were frozen in time after Zara and Aaliyah pulled them into that treasure. That's why they didn't realize. That's why it didn't sink in for them. For a treasure like this, it was impossible to wield its power without consequences. Chapter 1188 Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1188 Beast Emperor Star, time, was a commodity that couldn't be bought with money, yet was dearly desired by all. Usually, with how the universe's situation had been deteriorating, it was impossible to find time. Yet, that's exactly what the forces of Beast Emperor Star were soon to gain. Rose desperately wanted to check on Zara and Aaliyah, but she needed to lead the cleanup procedures so she could gain access to the time they'd earned through their desperate struggle. Cleanup. It was a nice way of putting it, but it was a grueling process. To collect the corpses of allies and prepare a proper burial for them. To get rid of the corruption of the Nox that spread as they increased their presence in the world, to bring medical attention to those who needed it. There's so much to do it almost makes me want to quit. Rest was a luxury Rose didn't have access to. This was the fate of a leader. Until those under her could rest, she couldn't even dream of it. Other than the most important tasks, there was still much to be done logistically. They needed to tally their losses and plan for the future, and they needed to understand their current circumstances. They had to make contact with Lucille and fill him in on the situation, and they needed to fix as much of the damages as they could. There was simply too much to do. But no matter how fast she moved, Rose couldn't get her mind off the two women who saved them all. Where were they now? They hadn't come down to the surface yet, which made her extremely worried. She couldn't feel their presence at all, whether through regular means or extraneous ones. It dawned on her before anyone else. The consequences of their actions, that is, eliminating tens of millions of beings and reconstructing a world core, even disregarding the spatial displacement of an entire world, these two tasks could not be accomplished easily. It'll be okay. Rose returned her attention to reality when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw Elena and Ryua looking at her with expressions of understanding. Trust them. I'm sure they wouldn't do anything they weren't confident in. Consequences. She'd faced them, as had they all. Every action was accompanied by them, whether good or bad, and at their level, it was impossible to move without accepting them first. So trust them, Elena reiterated. No matter what they're going through, they'll come back to us. If they couldn't do that much, they wouldn't be the women we know, right? Rose looked at her blankly for a second before nodding. Even if she didn't believe it, she had to try. She had to trust them. She smiled slightly. It was strained, but it was still a smile. It's rare to see you taking up this job, she joked, easing the mood. Elena rolled her eyes. You could be that person for everyone else, but we'll be those people for you. That's how it's always been, and that's how it'll always be. Got a problem? Rose shook her head, her smile more genuine this time. Not at all. Everyone had a support system. In this family, nobody would ever be abandoned. Just like Elena and Ryue refused to abandon her, the three of them refused to abandon their dear little sisters-in-law. So, they maintained hope. Hope that those two would come back arguing, as they always did. In a dark space, two bodies floated alone. This place was not the reality they knew, nor the one they created within the dimensional prism. It was somewhere entirely different. Their egos were nearly shattered. The actions they'd taken were far beyond their capabilities, after all. The dimensional prism was made to be used as a final struggle, and it was not meant to be survived. If used properly by a group of demigods like those who created it, it could alter the entire flow of reality at their sacrifice. But Zara and Aaliyah, at their much weaker power level, utilized it, albeit at a scale small enough to maintain balance. However, sacrifice was still necessary. It was a miracle that life still flowed through their bodies. Calling it life might not have been accurate. Something was keeping them alive in a state of suspended animation, but it was not something as pure as life. It was a dark energy, abyssal and murky, sticky like ink. The energy of their demonic providences that they just learned to contain through the blessings they received from their mothers. This energy was now running rampant with nothing to stop it. It formed two manifestations above their still bodies. On Zara's side, it was a massive corrupted wolf. Its black wings, filled with feathers of a fallen angel, were dripping as if they were melting, and its body was seemingly made of sludge of the same kind. Meanwhile, Aaliyah's was somewhat more appealing. It was also a wolf, but its form could be made out more clearly. They mirrored each other like manifestations of light and darkness. But this was only trickery. Both were equally vile, and their current goal was the possession of their host bodies. Zara and Aaliyah couldn't put up a single bit of resistance as their bodies were slowly corrupted. At least, not consciously. At that moment when the dark beings tried to take control of their minds, two more manifestations appeared in the void. One was a black wolf with the wings of a fallen angel. It had beautiful silk-like fur, 9 powerful tails, and a regal yet menacing appearance that would immediately strike fear into the hearts of those who saw it. The other was its polar opposite, a silver wolf with an unequivocally angelic appearance. It did not have a multitude of tails, nor did it have many especially unique characteristics, but its aura alone was so holy those who witnessed its form would kneel in reverence regardless of their beliefs. The dark beings they opposed were like reflections of themselves, manifestations created from their visages. However, mere manifestations could never match their true forms. The two wolves, formed from the bloodlines of their host bodies, looked at each other and smiled. They were like old friends who met again after countless millennia. They ignored the dark beings that were snarling at them like rabid dogs and approached each other. They nuzzled each other like family, and then, as if agreed upon beforehand, they stood together with their mana interlaced. A bright flash overtook the void, splitting it into equal parts light and darkness, as if mirroring the formation of a universe. But their goal was not to eradicate these evil spirits. No matter how much they disliked it, these evil spirits were just as much a part of Zara and Aaliyah as they were. So their goal was only one: to reign in these powers and make them a part of the sisters' arsenal. The time has finally come. The vision he saw, they spoke as one. Let us put it into motion. In this separated reality, far beyond the perception of any being living or dead, a massive event occurred. For the sake of their survival, and under the guidance of fate that predicted this event long ago, the two divine beasts from whom they inherited their blood conjoined their power. Whether it was for better or worse, could only be found by Zara and Aaliyah long after the process came to an end. Chapter 1189, Beast Emperor Star. Chapter 1189, Beast Emperor Star 9. The relationship between the two sisters was convoluted from the start. Their birth was not a mistake. In reality, The Divine Emperor had a plan in conceiving them. His relationship with the Nox had completely broken down by the time he made it to Apiron. Because he didn't want to be their slave, he used the universe as a safe house to get away from them and build a life for himself. Unfortunately, they found him early, and he wasn't able to establish the foundation he wished for, but he was able to leave two contingencies for revenge. They were named Zara and Alwa. Originally, they were supposed to be born at the same time, and at a point where his existence wouldn't be unknown to them. He hoped to create a chance to strike the Nox through them, giving Nox lineage to universal denizens and giving them a chance to conquer the very power that oppressed them. However, life was not kind to him. Nothing he planned for took place as he wished. He died before he could see out his plans, and knowing her connection to him, the Nox targeted Zara's mother and forced her into the first dungeon. This part of the story had been unveiled to them by Damien years ago. But what about the rest? Zara and Aaliyah were unconscious, hanging on the border between life and death, but this experience wasn't entirely bad for them. Not only because of the work their mothers were doing to aid them, but because their minds entered a mysterious state. They were connected, and the history that evaded them for so long started to become clear. Their mental avatars stood together in the mysterious space, two women standing before them. They were polar opposites, as Zara and Aaliyah were, and despite their humanoid appearances, it was undeniable that they were the very divine beasts that they called their mothers. There were no words exchanged. The two sisters couldn't speak in their current state, and their mothers didn't have the capacity to explain everything while facilitating the massive procedure that was taking place outside. Therefore, they transmitted their knowledge through other means, specifically through bloodline memories. Zara felt her mind open to something mystical. A massive black wolf surrounded by shadowy flames that held more similarity to darkness than fire stood among a lonely plain. She didn't need much time to realize. This wolf was her ancestor. Knowledge of it began pouring into her head almost instantly. Infernal wolves. They were a species descended from the god-beast Fenrir, a wolf that was said to have devoured the stars themselves. As its descendants, they possessed a high affinity for darkness and other concepts in the same vein, as well as monstrous physical strength that couldn't be compared to their peers. As expected, they were an extremely rare race. There weren't more than 10 of them ever born in the history of all worlds. But alone, this didn't mean much. They were a powerful species, but at the end of the day, that was that. Their true value lay elsewhere. In Aaliyah's mind, conversely to Zara, she saw a great holy wolf that could utilize the power of heaven itself to its will. This was her ancestry, the celestial wolf. The celestial wolves were a species descended from the god-beast Tianlang, a wolf who was born from a star and had a natural capacity to control worldly forces. With their minds connected, Zara and Aaliyah saw not only their own ancestry, but their counterparts as well. Even from the god-beast their species were descended from, they were direct opposites in every way. But, again, their differences were something they already knew. However, these facts needed to be reiterated for them to understand their true purpose. The celestial and infernal wolf races were always intertwined in some way. Anytime they showed themselves in the universe, they would do so together. One could never find them by themselves. But why was that? Zara and Aaliyah's unnatural births, which separated them in different dimensions, made this truth unavailable to them, because to realize it, they required the connection of their birth. At least, that's how it should have been if Damien never intervened. When Damien contracted Zara, he became entwined in this connection. The void within him influenced Zara and latched onto that connection, reinvigorating it when Zara finally came out of the first dungeon. It needed time to grow, but it was once again present. Aaliyah's strange feelings towards Damien when they got close to each other were caused by this very intervention. Because what she should have felt towards Zara, the unmistakable pull towards her, was felt through Damien. In a sense, he both muddied and supported their growth with his presence. He only came to understand this after peeping into their origins when they fought on Apiron. And when he did, he immediately extricated himself and left them alone together. From that point on, it was only positive development. The two women got closer and closer, and their power got stronger and stronger the more they worked together. And eventually, they reached this point, a point where their minds were connected as the truth flooded into their memories. It was simple, really. Harmony was a concept present everywhere in the universe. And considering the push and pull of the relationship between their species, a relationship that was a direct representation of yin and yang, the conclusion was evident. Their power wasn't complete alone. It would only be complete when both halves were in conjunction. It was quite comical. The Divine Emperor didn't even realize what he was doing when he birthed them, only thinking about revenge, but he unknowingly created a miracle. A celestial wolf and an infernal wolf who shared a bloodline connection through him. The level of synergy they could possess far exceeded what their races were originally capable of. But they hadn't reached that point yet, because there was still one last step for them to take. Knowledge poured into their minds. Techniques from their beast ancestry and truths from their Nox lineage melded into a single picture that encapsulated both of their minds. And slowly, they were pulled together. Unconsciously, their mental realms started to combine. It was not a fusion that erased one and replaced it with the stronger of the two, but one that took the greatest of their strengths and established a perfect balance between them. Boom! In the outside world, a mysterious phenomenon began. The suppressed dark beings and the souls of their mothers watched as the bodies of these two women were covered by a film of light and pushed together. Light and darkness. Didn't Damien comprehend them only recently? They couldn't create this space in his galaxy unless they worked in tandem. They were two sides of the same coin, and Zara and Aaliyah, who personified these elements, were the same. From the start, they were never meant to be apart. From the start, they were never meant to be two. In this separated reality, far beyond the perception of any being living or dead, a massive event occurred. Zara and Aaliyah merged into one, to become the perfect self that they were always meant to be. Chapter 1190 Soul World. Chapter 1190 Soul World 1. The situation in Soul World could be first defined with one sentence. The first open betrayal of a major power. It had been inferred since before the Beast Domain invasion that the Nox developed a way to counter Soul World's ambient mana, but the exact method was unknown until they actually broke into the Spirit Domain. At that moment, people realized that what they thought was one was actually two. The Nox had their own method to overcome the natural hurdle they faced. This method gave them the ability to traverse Soul World without being inhibited by the sector, but they wouldn't receive any benefits either. It was a method that had heavy restrictions on its use. Certain conditions had to be achieved, otherwise they'd immediately lose their protection. However, the second method covered for this weakness. What else could it be? Divine Soul Holy Land, the main influence that governed Soul World, sold themselves to the enemy. With their support, not only could the Nox achieve the conditions for their personal method, but they also received the benefits that the spirits felt in their home domain. It was obvious how they used this gift. Their invasion was unstoppable. The frontline forces in Ion were unable to move due to the intense battles taking place on that front, which cut off a large number of the speedy reinforcements the domain could have gained. And with the spirits themselves lacking a central figure to guide them, they were forced to fight on their own, inefficiently in a way that could only hold off for so long. Yet, strangely enough, the Soul World invasion wasn't progressing as fast as many thought it would. It was quite incomprehensible. Usually, whenever the Nox gained an advantage, their progress would hasten immensely. The Beast Domain was taken down within a year and a half, barring Beast Emperor Star, and the Giant Domain took even less time than that. The Soul World invasion started while the Beast Domain's calamity was still ongoing and continued from that point forth. But even after so long, the Nox had only been able to take 30,000 worlds, roughly 20% of the domain's full size. It was a war that continued through Damien's 4th year of imprisonment. And the main players who allowed the domain's survival were just a few. The ancient God clan, whose hidden world was located in this domain, naturally played a large part. After losing the Genesis speed, They expected to see negative development in their clan, but it didn't turn out like that at all. Instead, they experienced explosive growth. Dee and Ran weren't able to see much of Damien after the Grand Assembly or during it, and Shinua went out of her way to avoid him, but they couldn't deny that they were subordinated to him now. Because after seeing everything he'd accomplished after leaving them, they stopped feeling so much rejection towards his presence. That was the key. Once they became important to that man, once the Void recognized their status like everyone else, it supported their growth so they could become a force Damien could utilize to its fullest. He still wasn't aware of this, but they were. And perhaps they wouldn't directly act on Damien's will for a decent while, but they never planned to ignore the strength he granted them. Their clan population boomed, and the power of their experts did as well. And with that strength, they directly confronted the war that came to them. The border of Ian, through which several Nox slipped by in the chaos of the Boundaries War, was guarded by them, so the tragedy of the giant domain couldn't be replicated. They were like a border guard, a first line of defense. The plant races also played a role none expected from them. Those who survived Eden's collapse migrated to the Divine Realm and Soul World, as these were the closest and safest domains for them. The plant races in Soul World hid and cowered for many years. They acted like they were extinct, avoiding the war with all their power, running away from traumatic memories of the past. However, when the war made its way to their doorstep, they united. As if some mysterious force granted them the courage to move forward, they came out from the shadows and showcased the capabilities that once allowed them to rule their own sector of the universe. What they provided was technology and support. The starships they used during their war and the mass-produced weaponry that boosted the capabilities of regular soldiers gave those still loyal to the universe a way to fight even if they didn't have much power of their own. And the supportive capabilities of their inherent abilities set up something that not many of the previous battlefields had access to. A medical center, a place where soldiers could be sent to be healed back to their full capabilities. It was an obvious advantage that the universe should have set up earlier, but they simply didn't have enough healers. Why else were the elves and plants targeted before anyone else? Their weakness was definitely part of it, but as seen with the extinction of the giants, the Nox moved with more thought than anyone could have predicted. Nevertheless, these two provided a stage that was occupied by the most unexpected of influences. Nirvana, Soul, Holy Land. They were the second strongest force in Soul World, but their reputation suffered immensely after the Grand Assembly. After all, their subordinate sect, Sapphire Soul Palace, not only embarrassed themselves by provoking the human domain, but betrayed the universe in preceding events. However, they were not defined by those they ruled. In the absence of divine, soul holy land, that influence who closed their doors and remained silent throughout this war, they took the place of the central figure. They gathered the loyal powers of Soul World under their banner, and once they had a chain of command established, the spirits were finally able to gather their wits and fight back. It was a surprisingly effective move. And when it was made, people began to realize something. The universe wasn't actually as helpless as they thought. Was it? To hold out longer than the beast domain, longer than certain territories of Ion, longer than anyone else since this grand conflict began. Not many could understand the reason immediately, but it dawned on them soon enough. Compared to those previous defeats, only one factor had changed. There were still traitors. The enemies were acting fiercer than ever, but Heaven's army hadn't intervened. Even after a year and some time passed, Heaven's army didn't send any official backup to support them. Wasn't it strange? The greatest existing force in the universe, made up of countless influences and rogue practitioners uniting together, was actually the hindrance that held the universe back. A fundamental truth spread to the ears of any and everyone who maintained their loyalty in the midst of hopelessness. That truth that had been hidden amongst the experts of the world became a universal truth. Corruption. Maybe the lower levels have been cleansed, but what did it matter? The more time passed, the more the older generation fell into temptation. And frankly, it was disgusting. Chapter 1191 Soul World. Chapter 1191 Soul World 2. As mentioned before, Divine Soul Holy Land abandoned their people when the war reached Soul World. At the start, they locked their doors and boarded up their windows. None of their disciples left the sect, and no news from them spread anywhere. At this point, it was only assumed that they were cowards. They lost their status almost instantly, but that was the end of it. For the most part, everyone was too preoccupied to condemn them directly, only sullying their reputation with time. However, the progression of war led to the release of more information, through which people learned the truth. Not only was Divine Soul Holy Land refusing to aid their people, they'd completely turned their backs on them. Perhaps they were choosing a stance of neutrality and disassociation outwardly, but their people were actively working against their fellows. It was mostly in the vein of information. As the rulers of this sector, they had a greatly detailed record of every force present within it and their layouts. On top of that, they hoarded the domain's resources for so many years, only to openly offer their coffers to the enemy when they appeared. It was as if this moment had been planned for years. Father Watt, a voice boomed through the throne room of Divine Soul Holy Land's main building. You are smarter than this. The father I know would have never made such a decision. Do you think this is a means for survival? You are only leading our people to death. The one speaking was a man who looked roughly 25. His body was semi-transparent, but his form had a physical presence that only powerful spirits possessed. He was Pontius Alhera, the young master of Divine Soul Holy Land, and unlike the majority of its members, he only became aware of their actions when the rest of the universe did. He had been hiding his thoughts for so long, trying to rationalize the choices of his seniors, but he just couldn't do it. So today, he had to confront his father. That man, Seleucus Alhera, was a cold leader. He rarely ever showed expression, but the version of him Pontius knew had always been the kind father who was more intelligent than anyone else. However, that demeanor no longer existed. Why, you ask? He responded, gazing down at his son from his throne. For survival. There is no other reason. Survival. Pontius practically roared at the outrageous words. What survival is there? After this war, when we lose value, those beasts will immediately eliminate us. They do not care for us, only for destruction. That is where you are wrong, Seleucus said, shaking his head. They're a distasteful race, but to say they only live for destruction is a lie. Yes, perhaps if we truly subordinate ourselves to them, the only end we will face is death. However, have we done so? We may be accessories to this sin, but we are not contributors. Pontius couldn't even respond. What was he supposed to say to such stupid reasoning? Where was the father he respected? Seleucus sighed, seeing his son's expression. The universe is doomed. This is the prediction your ancestors made long before you were born. If the universe has no chance of survival, our Divine Soul Holy Land can only make plans for the future. For now, it may look like we are following the Nox, but that is not the truth. Instead, we are creating a place for ourselves in the abyss. Seleucus' eyes flashed with blackness. He wouldn't say he wasn't a traitor to his homeland, but he was not a dog for those scum. He was just using them for his own purposes. We have incorporated their bloodline, but we have not become monsters like the rest. This is only because our spirit race possesses special bodies that are only partially involved in the physical plane. It is impossible for them to control us. However, with their bloodline, we will be granted a lifeline in the abyss. Its deathly currents will not consume us, but instead will become food for our growth. He stood up, his full gait exerting pressure on his only child. Tell me, Pontius is my decision. Wrong. Pontius gritted his teeth. Logically speaking, his judgment was far less flawed than the rest of those who betray the universe, but he still couldn't accept it. To build a force in the abyss, instead of fighting for their home, he wanted to abandon it for a new one. Did he think of the consequences? No, even disregarding that. What made him so confident the abyss would accept them? We know nothing of that place. Even if we survive, wouldn't our lives be hell? Pontius glared at his father, but refused to answer the question. Yet, his disdain was evident in his expression. He turned around and stormed out of the throne room, unable to entertain this conversation any longer. Father might not realize it, but he is already corrupted by their idiocy. I cannot allow the legacy of divine, soul holy land to be tarnished by his incompetence. Even though he said it, he didn't believe it could be accomplished. There were too many traitors. The entire older generation already followed his father without hesitation, and the younger generation and regular disciples were slowly being brainwashed with every passing day. I cannot do this on my own. His position as young master would amount to nothing if he didn't adhere to their beliefs. So his only option was to seek outside help. But where? Where would he find someone willing to help him, to trust him despite his identity? I heard there's a new force, the Judgment Order. Was it? His eyes narrowed as he reached his quarters and collapsed onto his bed. Do I have to abandon them? Regardless of the high position his father held in his heart, Pontius didn't ignore Seleucus' flaws. Father is too stubborn, since he believes he is absolutely correct, and the ancestors seem to hold the same thought. He will move without hesitation, and his ears will not accept criticism. Perhaps he saw betrayal as a necessary evil for survival. But I am alive. Despite rejecting the Nox lineage his father offered him and constantly voicing his opposition to their current direction, he was alive. Either father still cares for me, or he still had plans to use him. I have to find out what it is. If it was the former, he could still try to save their sect. And if it was the latter, I will bring this rotten place down with my own hands and rebuild it. To bring back the divine soul holy land he knew and loved, he was willing to risk everything. I should find a way to contact them. If those people on the outside could provide him backing. He frowned as he snapped out of his thoughts. Information comes first. Even if they are trustworthy, I cannot assume they will entertain my hopes. For his own sake, for the universe's sake, and for the sake of his father, who was blinded and misguided, he needed to find out the truth and fight. Pontius was only one man in an influence of hundreds of thousands, but he was a seed of light in the darkness. Not everyone was inherently bad. For the most part, those who followed Seleucus' treacherous path were just confused. Like the rest of the common traders, they were crushed by circumstance and unable to properly understand their choices. But if there was a light to guide them out of the darkness in their minds, there was still hope. At least, that's what Pontius told himself. Because without that hope, he would be crushed as well. Chapter 1192 Soul World. Chapter 1192 Soul World 3. Within the grand tapestry of the cosmos, as worlds were born and died in the cosmic blink, weeks and months passed unnoticed, like fleeting moments in the life of the universe. Pontius continued to move secretly within divine, soul-holy land to gather information and people, and over time, he reached the conclusion he desired. It's already too late. His father and the elders spoke as if they planned to cut ties with the Nox once they fled to the abyss, but he could see the corruption in their eyes. The more time passed, the less they acted like their original selves. It was right to say they'd been controlled long ago, and were slowly corroded until they couldn't even understand the change in their thoughts. He could no longer hold off. He established communications with the Judgment Order 1 month back, and he'd been in semi-frequent contact with them ever since. Their ways were incomprehensible to say the least. Pontius couldn't understand how geniuses younger than himself could hold such confidence and determination, but their flames burned into him as well and gave him the drive he was lacking before. A plan to take down divine soul holy land from the inside started to form, and it would be carried out as soon as possible. But while they plotted for such an event, the soul world was slowly dying. The front lines of Ayin crumbled first. Commander Hua was an amazing leader. To hold this line for years on end without faltering was a miracle in itself, but he alone was not enough to do so. The passing of time led to the eradication of more and more of his troops until finally, there weren't nearly enough of them to hold their defenses. When that moment came, he made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life, but was best for everyone. He took those willing to follow him and retreated to the divine realm. Naturally, the ancient god clan's job became impossible due to his absence. Instead of holding the entire border of Soul World, they were forced to concentrate their forces on the boundary, which left Calypto open. The Nox took that opportunity to strike with a full-force blow that stunned the universe. They took 1,000 worlds down in a single day, and as if that wasn't enough, they started directly targeting the ancient God clan. What could they do? How could they respond? They simply couldn't. The ancient God clan was growing steadily, but they had not reached their peak yet. As a single influence, how much could they actually do to affect the bigger picture when they were being struck with such ferocity in numbers that they could hardly maintain themselves? The ancient God clan was luckier than most. They were specifically created by a member of Void Palace to become Damien's subordinates in the future, so the world that doubled as their prison had sufficient functionality to help them survive. This functionality mainly meant they would retreat deep into the folds of space, or even move their world to an entirely different domain. Regardless of the path they chose, it remained true that they could no longer give their everything to support Soul World as they'd been doing. Two of the sector's greatest pillars fell one after another in a matter of months. Things could only deteriorate from there. And so, as the 5th year dawned and flowed, the domain was picked apart by those enemies who prayed for its fall. Heaven's army never once showed its face. Those soldiers who started doubting their superiors still had no choice but to obey their orders lest they be killed for nothing, and nothing needed to be said about the older generation. Nirvana, Soul Holy Land, did its absolute best. In the meantime, Pontius' plans unraveled in the darkness and affected the foundation of divine Soul Holy Land step by step. He was able to bring a majority of the common disciples to his side, and after receiving support from the Judgment Order, he gained access to a force of demigod backers who could stand against the sect elders, which allowed him to act without worry. While he wasn't able to tear it down anywhere near completely, he was able to cut contact between them and the Nox, which, by intention, cut the Nox's ability to use Soul World's ambient advantages. The domain that was projected to fall easily was able to put up a far greater resistance than anyone else thus far, but that was it. The situation had its ups and downs. There were times when the spirit armies believed in their chances of success, but they were fated to fail. Whether it be the forces of good or evil, for better or for worse, all had decided to abandon Soul World. And standing alone against the full force of the Nox was impossible from the beginning. When 6 months passed in the 5th year, a grand migration embarked. Those who could recognize the flow of events gradually retreated to the divine realm after giving up hope for their home sector. And once they moved, those who saw them did the same. Nearly half of the remaining spirits left Soul World. They used teleportation arrays, artifacts, and even their own 2 legs to get as far away as possible. Though Lucille had the means to stop them in his hands, he didn't do so. After all, these people weren't fleeing from war but from death. As long as they could become useful when his plans came to fruition, he didn't mind their presence. There was no need to go into details about what took place from then on. The Soul World crumbled. World after world was destroyed, and world cores were stolen with none the wiser. Populations were massacred, entire races faced genocide, and calamity consumed the world. By the time it was all over, Pontius successfully took down divine Soul Holy Land, but his father and the elders were still alive, as they'd escaped to who knows where when the Nox showed the true colors they never hid and attacked the sect. Pontius and a portion of his people were saved by the Judgment Order and their supporters, but that was it. It was a Pyrrhic victory at best, and at the end of the day, Soul World still fell. Nirvana Soul Palace was conquered. Its leaders were publicly executed, and those who still followed them to that day fled instead of risking their lives further. The support pillars they'd been relying on were gone. They already saw what would happen if they stayed unorganized and separated at the start of the invasion. Now that the situation repeated itself, they weren't willing to die meaninglessly. So, Soul World fell. But it wasn't all bad. These people didn't lose their fighting spirit. They just lost their chance. When they retreated to the divine realm, Lucille and the forces of justice received an unexpected boon. That is, these masterless soldiers joined their faction and expanded the avenues they could take for the future. Grand Heaven's boundary, a once mighty universe with 9 great sectors filled with powerful experts, was cut down to over half its original size. All that remained were the divine realm, infernal realm, human domain, and Hephaestus. In luxurian, Sheeing, a bloody scene presented itself. Those people who called themselves the Council, the ones who pushed Lucille out of power and sidelined him to ruin the universe for their own gain, the group of fake scholars and cowards led by David Joyce, were now just corpses on the cold marble floors of the Sky Castle. Lucille stood over them with sword in hand. The blood dripping from its blade was unreasonably loud as he glanced over the scene of cruelty he'd just created. It's finally time. His eyes hardened. A blue spirit without constant form appeared at his side. Let us begin. Chapter 1193 Truth. Chapter 1193 Truth. Well, a breath swept through the air. Hush! Its force spread disaster upon the land. The winds that whipped through the air were enough to slaughter armies and destroy continents. But they originated from but a single breath. I'm finally here. Damien opened his eyes. The mana in his body was stable like a calm ocean, with gait far surpassing such a water body. The 9th revolution. He clenched his fist. I'm finally a supreme. He stopped counting time a while ago. Such thoughts only inhibited his practice. However, it should have been several months into the 5th year by now. It's almost over, huh? His long imprisonment had developed into the only thing he knew in a short period. It was hard for him to imagine life returning to normalcy, but that time wasn't far away. Putting that aside, even after reaching this level, it doesn't feel like much has changed. Damien just became a supreme, but he had fighting power on par with them ever since he became High Commander. Even he didn't know his current level, but he was certain nobody in the universe was his opponent. Except for those guys, of course. He was confident in himself, but he was very clear of the difference between a lower existence and a divinity. It was impossible for him to touch them until he reached their league. He clenched his fist with a frown. How long is it going to take? Despite being absorbed in the task for several years at this point, he still hadn't found a way to fuse his laws. It was just too incomprehensible. He knew the end goal he was trying to reach, but this wasn't a process where that was enough. After all, just what would the fusion between elemental law and samsara create? He couldn't rationalize that force. No, that force wasn't something to be rationalized. The fundamental laws of the universe were known as such because they were complete in their individual forms and enhanced in conjunction. They were separately created through a series of events that followed the presence of their superiors. However, they all stem from their origin concept individually. This is the problem with doing things that have never been done before. Even when I was doing the impossible previously, it was still within the realm of possibility. In simple terms, regardless of how much he broke the law, he still did so within the appropriate margins. Right now, he was trying to completely escape the bounds of the universe with his own power. It's a sense of perspective I didn't have before. The Void is able to accomplish things like this so effortlessly that I forgot how insane my actions actually are. It wasn't like he gave up in the face of inevitability, but feeling it was another thing entirely. Since this path was set out for me, there has to be a solution. I need to escape the bounds of my own perception before I can even think about challenging reality itself. The concept didn't exist, so he had to create it. In essence, it was simple. He just couldn't imagine it. Reality was called as such for a reason. Everything that existed, everything that was real, was reality. Whether it be truth or deceit, it was a concept that could be traced back to something real. Even the concept of nothingness itself was a reflection of reality as it was understood, so to an extent, it could be perceived. It would be so much easier if I could just comprehend creation. The last of the existent forces he needed to learn, creation and destruction, were unavailable to lower existences. Unless one was born with a natural affinity to the major concepts, it was impossible to perceive them. The reason was simple. Creation and destruction in their fundamental forms were already divine. They were acts of miracle that only divinities had the qualifications to understand. There were occasions in the long rivers of history where people were born with affinities towards them, but they could be counted on one hand. Huh. Damien sighed to himself. For now, it's better to stop pursuing this. I know where I need to go, but until I have a way to get there, I'm just banging my head against a wall. It was a bit late to make this conclusion, but what could he do? He was too headstrong to give up easily, even if it was only a temporary retreat. He sent his senses into his body. I only have half a year left here. I wonder how I should spend it. He could easily focus on forging or spirit liquor, but he wasn't in the mood to waste time right now. Fighting has become boring too. This state, where he was more powerful than his peers, but not powerful enough to face his seniors, was something he was very familiar with. Nowadays, seeing a Supreme come to challenge him wasn't as rare as it used to be, but his clones could take care of them without a problem. As long as a few of them worked together, there wasn't a single Nox who could challenge him. His current kill count was close to exceeding 1 trillion. There was no way he wouldn't be bored of it by now. However, this time, an absolute wall separated him from the ones he actually wanted to fight. As he pondered on it, thinking of various ways to make proper use of his remaining time in isolation, he came to a blank. There's really nothing for me to do. The only step he could take was one he couldn't take. He finally faced the impossibility that plagued all other practitioners. He sighed again. He was starting to feel desolate. Even though the mind prison shielded his ego, he could feel the effects of hopelessness creeping into his mind. This is a trial I have to overcome. He knew this, but he hated it. He hated this feeling more than anything else. As if he couldn't do anything. As if he was useless. It was easy to use the void. He could default to it again and use it as a crutch to get himself out of this situation, but where would that take him? My goal is to become the master of the void, not its slave. He had to do it alone. He had to. So, fuck it. Someone once said rest was just as important to a practitioner as training. Without a rested mind and body, the chances of failure became much higher, and failure at the critical moment could lead to a fatal incident. 6 months. For Damien, who moved relentlessly to learn and improve even when he was resting, taking true rest for this long felt like a pipe dream. But perhaps even that was training. Training to build the patience to chase this impossible path, patience that would allow him to sit in meditation for thousands of years if he really desired it. If he viewed it like that, his spirit flared. He always welcomed a challenge, regardless of whether or not its form was strange. I wonder how they're doing on the other side. His desire to visit the sanctuary was greater than ever. But I'll hold off for now. If I rush these things, what's the point of talking about patience? He was in a position where knowing about the situation wouldn't do him any good. He couldn't even affect it. Since Elvira is leading them, I can be confident they're moving smarter than they ever would if I took that position. He lay down on the cold ground of no return pass, alone and desolate. That's how he'd spend the next few months. Chapter 1194 Truth. Chapter 1194 Truth 2. It was hard to imagine Damien Void relaxing. When was the last time he did it properly? He didn't really remember. Whenever he visited the sanctuary for relaxation, or to spend time with Schwer, he took a few days to go over management matters with Elvira and the other emperors as well, so he wasn't really taking undivided rest days. If he had to think of a time when he rested with nothing else in mind, maybe back when I first took Rose to Earth. It was hilarious how long ago that was. It had been a month since his scheduled rest time began, and to be frank, he was bored out of his wits. Do all practitioners end up developing ADHD? I think it's a consequence of the profession. He couldn't focus on the sanctuary due to its special situation. Disregarding his own thoughts and fears, the sanctuary was constantly being filled with new worlds. It wasn't hard to know where they came from after he saw what the Soul Emperor was up to back then. He could even speculate on the universe's situation based on their arrival. But it wasn't time yet. Not because of fear, but because he was certain he wouldn't be able to stand still when he found out the truth. He needed to be selfish for a little longer. He needed to train himself a little longer. He understood the urgency of the situation. It wasn't like Damien was unaware of how greedy his thoughts were. But, as he'd figured before, there was nothing he could do anyway, so knowing wouldn't help. I should trust Lin. Things will be fine. If Elvira was his most reliable helper, Lin was his great secretary. Ever since she entered the sanctuary, she'd taken the role of general manager who oversaw the incorporation of new worlds and the maintenance of sanctuarian society. Without her, perhaps it would have become a reflection of grand heaven's boundary. But from what he sensed from the budding universe, it was nothing of the sort. Wow, I really just made a mess and left it for others to clean up. I should reward them when we meet again. Damien smiled to himself. Then he frowned. Fuck, I'm bored again. His thoughts were entertaining, and other than that, his memories provided a semi-constant source of entertainment. He was tired of meditation, so that option was off the table. He almost went to battle a few times, but forced himself not to in order to continue his training. This is actually a real problem. It was a joke at first, but I think I'd genuinely crumble if I had to spend a long period of time doing nothing. It was quite a funny problem to realize, but since it was a problem nonetheless, he became more serious in his doing nothing training. Still, 6 months is going to take forever. He sighed to himself for the umpteenth time. A long and unavoidable time. He had a feeling. This was going to make him suffer more than anything he'd experienced to date. Just as Damien became aware of the Soul Emperor's actions, the Soul Emperor realized early that someone was interfering with his plans. How could he not? He'd been harvesting worlds for years, but his yield wasn't nearly what he was expecting. He originally didn't mind the disappearance of several worlds more than he needed to, judging it as an isolated incident and sending his minions to find the cause. But that changed after a period. Because no matter how much he did, it kept happening. Every time he plundered world cores, or even when the Nox forces destroyed them altogether, some would slip through the cracks and vanish into oblivion. And it couldn't be tracked regardless of what he tried, even if he personally intervened in the investigation. It caused him a great deal of trouble. More than anything else, he was being humiliated constantly. The Soul Emperor was a man who never lost. Until Damien's arrival in the universe, he never made a single plan that failed. But why was he experiencing failure so often now? Nothing. There is no sign of anything. The Soul Emperor was once again standing in the abyss with a plethora of world cores before him, this time from Soul World. As always, more than half of them escaped his grasp at once, but he managed to catch one. The last fish, before it slipped out of the net, was forced into submission by him. Its teleportation was canceled, and it experienced the poor fate of becoming his test subject. He tore it apart. He literally took apart the laws that created its structure and searched for any sign of alteration, but there was none. After all, Damien's celestial mana threads no longer led back to him. They connected the worlds he bound to that hidden universe forming in the void, away from even a demigod's perception. Unpleasant. The Soul Emperor's words came out as no more than a mutter, but they were filled with a seething, killing intent that dyed the abyss red. His emotions were no longer under his control. The divinity he built on constant success felt like it was being slapped mercilessly every time such a situation took place. If he couldn't solve it, perhaps he'd face setbacks in his personal practice as well. This cannot be allowed to continue. He said it, but just like a certain genius trapped in the lands of darkness, he felt a wall of impossibility. A wall that told him he wouldn't find what he wanted regardless of what he did. He tried everything already. He even tried to plant his aura on the world core and allow it to escape. But as if it understood his plans, it remained, sacrificing itself for the greater good. Was that even logical? The Soul Emperor gnashed his teeth in annoyance. He hated this feeling. He never had to feel it before. No, there was one case. The only person who could give him this feeling, Saint Emperor. There wasn't another answer. It was impossible for there to be, because in the entirety of existence in this lower universe, the only person stronger than him was the Saint Emperor. Is the problem from within? If it is that man, it is not impossible. He had been targeting the denizens of Grand Heaven's boundary because he assumed one of their demigods was messing with him. But after years of finding nothing, the ludicrous thought in his mind was much more rational than it should have been. The Saint Emperor had a track record. Earlier, when he signed the 2-year ceasefire and restricted their entire race, setting back their plans immensely, was only one of such incidents. In reality, throughout the course of history, the Saint Emperor had been meddling past his qualifications. He acted as if he was on nobody's side but his own. Whatever agenda he was trying to push was his only goal. Even if he had to inhibit his own people, even if he had to push them into extinction, he would do so without hesitation. So his involvement in such a matter is extremely likely. The Soul Emperor frowned heavily. He finished his current tasks, sending the newly corrupted world cores to a location unknown, and "I shall pay you a visit," he set out, to see whether or not he needed to add a new name to his death list. Chapter 1195 Truth. Chapter 1195 Truth. Damien had been thinking about the sanctuary for a while, but he hadn't actually visited it in several years. Even he was underestimating its current state. Hustle and bustle filled the budding universe. After the first 300,000 worlds were added, Lynn had a mountain of work on her shoulders, but she took care of it as she said she would. With Avalon as her base of operations, she managed logistics for the entire sector-size universe without a hitch. Well, after a period of turmoil, it wasn't easy to get people to accept their new accommodations. Even if their worlds moved here willingly, they were separated into a new place with no knowledge of where they were or what kind of person ruled them. Naturally, not many could accept this easily. In the beginning, there was a lot of rebellion. The leaders of those worlds who considered themselves strong refused to subordinate themselves to a new lord. However, this period didn't last more than a few months. Elvira and the rest of the emperors, along with the army they raised, were a force to be reckoned with. As the administrators of this realm, these leaders had power that others couldn't imagine. After showcasing it just a bit, they were able to control the majority of the population through fear. But of course, this strategy didn't work in the long term. Damien had no interest in building a universe that was filled with internal conflict, a place that raised villains like Immortal Blood Azura. Perhaps he wouldn't interfere in the direction of their growth, but that was only if it remained positive. He wouldn't allow these people to ruin the universe he worked so hard to build. Lynn, as his proxy, understood this well. Therefore, once the larger problems were quelled, she started instating laws and other means to establish order. In its simplest form, it was a system of rewards and consequences, but the types of rewards and consequences she offered were so enticing or terrifying that people couldn't help but follow. It was the start of an era of change. The fear built up at the start gradually diminished, and as the systems in place for the management of worlds became more refined, the overall satisfaction of the new sanctuarians only grew. And then the war started in full. When the world cores from the giant domain arrived, they were just shells. Their people had gone extinct long ago, and they'd come in hopes of starting over. The sight of tens of thousands of uninhabited worlds, desolate and empty, was jarring. And that was only the start. When those from the beast domain joined, and those from the soul world came later, people began to realize the gift they'd been granted in this place. When they encountered survivors of the tragedies that struck those sectors and learned of the situation outside, their thoughts on the sanctuary completely changed for the better. Because, as its name suggested, this was a haven, a place of peace, and none could ruin that peace. The unity they shared heightened immensely, and Lynn's position became nigh godlike. After all, she was both the creator and keeper of peace. However, she made it clear what her role was. To the people of the sanctuary, she was not a god, but a god's apostle. They had never met the god who created this place. In their minds, he was just a hazy figure, nothing more than an overarching presence that could be felt but not seen. But Lynn was here. Nevertheless, dealing with survivors of the catastrophes of the outside world was difficult enough. Lynn couldn't handle it all alone. She and Elvira formed a perfect team. Their synergy allowed Lynn to focus on the sanctuary's internal matters, while Elvira coordinated their external movements. Together, they turned this place into a prosperous land unlike any other, and with its population came many more benefits. Hidden realms and dimensions started to form in the sanctuary, which provided growth opportunities to the younger generation. Along with them, the variety of resources present on the wild continent were used to populate man-made mystic, realms that housed the legacies of old emperors and other great treasures. It was all coming together. When viewed from the current position in the timeline, the sanctuary was already its own self-sustaining universe. Even if we do nothing and he stops helping, this place will grow on its own. The one who spoke was none other than Elvira. She and Lynn just finished another meeting about miscellaneous duties in the universe, and were currently gazing out into its depths mindlessly. It was truly incomprehensible when one stopped to think about it, and as people who'd been here for so long, they didn't do so often. But it really was a universe of its own, a universe created by a single man. Do you think the outside world was created like this? She asked in wonder. It was stupid, but she couldn't help but entertain the thought. If it was, would it be in its current predicament? Lynn's answer followed logic, as she always had. I guess not, but... Elvira stopped herself. Just thinking about the outside situation was tiring. It was a miracle that they hadn't incurred too many losses until now. No, it is not a miracle. This is the benefit of being associated with an apostle. Lynn spoke as if she could read her thoughts. He is definitely miraculous, but not to this extent, right? No matter what, he is still a human. Human, Lynn muttered. I wonder about that. Could a person born from the love of two great gods be considered human, even if that was his lineage? It was hard to say. Plus, this is not his own effect, but the effect of the one backing him. It is mystical. To think that thing could hold emotions. I can't even fathom it. The void was a concept Lynn didn't know much about, but she understood its actions based on the past. It had never shown such movements before. To provide Damien with so much luck that it directly helped those around him, to help him maintain and build a force like this one. Just what did the void want from him? It was troubling to think about what the future had in store for them. Perhaps the knocks were just an appetizer to let them understand the cruelty of reality within the little bubble he'd created for them. Say, when do you think he will come back? Lynn glanced over at Elvira. A slight smile formed on her lips. This woman, never mind. It's better not to say anything. It won't be long. It's already been this long, so... With less than a month left of imprisonment, do you think he won't come here to understand what happened while he was gone? Elvira nodded with a complicated expression on her face. She hesitated to speak. She wanted to say something, but at the same time, she didn't want it to be said. But in the end, HM, what's going on here? You guys having a meeting without me? The two women's senses immediately went on alert as they finally sensed the presence that had been behind them for who knows how long. They almost went into battle mode, but that voice... They turned around with shock on their faces. I'm getting a little jealous. A man stood behind them with a wide grin. What kind of timing was this? Just the devil. He finally appeared when they called his name. Damien Void had returned to the sanctuary. Chapter 1196 Truth. Chapter 1196 Truth, for Damien's return to society, should have been celebrated greatly, but he didn't allow Elvira and Lynn to spread the news. After all, his current visit would be a short one. His original doubt of whether or not entering the sanctuary would count as abandoning his post was solved quite easily when he put his mind to it, but not completely. He could come as long as his clones were active outside. But if he left for too long, his clones would disperse and his presence would truly leave no return pass, which wouldn't be good for anyone. But he was happy he came. The fresh air of this place and the homely feeling of the universe's laws hugging him was more refreshing than anyone, and seeing the faces of those he'd been missing and worrying about eased his heart. My entrance was greater than expected. Who would have thought they'd be talking about me? He thought to himself with a grin. He was obviously planning to make a surprise entrance, but the timing was absolute perfection. And, while Lynn didn't show it, being a woman who hardly ever dropped her cold exterior, Elvira was extraordinarily warm, giving him a proper welcome home. The second she realized his presence wasn't an illusion, she rushed forward and pulled him into a hug. Damien's eyes widened. Shut up and accept it. We've missed you. Damien smiled. His relationship with Elvira was subtle, but she'd never done something like this before. I'll allow it for now. He wrapped his arms around her and embraced her warmth for a few seconds before separating. How's everyone doing? It hasn't been too hard, right? You're saying that to provoke us, right? There can't be another reason. Damien turned to Lynn with his head tilted curiously. HM, what would you possibly mean by that? TCH, you're always the same. Would you like it better if I changed? No, and that's why it sucks. Ha ha ha. Damien laughed jovially. He'd wholeheartedly missed an atmosphere like this. I'd love to catch up with you, but we have plenty of time to do that later. I guess I have a few visits to make first. Elvira responded understandingly. Putting the rest aside, Schwer has missed you dearly. She hasn't stopped talking about you since the last time you left. Damien's expression turned wry. The more his schedule tightened, the less time he had to spend with her. She's an adult now. It was genuinely ridiculous to think about. That little girl was an adult? It was impossible in his mind. It almost made him scared to go see her, but that was just an almost. After bidding goodbye to Elvira and Lynn, he immediately made his way to Thevel, not only to see his little sister, but also the rest of the family he'd built through his travels. He paid special visits to Lucius, Bai Xuan, Feng Yuxiang, Bianca Snow, Tefit, and even Elytra, who'd somehow become a leader amongst the younger generation despite her strange personality. He was delighted to see the growth of his people. It was a surprising feeling, considering how he tried to remain uninvolved with their matters and let them grow on their own. But no matter what it was, it made him so happy his mind-prison defenses almost broke and let his ego flood back into his mind. More than anyone else, though, he spent time with Schwer. At this point, she was already around 20. She had grown up into a beautiful young woman, and her power already surpassed most of her elders. Damien only had 2 or 3 days to spend here. It wasn't enough at all, but he did everything he could with it. Everything had changed. The sanctuary wasn't the sanctuary he knew anymore, and the people he knew had evolved into more mature forms of himself that were entertaining to see. But it pronounced his feeling of being separated from society severely. It made him feel like he was the only one standing still in this ever-changing world. But perhaps even he was changing in ways he couldn't see. Day turned to night, and night turned to day. Schwer happily took Damien around the sanctuary and showed him the sights he hadn't seen, and throughout the entire time, she never mentioned her grievance. She was old enough to understand him. Rather than holding a grudge, she felt sorrow at his situation and wished she could do more to help. Nevertheless, it was a time of peace. By the time Damien returned to Elvira and Lynn, a day and a half had passed. He had to break the peace now. He had to face the reality he'd been avoiding for the past 5 years. As he followed the 2 women through Avalon and listened to their updates on the sanctuary's progress, he spread his senses to feel for foreign presences. Unfortunately, there were none. Have they not come since I left? Or perhaps it's just been a long time. He shook his head. No, perhaps it's better that way. He wanted to have the warm reunion he'd been waiting for, but now wasn't the time. He came here to understand what was happening outside, because there were only 26 days before his imprisonment period ended. Shouldn't he start preparing to re-enter the scene? Elvira, Lynn, and Damien walked until they made it to the same office where Damien and Lynn had their past conversation about his mother. They sat comfortably on the couches on the side wall instead of moving to the desk, and their conversation began. I know you're curious about what's been happening to me, but we'll have to save that for later. I need to know. The 2 women's expressions fell slightly. The mood was jovial until then, filled with the air of reminiscence, but such an atmosphere wouldn't be able to continue any longer. It was truly a shame. Do we have to start now? Can we not take a few days to rest first? Elvira asked. Even though she understood how meaningless her words were, she still felt the urge to say them. Damien smiled apologetically. As expected, they've been suffering. He felt bad for putting them back into the solemn feeling they'd held for who knows how long, but there was no choice. I have to know, just how bad has it gotten? Elvira hesitated, glancing over at Lynn, who sighed. Of course it's going to be pushed onto me. She straightened her back and fixed her expression, looking Damien directly in the eye as she started speaking. Bad is an understatement. Viewing the overall situation, it can be considered abominable. With yet another sigh, Lynn began explaining from the start. From the relatively stable war from when Damien first left, to what was currently taking place, now that hope had become faint. There wasn't much fluctuation in Damien's expression. No, it only got worse and worse with every word she spoke. The more he heard, the more his anger boiled, and the more his emotions fell out his control. The current situation, he couldn't really speak on it as an outsider. But hearing about it, frankly, it was numbing. Chapter 1197 Truth. Chapter 1197 Truth 5. Damien's mind returned to the dark reality of his position. The giant domain, beast domain, and soul world are all gone. Ion has been completely broken through. No return pass is the last unbroken point. He closed his eyes as he came to a realization. This was the truth of war. No matter how fiercely he defended the no-return pass, it didn't mean anything. Trillions of enemies could die by his blade, but trillions more would move around him and kill those standing behind him. Whether it be the blood-drenched wilderness, the graveyard sanctuary, the ephemeral border steel, or any of the other territories of the universe's ring of defense, they've been plowed through and left to rot. At one point, these checkpoints all carried the presence of at least a few tens of thousands of 9 Revolutions masters, but now they were all dead or retreated to the bounds of the remaining universe. The knocks pierced the biggest protection mechanism Grand Heaven's boundary possessed, and now that they were flooding into the universe, the war situation had taken a massive turn. The war split into 2 fronts, one of the older generation and one of the younger generation. Those who had reached the limits of their potential with age continued to fight battle upon battle, filled with bloody slaughter, but it wasn't nearly as one-sided as it was previously. Meanwhile, the experts of the universe were forced to show their allegiance. Those who turned traitor had to completely switch sides, which helped the Allied forces create a united front they had been lacking before. Now, the war looked a lot more like a competition. The demigods suppressed each other. Forces of the same skill level fought directly, and the younger generation was tasked with controlling the momentum of the entire war with their battle. After all, wasn't it natural to compare whose future had more potential? Whether this situation was good or bad, Damien couldn't say. However, he knew for certain that the universe's forces weren't acting at their full capacity. Of the original 3 leaders of Heaven's army, only one remained, and he barely had any power. The other 2 were replaced by lizards wearing faces that didn't belong to them. Order was in pieces, and the efficacy of the army was treacherous. Because of this, people were needlessly dying. I've been more concerned about people's deaths recently. Damien thought to himself as he chugged a gourd full of spirit liquor. Although he said it, he knew it wasn't true. No matter how much he experienced, the indifference in his very core wouldn't change. His concern wasn't the people, but what those people represented. They were life. Their karma and fates intertwined and wove the fabric of the universe. The foundational elements found pillars in these people, and this was what allowed the universe to continue functioning. The relationship between the universe and its inhabitants was symbiotic in the same way a world core needed its surface population for survival as well. Damien sighed. Until this point, he'd always been pulled into the flow of things. From his start on Earth to a Pyrrhon, his fall into the divine realm, and even further than that, his actions always followed a set pattern. As for who set this pattern, even Damien didn't know. He had an inexplicable feeling that he couldn't pinpoint despite the impossible level he'd reached. Universal flow, which he originally thought was the flow that guided him, was only a part of it. The flow of the universe gave him direction in exchange for his help, but it didn't give him the immense luck and opportunity he possessed in general. Nevertheless, if he couldn't find out now, he had no need to think about it too much. All he needed to know now was that he had to hold up his end of the bargain. For his own sake, and for the sake of the universe that birthed him, housed him, and provided him the talent to reach this step, Damien didn't mind shouldering the entire war on his back. It was a strange thing that gradually changed once he became a celestial. He could no longer view worlds and universes, celestial existences, as mere objects. The way he felt about the universe, the intrinsic bond he felt between them, it was like he was a grandchild being fostered and doted on by his grandparent. And what sane grandchild would allow their grandparent to be killed off so easily. If Damien could help it, he'd take the entire universe into the sanctuary to protect it from harm. But this wasn't possible. And even if it was, it wouldn't solve the underlying problem. The only thing Damien could do was heave another sigh as he stood up. His position was given to him by immortal blood Azura. Even if he wanted to play a more proactive part in this war, he didn't have a chance to. If he left the no-return pass, he'd die. This place was a graveyard chosen specifically for him. But he had no interest in dying early. While no-return pass was hell for others, it was a perfect training ground for Damien. The limitless stream of Nox beings constantly enhanced his legend, while also providing him battle experience, answers, and a target on which he could test his ever-improving comprehensions. With the void backing him, he didn't even need to worry about fatigue, and with the mind prison, his mentality could remain untouched by worry or other useless feelings. For the past 1,800 days, Damien faithfully moved towards his goals. He built his strength and bid his time. He couldn't directly influence the war effort, nor did he know the exact situation of the outside world, but he knew the worlds he saved from the Soul Emperor were proof of his contribution. There was less than a month left in his imprisonment, and this was the first time in almost 5 years that he released his mind from its shackles. The feelings of longing, of worry, of desolateness, these feelings overtook his mind for a period. He smiled as a magical, yet completely unrealistic future weaved itself into his thoughts, as if trying to counter his anxiety. When my situation finally stabilized, I'll leave this place triumphantly and return to my people with pride. Together, we'll end this damn war, if only it could be that simple. These are just illusions created by his intense feelings. In reality, hope for something so beautiful no longer existed. Rumble. The ground rumbled and quaked chaotically. From beyond the abyss, hundreds of millions of Nox beings raucously charged through no-return pass. Their only goal was to carve a path forward regardless of life and death. But Damien had already stood up for this very purpose. He even managed to complete a round of light stretches before they entered the danger zone. With time ticking down, he put away his clones and started fighting on his own again. It was nice to really feel the experience before it was over, right? No, it was better to say he needed an outlet to let go of his rage. So when the time finally came for him to fight, the space-time river appeared dazzlingly in the sky, its shimmering starlight raining down on the ground below. Yet another slaughter was slowly beginning in this isolated and desolate pass. Chapter 1198 Truth. Chapter 1198 Truth 6. From that day onward, Damien maintained regular contact with Elvira and Lynn to understand how the situation was progressing. Every day, he'd visit the sanctuary for a few hours to converse with them, as well as to visit Schwerer and help guide her in her training while he could. The more he heard, the harder it was to stay still. Lucille has been slowly gaining control, which is good. The situation isn't nearly as dire anymore, but it was no longer a fight between Grand Heaven's boundary and the Nox, but one between Lucille's loyalists and everyone else. As the days passed, more and more traitors started to reveal their allegiance. The truth behind the great commanders of Heaven's army was discovered by the Sanctuarian troops a few months ago, but it came to light soon enough. After all, at the decisive moment, both fake commanders showed their true faces and ruined the integrity of Heaven's army for good. The organization known as Heaven's Army had already been disassembled in the past month, and those who still held the desire to fight had moved to Luxurian to join Lucille's camp along with the dwarves who resided in Hephaestus. The current situation was as such. The Divine Realm was the universe's territory, while Hephaestus was being used as a Nox base. The Infernal Realm was the main battlefield, with the demons splitting to both sides based on their allegiance. Meanwhile, the human domain was still untouched. No matter how many defenses Damien put up before he left, and no matter how strong the natural barriers were, it was impossible to keep the Nox out forever. But when their scouting parties finally snuck between the spatial layers and entered the sector, they found that it was practically empty. There were only 6 worlds left in the entirety of the domain, an incomprehensible sight. When news made it back to the Nox, surprisingly, there wasn't any movement. In fact, These scouting parties reported back to the Inhuman Emperor and Soul Emperor, as the Saint Emperor had yet to involve his forces and the Karmic Emperor was focusing his efforts on Hephaestus. The Inhuman Emperor couldn't have cared less about the nuances of the situation. If there weren't people to satisfy his and his people's desires, there was no point in pursuing the matter. After all, he was the truest form of a barbaric warmonger. He wasn't an idiot. He simply didn't care to use his brain for such matters. Carnage was his only goal, so why should he? Meanwhile, on the Soul Emperor's side, things were more complex. His purpose for collecting world cores was not a mystery. Every Nox who'd unlocked their bloodline memories to a certain degree understood where those cores were going. However, speaking of it was prohibited due to the curse. It didn't matter anyway. Most of them didn't have the power to interfere nor the will to do so. All except one. His suspicions of the Saint Emperor became far more severe once this information came to him, and the divide between the two Nox camps increased. When he went to visit the Saint Emperor, the man himself didn't say anything to confirm or deny his accusations, which only made him more suspicious. This was all a game to that man. If inhibiting the Soul Emperor's plans made that game more fun, he would absolutely do it. So, instead of focusing on the why behind the human domain state, he created the why himself. Regardless, this wasn't yet known to anyone but himself and the Saint Emperor, and the human domain was put aside as all sides lost their desire to use it. The question right now is simple. Where am I going to be most useful? Damien could absolutely re-enter the universe and lend his efforts to the war. He could likely save a few billion more people by doing so, an achievement to be proud of. But his gut told him this wasn't the way forward. No matter what Lucille does, he can't win against an unending enemy. The more they show their longevity, the more people will switch sides, and the situation will continuously become more unfavorable. TCH. Damien gnashed his teeth. This severe situation caused by fear and panic, it was slowly turning into another impossibility. He couldn't accept it. The last impossibility he faced could only be solved with time and a spark of inspiration. But this one, I'll do it myself. A month ago, he decided to let go of the mind prison and embrace his emotions again. As his ego flooded back into his mind and brought it to life, the variety of emotions that populated his head culminated into a single product: fatigue. He was tired of it. This unending war, these insects he'd been seeing more than anything else for the past 5 years. He was tired of it all. He could no longer trust the universe to take care of itself. Rose's judgment order is something to be praised, but their power isn't enough yet. They'll only be able to make proper waves with time. And time was a commodity right now. How could he help the situation best? The answer was obvious. He was Damien Void. He was the Void's apostle, a man beyond the reach of those within and without the universe. They didn't have the right to piss him off this much. Recently, things have been getting interesting. It seems some had given up and were getting desperate. There were some demigods on the universe side that tried to attack lower existences and pull their peers into the ancient battlefield, since the presence of demigods became something that only benefited the Nox. But they hadn't been successful. The Nox had their own demigod lords and the traitors who came to their side. The universe's demigods couldn't move covertly no matter what they tried, so every attempt they made was inhibited by a member of their own class, foiling their plans easily. The ancient battlefield, a plan started forming in Damien's head. A grin formed on his face. This is insane, he muttered, but his grin didn't go away. In fact, it only became wider and wider. If I do that, I'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, maybe it'll become 3. The best way to use the Void Apostle's strength in the current time was simple. I'm going to Alcatraz, the hidden motherworld of the Nox, the place that spawned these disgusting vermin. I feel bad for not taking Orion along as promised, but I don't really have time to grab him, do I? Damien looked up into the blackness of the sky. It didn't vary much from the blackness of the earth or the walls to either side, but for this moment, he felt it necessary to stare into its depths. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Crash. The sound was indiscernible, but it was incredibly clear in Damien's ears. The sound of 5 years officially passing. The sound of his shackles shattering and freeing his soul. Then, I'll leave this place to you. Do not worry, my lord. We will not let anyone trespass until your return. Return? Damien smiled. Don't worry about that. When the situation becomes unfavorable, leave directly. There will be someone else to clean the mess once you leave. Pardon? Don't worry about it. Damien turned his head to face them. Tefet and the sea races, Lucius and the demons, and by Yu Xuan and the dragons. These 3 forces would hold the fort for him while he was gone. Well then, until next time. He smiled once more and turned to the abyss he'd been facing for the past 5 years. He took his first steps towards a desire he'd held for more than a decade at this point. It was finally time to enter the abyss and crush their fucking skulls. Chapter 1199 Mysteries. Chapter 1199 Mysteries 1. The main reason the abyss remained unexplored was obviously due to its inherent dangers. From the uneven time distribution, where every second could equate to hundreds of years in the universe, to the threatening atmosphere that tried to suffocate one from all sides, it was overall a place that did not welcome the presence of universe denizens. The worst part of it all was the inability to gather mana. The mana of the abyss was too corrupted for consumption, so once one's internal mana capacity ran out, only their bodily defenses could protect them from the dangers. And with the abyss constantly changing, it was nigh impossible to find one's way back to the universe after entering it. Unless one had the luck of the entire universe in their hands, it was bad enough to be considered genuinely impossible. But those weren't the only problems. There was no motivation for the people of the universe to make their way into uncharted territory. It was possible to find random Nox settlements during one's travels, but the location of Alcatraz remained hidden from all for generations. It was as if even the Nox didn't know where their homeworld was located. So pursuing them into that treacherous territory held no benefit. Without benefit, when did anyone move? However, what inhibited the rest of the universe didn't apply to Damien. Putting aside the abyss dangers, he held the capability to replenish his mana even in that unknown territory. And more than anything else, he knew where Alcatraz was. The reason the universe had never been able to pinpoint its location was because they focused too much on known logic and tried to define the abyss through it. The approach wouldn't be incorrect in usual cases, but this was not a usual case in the slightest. Alcatraz did not move on a linear path, or one with any sense at all. It was never in the same place, nor were there any landmarks orbiting it that could be tracked. In fact, Alcatraz's irregular movement that cloaked its location in randomness was only normal in the abyss. The abyss itself was ever-changing, never permanently following a single pattern, so obviously the worlds within would be the same. To track an object in an area that was already unmapped when it was constantly shifting position was naturally impossible. But after 5 years of devouring Nox and patching their memories together, Damien circumvented this impossibility. As he found in the trial world all those years ago, Damien couldn't incorporate the Nox bloodline. He had to collect it and store it elsewhere whenever he devoured them, which caused a problem for him. But with the growth of the void, he gained an unprecedented power of falsification. From a moment he succeeded in gaining new affinities by transmuting the void's energy, he mastered this power. And with it, void mana flooded Damien's bloodstream, dyeing it black. Nox bloodline, I know it well. He had more than enough in storage to research, so mimicking it wasn't a problem. Demon transformation. His body changed form. His hair turned white and his skin paled until it was an ash-gray color. His height ballooned almost a foot, and his body was covered in tattoo-like blood runes. It had been a while since he used this transformation, but he gained it from a Nox, so using it now made the following processes much simpler. In a matter of seconds, Damien became indistinguishable from a Nox Supreme. I can feel it. When the memories he stole combined with the Nox bloodline in his body, a path formed. A path that led straight to Alcatraz. As long as I follow this, I'll make it there even if that place decides to run all the way to the ends of existence. The material preparations were finished, and in the time he took to do so, his mental preparations were also completed. He was ready to embark on this journey. He walked through no return pass slowly, but every step he took seemed to take him several 100,000 kilometers forward, until he reached the end of the earth, staring out into a wall of blackness. He couldn't see anything, not the Nox who would constantly invade him, and not the depth that the abyss should have possessed. It was a solid wall of blackness. Yet, when he reached his hand out, it passed through the wall like it didn't exist. This, Damien took another deep breath, is going to be an experience. He took another step, and his body disappeared into the abyss. Unbeknownst to him, his disappearance into that space had more than just a small impact. In several areas of the universe, people looked out into the distance with strange emotions present on their faces. Those who had connections to him, whether physical or ethereal, felt his embarkment. Ryue clutched her chest with a frown. It was almost suffocating. The wisp of soul she shared with him felt like it disappeared. She knew it was present, but this feeling... We need to go to the sanctuary. Rose and Elena nodded solemnly. They felt it through their rings as well. Something had happened, and they needed to know what. While the three women pursued the truth, others could only stand in confusion. They didn't know exactly what was going on, but they could feel it. A massive change was about to take place, with Damien void at its center. It wasn't anything like he expected it to be. Considering the way it was perceived by the universe, Damien expected the abyss to be a place with nothing but blackness and danger, but it wasn't anything of the sort. Well, somewhat. His danger sense was definitely blaring more than ever before. His senses were telling him that any movement he made would lead him to peril. However, it was not entirely black. It took several minutes for his eyes to adjust to the environment, but once they did, the blackness faded to the background. The abyss was actually filled with activity. Phew! Damien took a breath of air. No, he took a breath of the abyss. There was no such thing as air here. Concepts like that had been diluted into completely different variations that hardly held similarities to their original forms. However, it's beautiful. The swirling darkness was not a manifestation of emptiness. Perhaps it was because he was a celestial, but Damien could perceive it all around him. This place was filled with energy. Tens or hundreds or even thousands of energies all mingled together and meshed in ways they were not supposed to, creating the corrupted blackness of the abyss. Just by standing here, Damien felt his state of mind heightening crazily. I see. The phrase kept repeating in his mind. He understood now why the Nox's mana was like that, some truths about the universe, and more than anything, the ever-so-slight presence of the void. He just stepped into this place, so he couldn't say he was truly in the abyss right now. Instead, it's better to say I'm standing in the ruins of a destroyed universe. Damien's heart was practically beating through his chest. It seems this trip is going to be far more bountiful than expected. 30 minutes. By judging his internal body clock, Damien could tell that only 30 minutes had passed for him. But he had to be curious. Was the abyss environment truly as chaotic as they claimed? He could no longer see the way back to no return pass. He was standing still, but had already vanished from not only his sight, but the very ends of his perception. I wonder just how much time has passed in the universe. Chapter 1200 Mysteries. Chapter 1200 Mysteries 2, 5 months. That's how long it had been since Ryue and the girls traveled to the sanctuary for the first time in several years and learned what had happened in the month prior. From Damien's movements within the sanctuary where he organized his forces and prepared for reasons unknown to him, pulling Tefet and the rest into no return pass to take his place, they learned everything, including his descent into the abyss. It was a hard pill to swallow. Damien's actions practically screamed his distrust for the universe's forces. If he felt the need to take such a harrowing journey alone, what did that mean for them? Naturally, none of them believed he was abandoning them or thought they were useless. He'd left several treasures with Elvira for them to use to boost the Judgment Order to a higher level. The evident problem was the speed of their growth. According to Elvira and the rest, they could no longer see through Damien's strength, which meant he was already close to the highest level. So, his departure served as the best motivator for them. They had been chasing his shadow for years now, hoping to stand by his side instead of protecting his back, but they'd been unsuccessful to date. They reached a point where he could entrust the universe's safety to them until his return, but that wasn't where they wanted to be. It would take time. They also understood it would be impossible to rapidly match up to him. But as long as they could reach the level they wished for by the end of this war, it would be enough. The Judgment Order became more active from that point on. Instead of getting involved every so often to stabilize battlefields, they directly interfered in every battle possible to raise their strength and standing. In the current war situation, their presence was integral. The battlefield of the younger generation had moved back to the previous mechanic of the dimensional leaderboard. While direct confrontation still took place frequently, the most important factor for guiding the momentum of this war was to raise their positions in a way the entire universe could see. And luckily, they had the opportunity to do so now. In the past 5 months, as battle within the universe became prominent and invasion from the outside was less of an issue, the war became more territorial, like the wars most people were used to. The Infernal Realm was continuously changing its topography based on who had the lead, but thus far, neither side had been able to completely penetrate their enemy. At a time like this, it became important to understand the structure of Grand Heaven's boundary itself. Considering ordinary logic, it was utterly incomprehensible, but there was a reason for that. Like the Abyss, but to a far lesser extent, the universe's shape was ever-changing. The exterior domains that bordered the divine and infernal realms were never constantly a single shape, and whenever they were destroyed, their sister sectors would morph to fill the gaps as they could. In this way, even the divine and infernal realms had no constant shape. The universe's structure instead worked on a system of rules. At all times, the divine and infernal realms would remain on the interior, bordered by the rest however they needed to be to make this work. This system only failed when the number of periphery domains was taken down to 2. The human domain and Hephaestus could no longer support the logic that kept the angel and demon domains protected. That's how the Nox gained an opportunity to flood into the universe. And that was the reason they had to destroy so many sectors before gaining the ability to do so. However, if they lost Hephaestus, their plans would be severely inhibited. Because Hephaestus was a periphery domain, its changing shape gave them a plethora of openings to attack from. The tactical advantages of the domain, combined with its fortification, made it a prime location for a stronghold, which was why it was used by Heaven's army in the first place. Therefore, the current goal of the universe's older generation was to push the Nox out of Hephaestus, or in a worst-case scenario, separate Hephaestus from the rest of the universe. There was a considerable amount of strategizing and scheming taking place behind the scenes for this purpose. Lucio regained his control over the Denizen forces when this chapter of the war began, and under his command, the loyal supporters who followed him were able to create a force that far surpassed the Heaven's army of the past. And the main reason for this was unity. The ability to fight without having to worry about being stabbed in the back was life-changing to the point of being miraculous. Regardless of the Nox's current advantages, which included a large number of denizen forces who betrayed the universe, those who remained stalwart were able to fight back equally instead of being overwhelmed. And when it came to demigods, the usual situation was the same as ever, but for 2 specific demigods, everything changed in the past few months. Tianyang and the Golden Dragon Emperor. Tianyang's divinity had been shattered for a very long time. It took place several thousand years ago during a defining battle of his life, with an enemy he swore revenge on. In fact, Tianyang wasn't always a lonely man. He once had a wife and child of his own who were his whole world. But back then, they were both cruelly slaughtered by his enemies. In order to get revenge, he stormed their stronghold and slaughtered them all with his people. But in the process of killing the one who ordered the deaths of his family, his own divinity was shattered beyond repair. The Golden Dragon Emperor's situation was different, but the end result was the same. They were fated to live as waste for the rest of their lives, unable to have any place in the current apocalypse. However, everything changed that day, when Beast Emperor Star was moved to the divine realm. That day, they heard a vague voice in their ears. They couldn't make out what it said, nor could they perceive the speaker, but that voice was laced with sadness and sorrow beyond compare, a bleak loneliness that was utterly incomprehensible to anyone other than the one who felt it. When that voice entered their ears, and the energy of its speaker blessed their bodies, they received a chance to return to their former glory, a chance to restore their shattered divinities. They understood this as soon as they woke up, but they were not able to thank or even find the one who gave them such a magisterial gift. So, they decided to use it to its fullest. They regained a majority of their power in the time since then, but instead of directly ascending back to their previous posts, they maintained themselves on the edge of divinity so they could directly control the war situation. Now, the two of them stood at the forefront, with their armies behind them, facing enemies who had no chance against their might as former divinities. They entered yet another battle. The fate of the universe that once looked so bleak it was meaningless to fight at all was now in their hands, and they had no plans of letting it stay that way. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.